Chapter 78. Tian Zhongshi's words were like a clap of thunder, shocking Zhang Xiaohua on the spot. What was going on? Zhang Xiaohua looked back at Ma Jing and saw that he was eating happily. It seemed that he had already hidden Little Peach in a golden house. The smile on his face was deeply hidden behind the wrinkles of his dark and thin skin. Under the light of the fire in the dining room, the excitement in his eyes could be seen. There was even a flush on his forehead. Zhang Xiaohua seemed to understand something and was furious. Although he was a country boy and had not seen much of the world, he was not someone who could be easily schemed against and bullied. He did not offend Ma Jing. He just advised him to wash his feet and pay attention to hygiene. He was tricked by him and made Tian Zhongxi despise him. This was too hateful. Zhang Xiaohua gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. He walked towards Ma Jing. However, when he just took 2 steps, he saw Ma Jing's fearless look. Suddenly, an idea arose in his mind. It immediately extinguished the burning anger in his heart. If he went over like this, Ma Jing would not admit it. How could he be reasonable? Moreover, these people around him were usually scoundrels. They could tell who was near and who was far away. How could they help him? Besides, even if he went over and beat Ma Jing, what was the result? Could it be that he was driven out before he learned martial arts? The connected questions made Zhang Xiaohua calm down. He stopped and looked at Ma Jing. He did not speak anymore. He returned to his seat and ate quietly. Apart from Ma Jing, the rest of the people in the green robes and small hats were all gossiping among themselves. Naturally, no one paid too much attention to it. But the middle-aged man next to him heard it clearly. He even saw Zhang Xiaohua's later actions clearly. When Zhang Xiaohua sat quietly, he withdrew his gaze and continued to eat. After dinner, Zhang Xiaohua took the things he packed from Tian Zhongshi's room and moved them back to Ma Jing's room. However, Zhang Xiaohua was not stupid enough to ask him face to face why he did so. This night, he did not listen to Ma Jing's nonsense. Instead, he went to the yard and walked slowly, thinking as he walked. Although it was not a big deal, it taught Zhang Xiaohua a very profound lesson. It gave him a very special understanding of the world. Between people, there was not only harmony and hatred, but also many strange things. Different people would do different things. Maybe it was kindness, maybe it was malice, maybe it was just to tease you, maybe it was just to watch the show. In short, there was no way to know a person's heart. Everything had to be carefully considered before one could believe it. Bad people did not all have the face of a bad person. However, every night before going to bed, Zhang Xiaohua would open the window, whether it was sunny or rainy. After a few more days, Zhang Xiaohua's lazy and free life came to an end. Zhang Xiaohua did not like this kind of life that others envied, so he happily accepted the task given to him by Tian Zhongxi. This task might be a little difficult for the group of servants in cyan clothes and hats, but for Zhang Xiaohua, a child who grew up in the field since childhood, it was not a challenge at all. Early in the morning, Zhang Xiaohua wore the cyan clothes and hats brought by Tian Zhongxi and went out with Ma Jing in high spirits. His task was to learn all the work of the herbal field from Ma Jing as soon as possible. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's happy appearance, Ma Jing could not help but secretly despise him. He was really a country bumpkin. If he did not work for a day, his hands would be itchy. He could only be a farmer for a lifetime. Thinking of the matter of teasing Zhang Xiaohua a few days ago and recalling Zhang Xiaohua's defeated appearance, Ma Jing secretly laughed in his heart. Humph, who said that I, Ma Jing, was the most laughed at in the Xueqi mountain villa? Isn't there another little bumpkin here? Isn't he also played in the palm of my hand? Ma Jing despised Zhang Xiaohua and could also tease him in daily life. But in the herbal field, Ma Jing did not dare to be careless at all. What to do and what to pay attention to, he meticulously told Zhang Xiaohua. He was very clear that the herbs in the Xueqi mountain villa were the most important. At this moment, he made a little trouble for Zhang Xiaohua or neglected to mention a little. If something went wrong in the future, not only would Zhang Xiaohua be punished, but he would also be involved. Ma Jing was very clear about this point, so he did not dare to hide anything at all. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua did not know what he was thinking. She thought how difficult it would be to take care of the herbs, but along the way, she heard that there was not much difference between planting crops, only some subtle differences. So she wrote it down in detail. She also took a small medicine hoe and medicine shovel and followed Ma Jing to loosen the soil and shovel the grass. It was easy. After a day, when Ma Jing asked, Zhang Xiaohua's answer was very satisfactory. Moreover, looking at Zhang Xiaohua's appearance of working, Ma Jing was also a little relieved. So after 2 days, Ma Jing told Tian Zhongxi that Zhang Xiaohua could work alone. Tian Zhongxi still did not believe his ears. In the past, there were new people in his manservant team, but he only dared to let them go after a long time. Was Ma Jing fooling him? Thinking about Ma Jing's usual behavior, he was more certain. However, after he also took care of Zhang Xiaohua for a day, he really believed that Zhang Xiaohua could work alone. He felt a little guilty that he had wronged Ma Jing. After he asked Zhang Xiaohua in detail, he then found out the reason. This kind of medicinal herbs was no different from planting crops. In the past, the manservants recruited by the Huanqi Mountain Villa were mostly from the vicinity of Pingyang City and had a certain family background. How could the poor children of farmers be qualified to be taken in by the Huanqi Mountain Villa? Only Zhang Xiaohua was an exception. She was a child from a poor family and had farmed before. The bunch of manservants under him were all arrogant at home. How could they work in the fields? Therefore, it gave them the illusion that the work in this medicinal herb field was very complicated and difficult to do. After thinking through this, Tian Zhongxi could not help but let out a long sigh. Habitual thinking killed people. After that, Zhang Xiaohua finally got rid of the decadent days of reaping without sowing and returned to the fields that she was familiar with. The small medicinal hoe and spade were really cute. It was much more convenient to use than the big hoe at home. Zhang Xiaohua also had the strength now. She could easily finish a day's work. These days were really comfortable. However, Zhang Xiaohua was pleasantly surprised by what happened next. This morning, Zhang Xiaohua was still watching the middle-aged man in martial arts training. However, that person did not leave immediately after he was done. Instead, he walked in front of Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Your name is Zhang Xiaohua." Zhang Xiaohua blinked and nodded. Then, she heard a very pleasant sentence. "Miss asked me to teach you martial arts when I have the time." Zhang Xiaohua opened her mouth and said, "Really?" That person smiled and said, "It's true. My name is He Tianshu. You can call me team leader He. Wait for me here after dinner tonight. I will start teaching you today." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned again. She was obviously happy. He Tianshu saw that Zhang Xiaohua did not say anything and knew how he was feeling. He patted his shoulder and turned to leave. Only Zhang Xiaohua was left digesting the news that she wanted to hear the most in her life. This miss was really a good person. Zhang Xiaohua almost wanted to rush into the inner courtyard and worship the Mississippi. However, thinking about the inner courtyard's complexity, if she got lost, wouldn't she be chased out as a peeping Tom? Only then did she extinguish the thought. In short, her gratitude towards O Yen could not be expressed with words. She instantly placed this unknown miss on the same level as her sister-in-law Lu Qian in her heart. Zhang Xiaohua spent the whole day waiting anxiously and excitedly. There were even a few times when she almost made mistakes in the medicine field. This made Zhang Xiaohua immediately alert. How could she forget about this small beginning? Calm down. Calm down. Zhang Xiaohua warned herself as she worked hard. From time to time, she would raise her head to look at the sky. Why was the sun going so slowly today? In the torment, the sun finally set in the west. Tian Zhongxi's shout came from afar. Zhang Xiaohua immediately rushed out of the medicine field. She had long left her calmness behind. This state of mind that was not happy with external gains and not sad for oneself, Zhang Xiaohua was still far from it. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly finished her dinner and came to the outer courtyard early. The moonlight was like water, but Zhang Xiaohua's mood was like boiling water. She was so excited. The wish that she had been thinking about for a long time was finally going to be realized. Who could still calm down? But why was He Tianshu not here yet? When she was eating just now, she saw that he was almost done eating. Usually, he would finish eating early and come out early. Why was he so slow now? Zhang Xiaohua walked back and forth under the moonlight, anxiously waiting. After an unknown amount of time, she finally heard footsteps coming from the courtyard. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly went to greet them. Sure enough, it was He Tianshu. Zhang Xiaohua happily said, "Captain He, you've come." He Tianshu looked at Xiaohua and said with a straight face, "Xiaohua, although I'm teaching you martial arts, I'm not your real master. Captain He is just a title. Do you understand?" Zhang Xiaohua blankly nodded. He Tianshu said again, "Although I'm not your real master, I'll teach you to the best of my ability. It just depends on how much you can learn. Zhang Xiaohua nodded again. He Tianshu continued. Then I'll tell you the first thing today. When practicing martial arts, you must practice with a calm heart. Don't be impatient. Look at you now. How can you practice martial arts in peace? When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she immediately understood a lot. Yes, what had she become today? She was completely dazzled by this good news. She immediately gathered her thoughts and calmly said to He Tianshu, "Thank you, Captain He, for teaching me." At this time, He Tianshu nodded in satisfaction and said, "That's good. No matter what happens in the future, you must be as calm as an ancient well. Come with me." Geyser suggests that I update faster. I plan to start from chapter 90 and try to write 5,000 words per chapter. However, I'll still update every day. Thank you, reading friends. Please bookmark. Thank you. Chapter 79. He Tianshu brought Zhang Xiaohua to a spacious area and asked, "Xiaohua, I heard that you've never learned martial arts before?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "Yes, I've never learned before." He Tianshu asked again, "You're quite strong, right?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded again and said, "Yes, I didn't feel it before, but since the new year, I feel that my strength has been increasing. I heard that the stone weight I lifted at the Lotus Flower Escort Agency was 500 pounds. He Tianshu said, "That's good. Give me a punch with all your strength and give it a try." Zhang Xiaohua thought for a bit and asked, "Use all my strength?" He Tianshu said, "Yes, it's okay, use all your strength, don't be afraid that I'll get hurt." Zhang Xiaohua said, "Okay then, be careful." After saying this, Zhang Xiaohua took a deep breath and used all her strength to raise her right fist and punch towards He Tianshu's body. He Tianshu looked at the incoming fist and also raised his right palm, but he only used 20% of his strength, thinking that it was more than enough. When the two people's fists collided, He Tianshu knew that he was wrong and immediately used another 30% of his strength to block Zhang Xiaohua's fist. His body swayed slightly and his right arm became numb from the shock. He thought to himself, "This Xiaohua really does have 500 pounds of strength, she's born with divine strength." Zhang Xiaohua was even more shocked and thought, "Oh my god, Captain, he is too strong." When my fist hit him, his body only swayed a little. The difference between whether or not he knows martial arts is too big. This won't do, I must learn martial arts properly. He Tianshu's right arm was numb and he couldn't raise it. He wanted to use his left hand to rub it and move it, but when he saw Zhang Xiaohua's worshipful expression, he was a bit embarrassed to do so. He could only secretly frown and praise Zhang Xiaohua. "Not bad, Xiaohua, your strength is not small." Then he patted Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder and moved his shoulders without a trace, saying, "Now I'll officially start teaching you martial arts." Zhang Xiaohua nodded excitedly. "Thank you, Captain He." He Tianshu smiled, then got into a horse stance and said, "Watch my posture and learn from me. This is called the horse stance. Come you too." Zhang Xiaohua carefully looked at He Tianshu's posture and imitated him in the horse stance. He Tianshu stood up and pointed out a few of Zhang Xiaohua's mistakes. He then said, "Good, you did a good job. From now on, you will practice the horse stance for 2 hours every morning and night. Today you can do it first. I will come over later to take a look." After saying that, he patted his butt and left. Zhang Xiaohua's head was filled with confusion. She kept shouting in her heart, "Practice martial arts, practice martial arts, I want to practice martial arts, I want to practice martial arts. How can you just let me do this posture and you run away?" As He Tianshu walked through the door, he turned around to look at Zhang Xiaohua in the horse stance. He took a big stride and jumped into the shadow of the wall. He swung his arms with all his strength and sucked in a breath of cold air. He thought to himself, "This brat, where did he get so much strength from? Judging from his strength, it should be more than 500 pounds. AI, careless, careless, I almost made a fool of myself." The ancient said, "Even a boat can capsize in a ditch. Next time, I have to be more careful." What careful? Next time, I definitely won't give him this chance. I have to think of a way to beat this brat up. I'll let him stand like this for now and reduce his prestige. I'll let him stand until his waist and legs are sore. He stuck out his head with lingering fear and looked at Zhang Xiaohua. Only then did he pull himself together and walk back to his hut. Under the light, Looking at the bruise on the lower part of his palm, Tianshu could not help feeling a little stunned. He took some medicinal wine and slowly rubbed it. At the same time he thought to himself, to be honest, when Miss O told me about this, I didn't care at all. This Zhang Xiaohua was a simple and honest good boy who had not seen the world and was teased by the manservant in the villa. I also saw it in my heart, so I inevitably sympathized with him. But that was human nature. Moreover, in his view, Zhang Xiaohua was a manservant in the villa and had nothing to do with me. I just sympathized with him because I didn't have the good style of meddling in other people's business. Although there was no precedent in Xueqi Villa to teach a manservant martial arts, the master of the villa said that he could just do it casually. Who didn't know the superficial skills? Everyone would have the vanity of being a teacher, so there was nothing wrong with giving some pointers. However, Oh Yen seemed to have seen through his thoughts, but she didn't say it clearly. She just told him that Zhang Xiaohua had the strength of 250 jin with one arm. Thinking of his disapproving expression at that time, Tianshu couldn't help but feel ashamed of his arrogance. Although hearsay was wrong, it was not desirable for a frog at the bottom of a well to take things for granted. Therefore, after thinking about it, Tianshu temporarily cancelled the idea of teaching Zhang Xiaohua martial arts directly. Instead, he let him practice the horse stance first and lay a good foundation for learning martial arts. Presumably, this was the real idea of the master of the villa. Otherwise, he could have found a subordinate to teach him directly. Why did he have to do it himself? Looking at the time, Tianshu was about to get up and take a look at Zhang Xiaohua's pitiful appearance. Thinking back to the first time he performed the horse dance, he still felt a lingering fear. Just as he got up, he changed his mind and sat down again. He rubbed his already fine palm and laughed. Let Zhang Xiaohua perform the horse dance for a while longer. How dare he embarrass himself? If he didn't vent his anger, how could he be his master? However, he didn't think about who asked him to use all his strength. He was careless and only used 50% of his strength. After the time it took to smoke a cigarette, Tianshu was a little ashamed. Forget it, he should hurry up. It was the child's first time learning martial arts. He shouldn't dispel his enthusiasm after just one time. If Zhang Xiaohua didn't learn, he wouldn't be able to explain it to the master of the villa. When Tianshu walked quickly to the place where Zhang Xiaohua was practicing the horse dance, the situation in front of him surprised him. Zhang Xiaohua wasn't like he imagined, lying on the ground like a pile of mud. He also wasn't standing there pitifully, waiting for him, the savior, to save him. Zhang Xiaohua's horse dance was steady, just like when he had just left. Tianshu couldn't help but feel a burst of joy in his heart. Why was this kid the same as him when he practiced the horse dance for the first time? Even if he was lazy, he didn't do it properly. How could there be a kid who didn't have any aches and pains after practicing for such a long time? No matter what, he had to give him some face and put on a decadent appearance. However, thinking of himself and his master in the past, Tianshu didn't have the intention to point out Zhang Xiaohua's laziness. When Zhang Xiaohua heard that Tianshu had returned, she turned around and asked with concern, "Captain He, why did you take so long to come back? Is there something wrong with the dishes tonight? Did you eat something bad?" Then she said to herself, "This Xuanxi manor is good in every way, but there are too few toilets. Every day, we have to line up to use the toilets. That day, I should have asked Elder Yu to give some reasonable suggestions to the manor lord to improve our living environment and increase our enthusiasm for work." Then, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have thought of something and said mysteriously to Tianshu, "All right, Captain He, if you encounter this problem next time, you can go to the fields to solve it. Don't line up there like an idiot. I always do this at home. The sky is so dark, no one will see. Moreover, isn't that good for the crops? Doing this is also a contribution to the manor." Bang! Tianshu fell to the ground. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly asked, Captain He, what happened?" Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's expression, she really wanted to help Tianshu up. However, without Tianshu's instructions, she still remained in the horse stance and didn't dare to get up. Tianshu jumped up from the ground like a carp and said in a bad mood, "It's nothing, I just stepped on dog poop." Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood and said, "Oh, I see. This dog is too much. Why doesn't it know how to poop in the fields? It would save people the trouble of picking it up. All right, Captain He, your posture just now was so cool. When can you teach me?" Tianshu smiled and said, "No problem, This is called a carp jumping up. I'll teach you one day. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. I'm talking about the posture when you fell just now. That's called a carp jumping up? This name is really strange. He Tianshu was also stunned. He Tianshu walked in front of Zhang Xiaohua and carefully looked at her from top to bottom, left to right, front to back, and said to her with a smile, Xiaohua, your memory is not bad. You were lazy for so long just now, but your posture is exactly the same as mine. Not bad. A genius has fallen from the sky. All right, that's all for today. We'll continue tomorrow morning. After saying that, he didn't wait for Zhang Xiaohua to speak and turned to leave, yawning as he walked. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she quickly got up and said with grievance, Captain He, I wasn't lazy. I really wasn't. He Tianshu thought to himself, this kid, even his answer is as cool as mine in the past. He's a promising talent. He didn't turn around and asked, Are your legs sore? Can you still walk now? After saying that, she quickened her pace and ran back to her room. As she walked, she thought, the feeling of being a teacher is really satisfying. Back then, did Master smile like this in his heart as he went back to his room? Leaving her blushing, she slowly slipped back to her room. When she thought about how she was exposed for being lazy, she was so shy that she didn't dare to raise her head, afraid that Master would see. When she got back to her room, she let out a sigh of relief. Now that I think about it, Master had already found out, but just didn't punish me. It's also because of this that I worked hard and stood out. Looks like I did the right thing today. Tomorrow morning, Zhang Xiaohua will definitely be like me back then, working hard and no longer being lazy. However, He Tianshu didn't hear Zhang Xiaohua's different answer. My legs are sore? My legs aren't sore, Captain He. I'm not tired at all. Of course I can walk. Hey, Captain He, don't run. Didn't you say you were going to teach me martial arts? Hurry up and teach me boxing. I'm really not tired. I can still do boxing. Unfortunately, He Tianshu didn't hear it. While Zhang Xiaohua was praising what a cool qigong, he slipped back to his room, leaving Zhang Xiaohua to walk back to his room in confusion. He continued his battle with smelly feet at night. Please add it to your collection, thank you. Chapter 80. The next morning, the sky was gloomy, but Zhang Xiaohua's mood was bright and sunny. Early in the morning, Zhang Xiaohua arrived at the place where she practiced the horse dance last night. She thought happily in her heart that it was time to teach her boxing today. After waiting for a while, He Tianshu came over. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was already standing there, he was very happy. He nodded and said, Zhang Xiaohua, you're really not bad. You woke up early. That's good, let's start today. Zhang Xiaohua asked, What boxing technique are you going to teach me today? He Tianshu was stunned. Boxing technique? Hee, don't be in a hurry. First practice the horse stance well. The horse stance is the foundation of boxing. If you don't practice the horse stance well, your lower body won't be stable. As the saying goes, if you want to practice martial arts, first practice the horse stance, or practice the horse stance for 3 years. Once your lower body is stable, it'll be easy to learn anything. Zhang Xiaohua opened her mouth wide. What? I have to practice the horse stance for 3 years? What else can I learn? Right, what's the lower body? He Tianshu smiled and said, 3 years is just a metaphor, but it's also possible that you have to learn the horse stance while practicing boxing. Anyway, if you don't practice the horse stance well, it won't be easy to master boxing. The lower part refers to the area below your waist. Only when your legs are stable can you not be at a disadvantage in a fight. Oh right, didn't you see how you punched me yesterday? Although you used a lot of strength, you didn't notice my legs, right? I used the horse stance at the last minute. Didn't you feel that I was standing very steadily yesterday? That's right. If the lower body is floaty and your punch makes me retreat, you'll have the upper hand. If you continue to fight, you'll be suppressing me. If I want to take the upper hand and beat you, it'll be very difficult. Do you understand? Zhang Xiaohua nodded as if she didn't fully understand. Then she asked weakly, Captain He, what's the upper hand? He Tianshu immediately assumed the horse stance and stood there firmly, saying, That's a good question, but I won't answer it today. You'll slowly understand it in the future. All right, let's begin today's lesson. Zhang Xiaohua, continue assuming the horse stance, the same stance I taught you yesterday. Continue. Of course, it's difficult at the beginning, but you must persevere. Don't think about slacking off. At the beginning, you only need to persevere for the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Take a rest, then continue. If you can persevere for 1 or 2 months and persevere for a meal, or even better, then I can teach you fist techniques. Zhang Xiaohua said in surprise. Captain He, you said that I can hold it for a meal's time? He Tianshu nodded and asked curiously, yes, what's wrong? Practice. He Tianshu was to practice. Captain He Tianshu's is, Master He Tianshu understood, and said with a smile, it doesn't matter if it's breakfast or dinner. You have to do it to my satisfaction. Zhang Xiaohua said resentfully, okay, I got it. I'll do the horse stance for you now. With that, she faced the east, raised her head, and put her hands on her waist. She took the horse stance steadily. He Tianshu smiled as he looked at Zhang Xiaohua's movements. He pointed out a few small mistakes, nodded, and praised. Zhang Xiaohua, not bad. You still remember what I taught you yesterday. Let's see how long you can hold it. If you're tired, let me know and you can rest. Zhang Xiaohua didn't say anything after answering. Her eyes looked at the gloomy sky in the distance, as if she wanted to find the sun there. He Tianshu also walked to the side and began his daily practice. At this time, the other 3 also came out and found a place to practice. He Tianshu was practicing the 1,000 Leaves Palm today. When he first started, he paid attention to Zhang Xiaohua and waited for him to say that he was tired so that he could let him rest first. But as he practiced, he started to focus on his own palm technique and put everything else to the back of his mind. The 1,000 Leaves Palm was very complicated, and it took a lot of effort to practice it from beginning to end. He Tianshu didn't practice it often, so sometimes there would be some inconsistencies. But today, for some reason, from the first move to the last move, it was very smooth. When He Tianshu exhaled and finished, he heard a burst of cheers from the side. He couldn't help but feel a little smug and thought, this group of little brats, they can tell that my 1,000 Leaves Palm has improved. How rare. As he thought, he turned around and said, you guys. Halfway through, he swallowed the rest of his words. Why? There was no one around He Tianshu to watch. The 3 people were cheering at the place where Zhang Xiaohua was in the horse stance. After He Tianshu finished practicing the 1,000 Leaves Palm, he was already far away from where he was standing. Before he reached the place where Zhang Xiaohua was in the horse stance, he heard someone say from afar, do you dare to bet with me? This Zhang Xiaohua can still stand for 2 meals. If you win, you have to wash my socks for 3 days. Another person said, you're really shameless. How about this? I won't take advantage of you. I bet that Zhang Xiaohua can still stand for 3 meals. If you win, you have to wash my socks for 2 days. The last person said to the other 2 with contempt, you guys can forget about it. Look at the situation, Zhang Xiaohua can stand for an entire morning and still be fine. What's the point of betting? Then the 3 people said in unison, Zhang Xiaohua, you can do it. Zhang Xiaohua, you can do it. He Tianshu walked closer and sternly scolded. What are you guys doing? Why aren't you practicing? When the 3 people saw that He Tianshu had come, they all rushed forward and talked at once about what had happened. It turned out that when the 3 of them came to practice, they had already seen Zhang Xiaohua in the horse stance, but they didn't pay much attention to it. After all, they had all practiced the horse stance before, so they didn't get too engrossed in the practice. The 3 of them secretly glanced at Zhang Xiaohua as they practiced, wanting to see how he would be unable to hold on and sit on the ground. But as they watched, they realized that something was wrong. Zhang Xiaohua wasn't like them when they first started practicing the horse stance, where the horse stance got lower and lower until he finally sat on the ground. Instead, he was in the same position and didn't move at all. It was as if he had been in the same position for 3 years. The 3 of them watched and stopped practicing. They looked at each other and gathered around Zhang Xiaohua to ask about Zhang Xiaohua's situation. Zhang Xiaohua continued to practice the horse stance while talking to them. His face wasn't red, his heart wasn't beating fast, and he wasn't even panting. He was actually as relaxed as sitting on a chair. When the 3 of them heard that Zhang Xiaohua was really practicing the horse stance for the second time, they really didn't know what to say. Since they couldn't say it out loud, they could only shout. The 3 of them cheered together. He Tianshu looked at Zhang Xiaohua suspiciously, then looked at the 3 of them and asked, are you sure that Zhang Xiaohua didn't slack off? The three of them nodded in unison. He Tianshu said to Zhang Xiaohua, Xiaohua, you were also in the horse dance last night. You didn't slack off, right? Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, Yes, Captain He. I really didn't lie to you. I didn't slack off. He Tianshu said solemnly, Yes, I believe you, Xiaohua. By the way, are your legs sore now? Are there any other parts of your body that don't suit you? Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, It's fine, Captain He. My legs are a little sore, but there's nothing else on my body that's uncomfortable. He Tianshu thought for a moment and said, Zhang Xiaohua, if you were to stay in the horse dance the entire time, how long do you think you could stay in it? Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, Probably until noon. I feel quite relaxed. He Tianshu's expression changed and was about to say something when Zhang Xiaohua saw that He Tianshu's expression had changed. She quickly said, Captain He. If I persevere a little longer, I can still stay in it for a little longer. It's not impossible for me to persevere until night time. This way, you should be able to teach me martial arts. He Tianshu's expression became even more gloomy as he asked sternly, Zhang Xiaohua, tell me the truth. Have you really never practiced martial arts before? Have you never practiced the horse dance before? Zhang Xiaohua was still in the horse dance and didn't dare to move. She said anxiously, It's true, Captain He. Before I met you, I really didn't practice martial arts. This is the first time I've heard you talk about the horse dance. He Tianshu thought for a moment and realized that it was true. When he was teaching yesterday, Zhang Xiaohua's movements were very stiff. She really didn't know how to do the horse dance. Moreover, if she had practiced martial arts before, there was no need to lie to him. Having a foundation was better than having no foundation at all. Suddenly, a thought flashed across He Tianshu's mind like lightning. Could this Zhang Xiaohua be a martial arts genius? However, when he looked at Zhang Xiaohua's ordinary face, childish expression, and slightly thin figure, he couldn't associate her with the word genius at all. For the first time, He Tianshu doubted his own point of view. Aren't all geniuses as handsome as me? Just as He Tianshu was thinking, someone beside him said, Captain He, it's time to eat. Otherwise, it'll affect the morning's work. He Tianshu nodded and said, Okay, let's hurry to the dining hall. Work is more important. What's the length of those herbs? Everyone will be affected. After he finished speaking, he led everyone into the small courtyard and rushed to the dining hall. Only Zhang Xiaohua, who was still in the horse dance, was left there crying and shouting, Captain He, I'm hungry too. What should I do? He Tianshu, who had already run to the small courtyard, slapped his head and said, I forgot about Zhang Xiaohua. He quickly turned around and shouted, Xiaohua, I'll let you pass. Hurry and eat. If there's anything else, we'll talk about it at night. Zhang Xiaohua responded and stood up. She was as nimble as a rabbit, without the slightest pain in her waist and legs. She followed the four people and rushed to the dining hall. In the dining hall, the people in green clothes and hats had already finished eating. When they saw Zhang Xiaohua rush in, everyone had a look of schadenfreude. When Zhang Xiaohua sat down and didn't pick up her chopsticks, Xueqi came over and said, Zhang Xiaohua, I know you're young and growing. It's inevitable that you're sleepy, but you also have to know your limits. You can't be too late. I won't pursue this matter this time, but if you're so late next time, I'll deduct your wages. Do you understand? Zhang Xiaohua wanted to explain, Xueqi immediately said earnestly, Don't say so many reasons. Being lazy is being lazy. Being late is being late. I've heard from Ma Jing. Don't find any excuses. I hope you can correct yourself in the future. If you correct yourself, you'll still be a good servant in Huanqi Manor. Then, he patted Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder and walked away. Zhang Xiaohua looked up at Ma Jing. That guy smiled at Zhang Xiaohua, threw down his chopsticks, and slipped out of the dining hall. Zhang Xiaohua was disgusted. She thought, who did I provoke? I'm just a newcomer. I just want to practice martial arts. Why does this Ma Jing want to bully me? Chapter 81. Zhang Xiaohua naturally understood the thoughts of these people after hanging out with them for a long time. Some of them were born servants at Huanxi Mountain Villa, while some were children from families near Pingyang City. They were sent to the mountain villa to earn money for their families. Life in the mountain villa was leisurely but boring at the same time. After a long time, their hearts would inevitably feel empty. However, the rules in the mountain villa were also strict. These people definitely did not dare to commit big mistakes, but they had secretly done many things like scheming and flirting. Ma Jing probably belonged to the kind of people who felt empty in their hearts. He was usually bullied in front of others. Now that he saw Zhang Xiaohua, who was even more interesting than him, how could he let her go? Naturally, he would think of ways to bully her for fun. However, Zhang Xiaohua's mind was on practicing martial arts. She would not take their petty tricks to heart. She laughed in her heart and muttered to herself, "How can a sparrow or swallow know the ambition of a swan?" Unconsciously, Zhang Xiaohua had already seen through the psychology of this group of people. She had a faint feeling of looking down on them. Zhang Xiaohua naturally did not know that she had changed. In fact, most of the changes in one's body were usually seen clearly by others, but not by oneself. Thinking 3 times a day was the work of a saint. Zhang Xiaohua only knew that she disdained to play these tricks with Ma Jing. This gloomy day, Zhang Xiaohua had a very fulfilling time. She was busy here and there. Her excited mood yesterday had already calmed down. Although it was only a night, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. She did not expect that the martial arts practice that she had been thinking about day and night would start with practicing the horse stance. She had guessed the process but not the beginning. However, this horse dance was too easy. How could it be called practicing martial arts? Since she had already seen the shadow of practicing martial arts, Zhang Xiaohua naturally threw away the burden in her heart and waited wholeheartedly for He Tianchu's arrangement. In contrast to Zhang Xiaohua's leisurely mood, He Tianshu was in a completely different mood. Yesterday, He Tianshu did not take the matter of Zhang Xiaohua practicing martial arts seriously. He thought that it was just a small wave in life that would subside after a while. However, ever since he saw Zhang Xiaohua practicing the horse dance in the morning, He Tianshu's heart was in turmoil. Although Tian Zhongxi and the other manservants were especially envious of He Tianshu's treatment and looked up to their lives, He Tianshu himself was also full of bitterness and did not know how to vent it. Where there were people, there would be conflicts. Where there were conflicts, there would be scheming. The scheming of the disciples of the Misty School was actually not much different from the scheming of the manservants. This He Tianshu seemed to be the sacrifice of this struggle. It was simple to say. Needless to say, the top figures of the Misty School aside, there were plenty of low-level disciples like He Tianshu in the sect. These people were also divided into numerous private factions according to their own likes and dislikes, personality rejection, and other reasons. To survive in this kind of faction, the most important thing was naturally martial arts. With first-class martial arts, not only did they not need to rely on others, but they could also stretch out their legs and let others hug them. Without martial arts, they could only rely on their own interpersonal relationships. Jianghu people were not nobler than ordinary people. When it came to interpersonal relationships, they were all the same. As long as there was a relationship, it was valuable in Jianghu, in the sect and in the mortal world. As for He Tianshu, his martial arts were ordinary, and his personality was also ordinary. There was nothing to be proud of, and in terms of interpersonal relationships, he was even worse. He did not know how to flatter others, nor did he know how to curry favor with others. Therefore, in the sect, he only had a few good friends who drank and drank. Usually he could drink and brag, but other than that, there was nothing good about him. Look, the medicinal field in the Huanxi Manor needed people to take care of it. Of course it was He Tianshu, who was not loved by his uncle or grandma. It was said to be an important task in the sect that needed elites to personally take care of it. In fact, it was just farming work. It was just a tall hat for him to wear. This medicinal field had been planted for several months, and he had not seen Zhang Chengyue and the others come to take a look. How could it be considered important? The important elites were all going to fight the Luo Shui gang with real weapons. Thinking about the appearance of others waving their swords, and then looking at the exquisite little medicinal shovel in his hand, He Tianshu felt a burst of tightness in his chest. However, Zhang Xiaohua's appearance seemed to give him a glimmer of hope. What did it mean to be a martial arts genius? Not only did it mean that he could create miracles, but it also meant that his status in the sect would rise. It meant that in the future, he would no longer have to work as a farmer in this small medicinal field. It was common sense that a father's status depended on his son. It was the same for a master to follow his disciple. Now that he thought about it, He Tianshu somewhat regretted letting Zhang Xiaohua call him Captain He. If she had called him master earlier, then this genius disciple would not have been able to escape from the palm of his hand. However, with Zhang Xiaohua's naive appearance, it was likely that he would not have any other intentions. But thinking about Zhang Xiaohua's martial arts, He Tianshu was once again at a loss. Martial arts were naturally divided into internal strength and external strength. As the saying goes, internally, one's breath is cultivated. Externally, one's muscles, bones, and skin are cultivated. No matter what kind of martial arts one practiced, there must be conditions. Let's talk about internal strength first. Naturally, one must have the incantation for internal strength and the method to practice it. Not to mention that He Tianshu's own internal strength was mediocre. The cultivation method was also very common in the Misty School. Even so, these cultivation methods could only be practiced by internal disciples of the Misty School. Privately teaching them to Zhang Xiaohua was absolutely out of the question. Otherwise, before Zhang Xiaohua, this genius, could cultivate her internal strength, the elders of the law enforcement hall would recover Zhang Xiaohua's internal strength. He would also be more miserable than the Huanxi mountain villa. At least here, he could still eat first-class meals. At that time, he estimated that he could only eat plain tea and simple meals. In fact, there was another point, and that was that the mental cultivation method of internal strength was generally practiced from a young age. At that time, the meridians of the whole body were not fully formed. Early practice would help to stabilize the meridians and lay a good foundation for future development. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua's meridians had already formed, so it would be difficult for her to practice internal strength. Therefore, for the time being, He Tianshu didn't think too much about internal strength. The only thing left was external strength. When external strength was practiced to a certain extent, it could reach the effect of external strength. It wouldn't necessarily be at a disadvantage when fighting with an internal expert. For example, the external expert Xueqi from the Misty School was younger than He Tianshu, but his achievements were far beyond He Tianshu's. However, there were also conditions to practice external martial arts. When Xueqi was young, he was also tall and big. His muscles were not comparable to ordinary people. This Zhang Xiaohua didn't seem to have that kind of capital. And the most important point was that to practice external martial arts, one must have the assistance of medicinal herbs. Think about it. Don't external martial arts practitioners use external forces to stimulate their bodies to make their bodies strong? After the stimulation, the body not only needed to be nourished with medicinal herbs, but also relied on medicinal herbs to recuperate. This treatment and recuperation could effectively improve one's skills. Otherwise, if you only relied on external forces to stimulate your body, then you could only wait for others to collect your corpse. It was simply impossible to enter Jianghu. Although Xueqi was powerful, he relied on mountains of medicinal herbs. Otherwise, why would there be the saying, "The poor study while the rich study martial arts"? It also made sense. Thinking of this, He Tianshu also had a headache. Huanxi Villa had piles of medicinal herbs, but they were all from the Misty School. They were not He Tianshu's own. He didn't have any courage to take them. Besides, if a pile of medicinal herbs could work, he could secretly use them. But this was not a pile of medicinal herbs that could work. He couldn't steal medicinal herbs every day. With so many worries, could He Tianshu really calm down? Until after dinner, when He Tianshu came to the same place, he still hadn't thought about what to do in the future. However, at this time, he still had time to think about it. He thought that Zhang Xiaohua was not waiting for him there. He Tianshu couldn't help but be a little surprised. What's wrong with this kid? Yesterday, he was still full of interest. Why is he slacking off today? No, he's the guarantee of my good life in the future. I must make good use of him. He turned around and was about to find Zhang Xiaohua when he heard the sound of running. He looked up and sure enough, it was Zhang Xiaohua. When Zhang Xiaohua ran in front of him, He Tianshu's face became serious and he asked seriously, "Zhang Xiaohua, why are you so late today? Is it because you feel that practicing martial arts is easy? Or do you feel that the horse stance is easy?" Zhang Xiaohua saw that He Tianshu was angry and quickly explained, "Captain He, no, I didn't mean that. It's just that brother she told me to have some other things to do, so I was delayed." When He Tianshu heard this, his brows relaxed. He nodded and said, "And I know. If you don't have anything to do in the future, come earlier. As the saying goes, an inch of time is an inch of gold. The more time you have to practice martial arts, the more you can improve." Zhang Xiaohua nodded seriously and said, I know, Captain He. He Tianshu continued. Then let's start now. Let's get into the horse dance for a while. With that said, He Tianshu took the lead and got into the horse dance. Zhang Xiaohua didn't hesitate. She spread her legs apart and put her hands on her waist. She squatted down and steadily got into the horse dance. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua had gotten into the horse dance, He Tianshu didn't waste any time. He told Zhang Xiaohua about the things to take note of and the benefits of getting into the horse dance. After he finished, He Tianshu asked, "You're clear now, right? Do you feel that your lower body is stable?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded in agreement. Then, He Tianshu asked again, "Does your waist and legs hurt?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "It doesn't hurt. It's just like normal." He Tianshu nodded to himself. She was indeed a genius. Then he said, "Okay, then you can get up." Zhang Xiaohua stood up naturally as if she wanted to stand up from the chair. He Tianshu looked at her and nodded again. Then, He Tianshu asked, "You haven't learned any fist techniques before, right?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "I haven't learned it before, but I've seen people practice Liu Hequan at the Lotus Flower Escort Agency." He Tianshu nodded and asked, "You still remember, right? Can you show it to me?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "No problem." With that said, she got into the starting position of Liu Hequan and was about to start practicing. "Please add it to your collection, thank you. I've inadvertently become non-mainstream. That's good too. I don't have to do anything to attract attention." Chapter 82. But He Tianshu waited for a long time and did not see Zhang Xiaohua's next stance. He could not help but ask curiously, "What's wrong, Zhang Xiaohua? Do you want to continue?" Zhang Xiaohua turned her head and said embarrassedly, "Captain He, I'm sorry. I forgot." He Tianshu smiled and said, "It's okay. This Liuha fist is a very complicated fist technique. It's normal that you can't remember it. Just pretend that you didn't see it. Today, I'll teach you a simple Luohan fist. Watch me do it once." With that said, he got into a stance and performed the entire set of Luohan fist once. Then, he asked Zhang Xiaohua, "Do you understand?" Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, "You were too fast. I couldn't see it clearly." He Tianshu smiled and slowly performed a simple set of Luohan fist once again. Then he said to Zhang Xiaohua, "Did you see it clearly?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "I saw it clearly." He Tianshu asked, "Can you show it to me?" Zhang Xiaohua shook her head again and said, "I didn't remember it." He Tianshu nodded and said, "Then I'll do it again. Follow me and learn." With that said, without waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to agree, he got into a stance again and started to practice slowly. Zhang Xiaohua, who was beside him, also slowly learned from He Tianshu. She started to practice one move after another. When He Tianshu was done, Zhang Xiaohua had also finished learning. He Tianshu asked again, "How is it? Can you remember it?" Zhang Xiaohua closed her eyes and thought for a while, then said, "Captain He, can you let me practice it with you again?" He Tianshu said, "Okay." Then he slowly practiced it again. It was even slower than before. Zhang Xiaohua followed him and practiced it again. He Tianshu saw that Zhang Xiaohua had finished learning and said, "Zhang Xiaohua, practice it again. Let me see." Zhang Xiaohua closed her eyes and recalled for a while. Then, she got into a stance and practiced the Luohan fist that she had just learned. But halfway through, she could not continue. Zhang Xiaohua said embarrassedly, "Captain He, I can't remember it. Please practice it again." He Tianshu frowned a little, but he still controlled himself and practiced it even more slowly. Zhang Xiaohua carefully learned it again, but when she practiced it herself, she only practiced a few more moves than before and forgot it again. She could not help but say to He Tianshu, "Captain He, I can't remember it. Can you practice it again?" This time, He Tianshu's frown deepened. He did not practice it from the beginning, but continued to teach Zhang Xiaohua the parts that she had forgotten. He guided Zhang Xiaohua to practice from the beginning to the end, making He Tianshu sweat profusely. It was more tiring than sparring with others. Thinking that Zhang Xiaohua had already learned it, He Tianshu let Zhang Xiaohua practice it again from the beginning to the end. But Zhang Xiaohua stopped halfway and scratched her head in embarrassment. Just as she was about to say something, He Tianshu spoke first. "Did you forget it again? Let me practice it again? Zhang Xiaohua blushed and said yes. He Tianshu sighed and said, this is the last time. Then, starting from the moves that Zhang Xiaohua had forgotten, he taught her the moves one by one. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief and said, you've learned it, right? Zhang Xiaohua nodded vigorously. He Tianshu said, then let's begin. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua picked up the starting stance of the Arhut fist again and practiced it seriously. Luckily, when she reached the parts that she had forgotten last time, she did not stop, but went through them smoothly. But good things did not last long. After another 2 or 3 moves, Zhang Xiaohua stopped again. She peeked at He Tianshu and wanted to say something, but the poor He Tianshu was driven crazy and spoke first. Did you forget it again? Let me practice it again? Zhang Xiaohua cheerfully nodded. He Tianshu was so angry that he did not know what to say. He pointed at Zhang Xiaohua and said, Zhang Xiaohua, are you a genius? Or are you an idiot? The Arhut fist has a total of 18 forms, and it is the simplest fist technique for beginners. Geniuses can learn it once, and those who are slightly smarter can learn it again. The average person can learn it on the 3rd try. Even for me, my master said that I was as stupid as an ox. I was able to complete the entire set of the Arhut fist on the 4th try. This is the 5th time. How can you still only know 11 forms? Zhang Xiaohua carefully said. Captain He, you've made a mistake. You practiced it 6 times. He Tianshu ignored him and continued to say, when other people learn martial arts, the most difficult part is the horse stance. You don't need to practice it at all, and you're doing it better than me. In the past, I endured this horse stance, so I know how difficult it is. Without great perseverance, it is impossible to be as stable as a rock. But you easily passed this obstacle. It is not an exaggeration to say that you are a genius. But why is it so difficult to practice? All right, I won't say any more. I'll practice it for the 6th time, the last time. Zhang Xiaohua corrected him again. Captain He, if you practice it again, it will be the 7th time. He Tianshu waved his hand and said, I don't care if you practice it 7 or 8 times. This will be the last time. After saying that, he practiced it at the slowest speed he could like a snail. He practiced it once. Then he let out a long breath and looked at Zhang Xiaohua with hidden bitterness. Zhang Xiaohua closed his eyes and thought for a long time before getting into his stance. But he still did not bring any good news to He Tianshu. When Zhang Xiaohua practiced to the 13th move, he still stopped and could not continue. Looking at He Tianshu, Zhang Xiaohua opened his mouth, but in the end, he did not say that sentence. He Tianshu looked at Zhang Xiaohua's aggrieved look and had 1,000 complaints in his heart. He did not know what to say, so he stomped his feet and left in a flash. It was still that old saying, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. This He Tianshu had hoped for his own future from Zhang Xiaohua. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's martial arts aptitude, he really could not help but blame himself for being blind. In the night, He Tianshu waved his hand and did not take Zhang Xiaohua with him. He stood there in a daze, looking at He Tianshu's back as he left. He bit his lips and did not follow him. Instead, he frowned and thought for a long time. Then he got into the horse stance, picked up the Arhut fist starting stance, and started practicing it. But not long after, he stopped again. He had forgotten the later moves, so he tried to recall again and again. But in the end, he stopped again and repeated this several times. If He Tianshu was watching from the side, his nose would definitely be crooked from anger. Zhang Xiaohua practiced to the 13th move for the first time, to the 11th move for the 2nd time, and to the 9th move for the 3rd time. In any case, the more he practiced, the more he forgot. In the end, he practiced the first 6 moves repeatedly, not forgetting them again. Such aptitude. Sigh. Not only was He Tianshu sighing, even Elder Yu, who was standing in the corner, shook his head slightly. Even if he had the strength of 1,000 jin, what was the use? Elder Yu, who came over to peek, sighed in his heart and returned to his room. Only Zhang Xiaohua was left, practicing the 6 moves of the Arhut fist over and over again, afraid that he would forget even one move. Knowing that it was getting late, Zhang Xiaohua could not take it anymore. He tidied up and went back to his room to sleep. The room was still filled with a strange smell. Shaking his head, Zhang Xiaohua opened the window as usual. It was strange. It was already May. It was already very hot and stuffy at night without opening the window, But Ma Jing actually closed the window every day. This made Zhang Xiaohua puzzled. Lying on the Kong bed, Zhang Xiaohua's mind was still filled with moves. He tossed and turned, only the 6 moves of the Ahut fist, and slowly fell asleep. In the middle of the night, the dreamscape flickered. However, Zhang Xiaohua did not seem to feel anything in his dream. His 4 limbs trembled along with the flickering. The next morning, Zhang Xiaohua was still the first to go to the training area. He naturally assumed a stance and performed a set of the Ahut fist. No, it was the first 6 moves of the Ahut fist. Zhang Xiaohua was still very satisfied with himself. This time, he did not forget a single move. Not bad. However, when Tianshu came to the training area, in Captain He's eyes, Zhang Xiaohua was not as satisfied as he looked. Captain He's eyes were red. He probably did not sleep well last night. He must have thought about it for a long time. It seemed that not only would people not sleep well when they were excited, but when they were extremely disappointed, it would also cause insomnia. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua repeating the 6 moves, no, there was a mistake. It was 5.5 moves. Tianshu's heart itched. He wanted to go up and kick Zhang Xiaohua's butt. When he left last night, Zhang Xiaohua had learned 13 moves. How come he was only left with 5.5 moves? The 5th move should be to turn left, raise your left arm, and clench your right hand into a fist and punch forward from under your armpit. However, when it came to Zhang Xiaohua, he actually pressed his left arm down, and clenched his right hand into a fist and punched forward like a cannon. Sigh, it could only be considered half a move. Tianshu was speechless. Yesterday, he had taught him hand in hand 6 times, not 7 times. He was only left with 5.5 moves after one night. Moreover, the other 5 moves were also different. They were all different. This talent was too rare. Tianshu shook his head and was about to walk to the side to cultivate. However, when he saw Zhang Xiaohua's sneaky glances and his meticulous boxing, Tianshu's heart softened. Forget it. Anyway, Manor Lord O asked me to teach him boxing. He didn't say that I had to teach him personally. Then he pointed to a disciple who had just come out of the courtyard and said, "You, go over and teach Zhang Xiaohua the Ahut fist." That disciple was startled. He turned his head to look at Zhang Xiaohua's 5.5 moves. He couldn't help but laugh. When he saw Tianshu's glare, he quickly restrained his smile and ran over. He stopped Zhang Xiaohua and let him follow him and teach him the Ahut fist from beginning to end. Tianshu was also practicing and watching at the side. However, he no longer paid attention to that side and focused on his own moves. This was because Zhang Xiaohua's side was purely a copy of what he had taught last night. By the time it was time for breakfast, Zhang Xiaohua had only learned 10 moves. This was under the guidance of that disciple who had patiently taught him repeatedly. Looking at that disciple's sweaty appearance, Zhang Xiaohua felt embarrassed and said, "Thank you, sorry for the trouble." That disciple smiled bitterly and said, "You're welcome. Just treat it as me reliving the old days." However, he secretly complained in his heart, "If I were to continue teaching Zhang Xiaohua like this for a few more days, then this Ahut fist would become my best move. In this misty school, there is probably no other disciple who is more familiar with the Ahut fist than me." Chapter 83. After a day of hard work, Zhang Xiaohua was already used to it, so he didn't feel tired at all. However, from morning till night, he kept recalling the moves of the Ahut fist in his mind. It was a very taxing task. Unfortunately, when he practiced again at night, the disciple who taught him in the morning was also speechless. Zhang Xiaohua actually forgot that there were only 6 moves left. He only remembered the first 6 moves. That disciple bitterly reported to Tianshu. There was no way to teach this disciple. No matter how stupid the others were, they should have already remembered everything that Tianshu taught them. Why couldn't this Zhang Xiaohua remember it no matter what? He couldn't possibly not practice and teach Zhang Xiaohua the Ahut fist, right? Tianshu thought for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "Teach him again tonight. Tomorrow, we'll change to someone else. I don't believe that with the 4 of us, we won't be able to teach him the Ahut fist." That night, the results were plentiful. After the disciple taught him 7 to 8 times, Zhang Xiaohua actually completed all 16 moves of the Ahut fist in front of Tianshu. The misty school crowd watching from the side all had the same thought. Hard work pays off. Even an iron rod can be ground into a needle. The ancients didn't lie to me. When everyone happily returned to their rooms to sleep with the satisfaction of being a teacher, Zhang Xiaohua was still practicing the entire set of the Arhut fist over and over again. Unfortunately, after who knew how many times, Zhang Xiaohua started to forget the moves one by one. Poor Zhang Xiaohua didn't know what to do. He didn't know whether to continue practicing or not. If he didn't practice, he was afraid that he wouldn't remember, but if he practiced, he was afraid that he would forget. He was in a dilemma. In the end, he could only get into a horse stance. It wasn't until late at night that he slowly walked back to his room. The disappointed Zhang Xiaohua didn't know that a pair of eyes had been watching him in the night. It was the one-armed elder Yu who had come to see him last night. The next morning, Zhang Xiaohua's Arhut fist once again dealt a blow to the strong spirits of the Misty School crowd. The confidence that they had built up last night as a teacher instantly collapsed. He Tianshu looked at Zhang Xiaohua's 5.5 moves that were still full of mistakes and decisively changed to another disciple. That disciple also very generously stepped forward as if he was going to sacrifice himself. The only thing missing was the line of "the wind blows coldly, the water turns cold." Today's practice was the same as yesterday's. He Tianshu was speechless again. A genius that was hard to come by. He should be the Misty School's number one. For the next few days, the Misty School crowd took turns to practice. The result was that everyone's understanding of the Arhut fist had reached a brand new realm that no one had ever reached before. Everyone also took turns to relive the warmth of their first practice. Finally, after seeing Zhang Xiaohua's 5.5 moves that were still the same, He Tianshu waved his hand and swept away the last trace of hope in his heart. His once fiery heart once again returned to normal. I always hoped that a big meat pie would fall from the sky and smash into my mouth. Unfortunately, I guessed the process correctly, but not the ending. The thing that fell was a big iron hammer, and the thing that fell was my head. In the days to come in the Huanxi mountain villa, He Tianshu would repeat this sentence the most. Disappointment was disappointment, and resentment was resentment, but the task given by Manor Head O still had to be completed. Thus, He Tianshu changed his strategy and began to teach Zhang Xiaohua the second set of fist techniques, the Heaven's Gathering Fist. The Heaven's Gathering Fist was also an extremely simple fist technique, with a set of 20 moves. He would first practice it once, then teach Zhang Xiaohua step by step. Perhaps it was because he already had the foundation of the Arhut fist, but in the end, Zhang Xiaohua learned all 12 moves on his first try, causing He Tianshu's withered heart to feel a little bit of rain. However, on the second day, Zhang Xiaohua's performance was like a tornado that completely blew He Tianshu's heart into a barren land. The Heaven's Gathering Fist that Zhang Xiaohua had memorized, apart from the starting moves, was only left with 3 moves that were full of mistakes. Furthermore, these 3 moves were not the 3 moves that were linked together in the set, but were actually 3 moves that were separated by the first 12 moves. He did not know how Zhang Xiaohua managed to link them together, but he actually managed to perform them well. Then, naturally, the other 3 disciples took turns to teach him. A few days later, the result was still the same 3 moves, and the mistakes were not corrected. It was still the same as when he was taught. He Tianshu, no, even the other 3 disciples, completely did not hold on to any trace of hope for Zhang Xiaohua. He Tianshu's strategy changed again. He no longer had the 4 of them teach Zhang Xiaohua the same set of fist techniques, but let the 3 disciples each teach Zhang Xiaohua a different set of fist techniques. He did not teach him anymore. Anyway, it was the same no matter who taught. When it came to Zhang Xiaohua, they would all be wrong and would all be forgotten. He did not need to waste his energy on teaching Zhang Xiaohua a set of fist techniques. When the other 3 disciples first started teaching, they also taught the same set of fist techniques a few times. However, they realized that no matter how many times they taught, whether it was once or 20 times, Zhang Xiaohua would always remember the same few moves the next day. No matter how much they taught, it was useless. Therefore, they changed their teaching strategy. They only taught each fist technique once, and no more. Every day, they would only teach 1 fist technique, and no more. Thus, everyone's life in the Misty School returned to its original point. However, every night, one of the 3 disciples would teach Zhang Xiaohua a new set of fist techniques. No matter if it was simple or complicated, there was only 1 set. Then the next morning, Zhang Xiaohua would perform the fist techniques that he still remembered. In this strange practice, Zhang Xiaohua learned the incomplete Erlang Fist, Wei Tuo Fist, Great Sage Fist, 8 Immortals Fist, Tian Luo Fist, Earth Fiend Fist, 6 Stars Fist, Neza Fist, Vajra Fist, Guanyin Fist, Buddhist Fist, Arhut Fist, and Vajra Hammer. 28 Mansions Fist, 4 Immortals Fist, 7 Stars Visiting a Friend Fist, Arhut Mantis Fist, Yaksha Sea Patrolling Fist, Vajra Samadhi Palm, Yaksha Iron Sand Palm, and so on. 1 fist a day was quite fast. Those who were good at learning these fist techniques could remember close to 10 moves, while the worst could only remember 2 or 3 moves. And among these few moves, very few of them could be linked together. Most of them were linked together by Zhang Xiaohua himself. However, it was strange that Zhang Xiaohua linked them together very well. Some of them were as seamless as the antelope's horn. Even he Tianshu was secretly amazed when he saw it. The strangest thing was that Zhang Xiaohua did not remember many of the moves that were completely correct. Most of them were changed by Zhang Xiaohua, and the parts that were changed were firmly remembered by Zhang Xiaohua. No matter how hard he tried to correct them, he would not change them back. Of course, he would not forget them either. After teaching the fist techniques at night, he Tianshu watched as Zhang Xiaohua practiced the incomplete fist techniques that he had learned. He Tianshu shook his head and thought, to be able to learn the fist techniques to this extent, he can be considered a genius. For a long time after that, Zhang Xiaohua would wake up early and work late at night. Every day, he would be the first to arrive at the open space. He would never return to his room until the last moment of the night. His diligence in cultivating made Elder Yu, who had been secretly observing him, nod his head incessantly. He thought to himself, this Zhang Xiaohua's aptitude is really bad. That head of his is like a piece of wood that cannot be carved. However, his perseverance and his ability to endure hardships are not for show. He really is a master that needs to sharpen an iron rod. He really has the potential to be molded. Little did he know that every day when Zhang Xiaohua stepped into the house, he would hold his breath and curse in his heart. When will this Ma Jing start washing his feet? Every morning, when he rushed out of the house, he would shout, "Long live Ma Jing." He could finally breathe fresh air. Sigh, the heavens have eyes. Could it be that behind every successful man, there would be someone silently supporting him? However, could the person behind Zhang Xiaohua be this stinky Ma Jing? Putting aside the fact that Zhang Xiaohua was practicing the basic fist techniques that other Misty School disciples practiced at the age of 4 or 5 in Huanxi Mountain Villa, the Ethereal Mountain Villa, which was adjacent to Huanxi Mountain Villa, was currently filled with joy. In the Ethereal Sex Meeting Hall, it was bustling with noise and excitement. There was no sign of the usual solemnity. Peng was still sitting at the front, smiling as he looked at the bustling crowd below. Although Peng looked calm, the smile on his face let everyone know that sect leader O was very excited and excited. Thinking about it, since the establishment of the Misty School, there were records of it being passed down for hundreds of years. There was no need to mention anything that wasn't recorded. In the records, the influence of the Misty School seemed to have never crossed the Luo River. At its peak, it only covered the southern Wanjian Peak. It was only because of the incompetence of the later sect leaders that the Misty School declined, that they retreated to the vicinity of Pingyang City. Recently, Peng personally commanded the battle against the Luo River Gang. Although naval warfare wasn't the strength of the Misty School, under the arrangement and deployment of Peng, Shangguan Fenglu, and the others, they were able to miraculously take down the Luo River Gang with only a few casualties. Moreover, Peng personally captured the Luo River Gang's sect leader, Xueqi. The Luo River Gang was based on the Luo River and had many members. Although their overall influence was weaker than that of the Misty School, it was only slightly weaker. For the Misty School to be able to take down the Luo River Gang in one fell swoop, the role of the elite team couldn't be ignored. As for being able to take down the upper echelons of the Luo River Gang in one fell swoop, it was all due to the martial arts of the Misty Six Tigers. Now, looking back on the battle at the core of the Luo River Gang, Peng still had lingering fears. He didn't expect Xueqi to be a hidden expert. The few hall leaders and elders in the gang weren't weak either. If not for the fortuitous encounter at the Five Fingers Mountain last year, the Misty School would have been defeated by the Luo River Gang. Perhaps they might even have been left behind in Luo River. Peng couldn't help but be vigilant against himself again. In this world, one must act according to one's ability. Any action that exceeded one's ability could only have one result: playing with fire. But at this moment, the most important thing was to celebrate the hard-won victory. Other things could be considered after the celebration. Now, the entire Misty School was in high spirits. If he were to put on the airs of a parent, it would inevitably dampen everyone's spirits. Although Peng had such a dignified aura, he wouldn't do such a pedantic thing. Everyone in the assembly hall had smiles on their faces, regardless of age. At first, they were still concerned about the dignity of the assembly hall. Later, when they saw that the usually serious sect leader was smiling, everyone relaxed. It was rare for them to be able to have fun here. Tomorrow, they would probably have to be solemn, so they might as well smile. Please add it to your collection, thank you. Chapter 84. Looking at the liveliness in the meeting hall, Peng felt extremely satisfied. Wasn't this man's life to hold up a stable world? He seemed to have done it. Just when Peng was intoxicated with himself, he saw a beautiful figure enter the meeting hall. Peng's eyes lit up and the smile on his face became wider. It was his only sister, Yan. Peng's life experience was miserable since he was a child. His parents died early, so he and his sister depended on each other. After being accepted by the master of the Misty School, his sister naturally followed him to the Misty School. However, she did not follow Peng to become a disciple. Instead, she grew up with Peng's master's wife in Xueqi Mountain Villa. Peng's master had no children. When Peng's master abdicated, the headmaster of the Misty School was determined after careful consideration. Xueqi Mountain Villa was directly handed over to Yan by Peng's master's wife. That was to say, even if Peng was not the headmaster of the Misty School, Xueqi Mountain Villa was still Yan's. Yan could not control Xueqi Mountain Villa because she was Peng's sister. In fact, according to the relationship between Xueqi Mountain Villa and the Misty School, many people thought that it should be managed by Peng's wife. Unfortunately, many things did not seem reasonable. However, in the eyes of the 6 Misty Tigers, this was not the case. Most of them still remembered the little girl who came with Peng a long time ago. They all regarded Yan as their child or sister. They did not care about other people's views and opinions. Xueqi Mountain Villa was their back garden. Of course, they would only be at ease if they handed it over to their own people. Although the headmaster's wife was Peng's wife, she was different from the previous headmaster's wife. She was the founder of Xueqi Mountain Villa. No matter how virtuous and sensible she was still an outsider. How could she be at ease as compared to Yan? Therefore, Yan's status in the Misty School was somewhat aloof. Peng watched his sister walk into the meeting hall with a warm look in his eyes. He was very gratified to see her slowly walking in front of him as if he was looking at his own child. At this moment, Peng was no longer a person. He was the incarnation of a father. It was like seeing his proud and beautiful child appear in front of him. Yan also had the same feeling. The brother in front of her was really not much different from her father. Since she could remember, she had grown up with her brother. He doted on her, loved her, and let her feel the warmth of a father. There were so many words about her father in the book, so she thought of the image of her brother in her heart. It was just that this Zhonghu was too cruel. In the past, when Peng was not the gang leader, every time he went out to fight, Yan would be terrified. She prayed silently for fear of losing her only family in this world. After Peng became the gang leader, he was busy with the affairs of the gang and had fewer opportunities to go out in person. Yan knew her brother's hardships and wanted to use her own strength to help him. Therefore, she had been doing her best to take care of the Xueqi Mountain Villa. From logistics, medicinal materials, and other aspects to ease the difficulties of the Misty School, she helped the development of the Misty School. Even last time, because of the treasure, Peng's relatives were asked to be hostages. Yan did not hesitate to go. She was willing to do anything for her brother. It was just that this time, what Peng wanted to do was a bit too shocking. He wanted to annex a gang whose strength was not inferior to their own, and it was in waters that they were not familiar with. Although she knew that her brother had a fortuitous encounter and had taken medicinal pills that increased his skills, Zhonghu was not only about martial arts. Opportunity and luck were also very important. Besides, this Zhonghu was full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. There was always someone better than you. It was possible that the Luo Shui gang was hiding their strength. During the time that Peng was out, Yan really could not sleep at night for fear of hearing bad news. Yesterday, when she received the news that her brother had returned victorious, Yan wanted to greet Peng as soon as possible. However, Yan also knew that her brother was the gang leader and no longer belonged to her alone. He was the idol of thousands of gang members and there were too many things that needed to be done. Therefore, she waited until the celebration party before she arrived late. Yen walked in front of Peng and said with a salute, "Brother, congratulations on making a great contribution to the foundation of the Misty School." Peng looked at his sister's slightly thin face and said with some heartache, "Yen, how many times have I said it? Don't worry about me. With my current skills, if I encounter any danger, escaping is not a problem and I will not lose my life. Look at you, I haven't seen you for only a few days and you've become so thin. Isn't this making me feel bad?" Yen said with a smile, "It's a pity that younger sister is not a man. Otherwise, you could also go out and fight in your brother's place. What are these worries for now?" Peng looked kindly at his sister. Looking at her face that was so similar to his mother's, he could not help but want to be like before and tug on her little ears. However, this meeting hall was not the main room of the family. He could only wave his hand and say, "The affairs of the gang will naturally be handled by older brother. Yen, you don't need to be alarmed. Even if you are a younger brother, I will not let you easily take risks. I will clear the path for you." Yen nodded with a smile and said, "I already knew this." "Haven't you always been at the forefront since you were young?" Then, Yen asked again, "Brother, how was your battle with the Luo Shui gang this time?" Peng looked at his sister and pointed to the chair next to him and said, "Yen, sit down first. I will tell you slowly." After Yen sat down, Peng began to tell the story of his departure from the Misty School, all the way until he killed his way into the core of the Luo Shui gang and captured the leader of the Luo Shui gang, Shui Yupeng. During this process, Peng tried to make it as simple as possible and skimmed over the dangerous places. However, when it came to the thrilling parts, Yen still broke out in a cold sweat. Although her brother was sitting in front of her unscathed, her heart was still hanging high. When Peng finished his understatement, Yen let out a long breath and said seriously to Peng, "Brother, it seems that it really was very dangerous. If it wasn't for the great improvement in power of older brother and the other brothers, this Luo Shui gang might have been a dragon's pool and a tiger's den." Peng nodded thoughtfully and said, "Actually, if it wasn't for the great improvement in power of us and the other brothers, we wouldn't have had the idea of annexing the Luo Shui gang. This rashly obtained power can cause people to do things that exceed their usual expectations." Yen agreed and said, "That's right, older brother. The consequences or expectations of this action can often not be controlled by people because they haven't gotten used to this great power and haven't let themselves get used to it. Therefore, they can't have a good understanding of the consequences and can easily bring disaster to themselves." Peng smiled and said, "Yen is right. It's like a farmer who suddenly became rich overnight and has other things on his mind. He wants to do things that he didn't have the courage to do before, such as gambling. Perhaps he hasn't been to a gambling house before, or perhaps he has, but he knows that his wallet is dry and he doesn't dare to place big bets. Now that he feels that he has money and can afford to squander it, he comes to the gambling house and boldly places big bets. Of course, if he can win, the farmer is lucky. But if the gamble is out of the farmer's control, then he may lose his family fortune or even his life. Thinking about it this way, it's because he didn't become rich overnight that he can live a stable life and live an ordinary life until he's old." Yen looked at her brother with a smile and didn't say anything else. Peng said lovingly, "Yen, older brother knows what you're thinking. This time, attacking the Luo Shui gang was indeed a bit risky. This is also because of the sudden increase in power. After the lesson of blood, I have also understood a lot. In the future, me and the other brothers will be more careful. Don't worry, your older brother is not just a farmer who became rich overnight." Yen smiled like a flower and said softly, "I know, older brother." Peng asked again, "Yen, how is the situation in the mountain villa's medicine field?" Yen frowned and said, "The situation is still the same. There hasn't been any progress. After the seeds were planted, there still hasn't been any signs of germination. But I don't know why." Peng was a bit anxious and said, "Could it be that the disciples sent don't know how to plant it? Or is it that the method used is wrong? Why don't we have Hall Master Bai or Elder he send a disciple that they're proud of to take a look?" Yen nodded and said, "Perhaps. The method of planting the seeds is based on the usual method of planting medicinal herbs. The disciples in charge of the medicine field were all sent by the medicine hall and have a wealth of experience in planting medicinal herbs. It's just that I don't know why they haven't germinated." Previously, I saw that you were busy with the Luo Shui gang and presumably the medicine hall didn't have any spare time. Now, I reckon that Hall Master Bai and the others will have some time. Peng nodded and said, Yan, you also have to be careful of your body. Don't study too much. If this medicinal herb can be grown, that's the best. If it can't be grown, it's also fine. Older brother doesn't want to see you tire yourself out over such an insignificant medicinal herb. Yan smiled and said, I know, older brother. Although I can't practice high-level internal strength, I still know some basic skills. It's more than enough to strengthen my body. You don't have to worry. Peng also smiled and said, That's right. If you can learn the high-level internal strength of the Misty School, coupled with your mind that likes to study, I will give you the position of the gang leader. I still remember Master's regretful expression when he found out that you couldn't cultivate. It's probably because he felt that it was a pity that you couldn't properly take over the Misty School. Yan rebuked older brother. Look at what you're saying. I'm not interested in the position of the gang leader. Every day, there are so many chores that it's as annoying as the hairs on an ox. It's better to stay in the Huanxi Mountain Manor. There's nothing troublesome all year round. There's plenty of time to look at the moon and admire the flowers. Occasionally, you can also practice your martial arts. Isn't that wonderful? Peng also said enviously, That's right. Looking at how much Master and Mistress love you, it's obvious that they gave you the Huanxi Mountain Manor. I also want to live a life like yours. It's a pity. Yan smiled and said, It's a pity that people in Jianghu have no choice? It's not that bad. Everyone has their own life. Look at older brother. You're like the moon surrounded by stars. You control the power of the gang and work hard for the livelihood of thousands of gang members. Isn't that a life that many people envy? Chapter 85. Peng smiled proudly and said, Yan is right. A real man has an indomitable spirit. Naturally, we have to do something vigorous. Farmers are proud of their crops. Businessmen are proud of their wealth. People of Jianghu are proud of their fame in Jianghu. Since Big Brother has become the leader of the Misty Sect, I naturally have to be proud of the Misty Sect. I have to be proud of the brothers in the sect. I have to be proud of the Misty Sect in my own hands. Maybe when Big Brother is old and can't walk anymore, I will go to your Huanxi Manor to enjoy my retirement. Yan nodded happily and said, The Huanxi Manor will always be reserved for brother, sister-in-law, and future nephews and nieces. And grandnephews and grandnephews. At this point, Peng suddenly asked, Yan you don't seem to be young anymore. Do you want brother to give you advice on your marriage? Yan blushed and said, Brother, you should worry about the affairs of the sect first. If there is a suitable one, I will definitely tell brother. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to talk to Sister Qin. Then, she stood up and walked to a row of hall masters to talk to a middle-aged woman. Peng watched his sister run away and couldn't help but laugh in his heart, thinking, It seems that Yan has reached the age. I have to take care of things for her. However, there are many young men in Jianghu who meet the requirements. I have to slowly choose one. Sister Qin, who was talking to Yan, was the hallmaster of the Misty School's Ming Chui Hall. As the saying goes, men and women of Jianghu are affectionate. If there are men in Jianghu, there must be women. The Misty School was no exception. In addition to most of the male disciples, they also recruited some talented girls to be trained as female disciples. These female disciples, except for a few who followed their masters to cultivate, such as Xueqi, were all in Ming Chui Hall. Generally, the female heroes who had some fame in Jianghu were mostly talented. This talent was reflected in their appearance. Generally, female heroes had beautiful faces that people would never get tired of looking at. Big Sister Qin, on the other hand, was an anomaly. Her appearance was extremely ordinary, and could even be said to be passable. Moreover, her skin was coarse and dark. At a glance, she was no different from a peasant woman in the countryside. In fact, she could not even compare to a peasant woman. Why? You said that the people of Jianghu all practiced martial arts. Of course, they practiced martial arts to protect their lives. Of course, it was also to strengthen their bodies. Needless to say, if you didn't even have a slim body, you would be embarrassed to say that you were in Jianghu. However, Big Sister Qin was not like that. She had a waist like a water bucket. Coupled with that face, she was naturally inferior to a peasant woman. The most infuriating thing was that Big Sister Qin's specialty was the snake fist. However, no one knew whether she practiced it for the sake of practicing martial arts or for other purposes. However, most people did not have the fortune to see it. Those who were able to see Big Sister Qin's snake fist were either beaten to death by her on the spot or fainted from anger. When they returned home, they vomited and died. However, Big Sister Qin also had a good point, and that was that she had a good voice. When she spoke, it was as clear and melodious as an oriole. No one would get tired of hearing it 100 times. When she sang, it caused a sensation in Jianghu. No one knew how many Jianghu elites followed her voice. After listening to her singing, they used their peerless qing gong to escape. When I close my eyes, I want to commit a crime. When I close my eyes, I want to retreat. When I open my eyes, I want to defend myself. This was written by a famous scholar in Jianghu for Big Sister Qin. However, Big Sister Qin also contributed to Jianghu. For a long time, the number of rapists in Jianghu had greatly decreased. Many rapists had washed their hands and no longer dared to believe their own ears. Moreover, the first choice of martial arts for the generation of Jianghu elites was qing gong. Big Sister Qin's contribution to the promotion of qing gong in Jianghu could not go unnoticed. As a result, there were a few sects in Jianghu that specialized in qing gong that wanted to find Big Sister Qin and give her a banner. However, before these sects could make a move, an accident happened. Big Sister Qin's destined son appeared. That day, just as Big Sister Qin was singing in the bath, our big brother Qin followed the sound and came over. He was intoxicated by the sounds of nature. When the singing stopped, he realized the awkwardness of the situation. If Big Brother Qin listened, then he listened. If he saw, then he saw. If he saw, then he should quickly run away. However, Big Brother Qin had despised qing gong ever since he was young. He thought that it was an inferior martial art. Usually, he would not show any disadvantage in qing gong. However, at this critical moment he could see the difference. The other people who had been hiding and eavesdropping also walked away. In the blink of an eye, they had disappeared. Poor Big Brother Qin was easily caught up by Big Sister Qin after she put on her clothes. From then on, he fell into Big Sister Qin's evil clutches and was forced to get married. For a long time after he got married, Big Brother Qin would pull people's hands whenever he saw them and say, "I'm really stupid, really." Then, he lifted his waist that he almost could not straighten up and said, "I only know that practicing qing gong is for escaping. It's not what a real man should do. I also know that rapists have good qing gong because they have ulterior motives. That's why I disdain to practice qing gong. However, I did not know that qing gong is also used to save lives. If you can't practice qing gong well, how can you survive in Jianghu? I really regret it. If God gives me another chance, I will definitely tell Master that I was wrong. If God can add a few more words to this mistake, I will definitely say that I will never dare to eavesdrop on other people's singing again." He then picked up the deer blood and tiger bone soup that he always carried with him and drank it all in one gulp. Then, he cried bitterly. After Big Sister Qin got married, she no longer stepped into Jianghu. She and Big Brother Qin were inseparable. This caused those sects who wanted to give her a banner to fail. It was also an accident that Big Sister Qin joined the Misty School. Big Sister Qin and her husband met an enemy in the wilderness. Both of them were seriously injured. At the moment of life and death, they were saved by the 6 Misty Tigers who were passing by. They were brought to the Misty Mountain Villa for rescue. Unfortunately, Big Brother Qin's injuries were too serious. He passed away after a few days in the Misty Mountain Villa. Big Sister Qin was lucky enough to escape death. So, she joined the Misty School and took charge of the Mingtsue Hall. The Mingtsue Hall was named after the words, 2 orioles singing in the green willows, a group of egrets flying in the blue sky. When Big Sister Qin went to the Misty School, there were naturally many followers of her singing in the sect. These people also sympathized with Big Brother Qin's experience. There were also many people who had been held by Big Brother Qin. However, Big Brother Qin and Big Sister Qin's final battle of life and death shocked them. Even now, it was still remembered by many people. They only remembered that day when Big Brother Qin was dying. Big Sister Qin held his hand and said, "Big Brother, that day you were forced to marry me. I know that I have wronged you. You have suffered by being with me. I have let you down." Big Brother Qin shook his head weakly. He used the last of his strength to hold Big Sister Qin's hand and said, "No, you are wrong. Meeting you is my greatest happiness. The ancient said that after the lights go out, all women are the same. Actually, they are all wrong. After the lights go out, you are the best in the world. With a wife like this, what more can a husband ask for? Can you sing one last song for me? Big Sister Chin dragged her extremely weak body and opened her cracked and bloody lips to sing. A plum blossom stands proudly in the snow. Under Big Sister Chin's lingering singing, Big Brother Chin closed his eyes. Big Sister Chin's face was covered in tears. However, to everyone's surprise, after the song ended, Big Brother Chin forced his eyes open and said, "Also, the deer blood tiger penis soup you made is also very good." Big Sister Chin understood and forced a smile and said, "Nice to meet you." "Nice to meet you too." Then, Big Brother Chin let go of her hand and went straight to the west. Big Sister Chin also fainted in pain. She only woke up one day and one night later. Then, she dragged her injured body and held Big Brother Chin's funeral. She also cut off her will to never marry again and never sing again. When this matter spread to the martial arts world, everyone sighed and said, "Endless love, a plum blossom is the best." Because of this, Big Sister Chin won the respect of everyone in the Misty School. Oh Yen was naturally no exception. She liked this female hall master Ming Tsue very much and would chat with her whenever she had nothing to do. Moreover, Big Sister Chin's voice was so pleasant to the ears. However, Oh Yen didn't talk much with Big Sister Chin today before she saw Zhang Chengyue walk to Oh Peng and whisper a few words. Oh Peng nodded and stood up. He called Big Brother Hu and Big Brother Li of the 6 Misty Tigers, and the three of them left the meeting hall. After the three of them came out, they walked along the corridor to the back of the meeting hall. They passed through a row of spacious rooms and entered a door. The door was also a spacious courtyard. Opposite the courtyard was a lobby. There was a plaque in front of the lobby that said, Law Enforcement Hall. It was the Misty School's Law Enforcement Hall. At this time, a powerful and solemn-looking old man was standing in front of the lobby. It was the Law Enforcement Hall Master Lu Yuzhou. Lu Yuzhou saw Oh Peng and the others coming and went forward to salute. "Greetings, gang leader." Oh Peng quickly returned the salute and said, "Old Hall Master Lu, there's no need to be so polite. Has Xue Yupeng been escorted to the hall?" Hall Master Lu cautiously said, "Yes, gang leader." This time the escort was very careful, so it was a bit slow. Some of Xue Yupeng's family also accompanied her. They followed gang leader's instructions and took good care of her. There were no casualties. Oh Peng nodded in satisfaction and said, "Thank you for your hard work, Old Hall Master Lu. I can only rest assured if I leave this matter to you." Hall Master Lu smiled and said, "Gang leader's words are too serious. This is what this old man should do." Oh Peng smiled and said, "Old Hall Master Lu, there's no need to be so polite. You've been the law enforcement hall master for longer than I have been the gang leader. This cautiousness is all thanks to the Misty School. Alright, let's go in and see what this gang leader of the Luo Shui gang can do." After saying this, he entered the law enforcement hall's door. The others followed behind Oh Peng. The law enforcement hall's hall was very large. There weren't many chairs and there weren't many windows in the hall. They were all closed and no sunlight came in. It was very cold and gloomy. At this time, most of the disciples in the hall had gone to the assembly hall and the square. The ones left were the elite disciples. These people were all holding swords and sabers in their hands. They were ready for battle and didn't dare to slack off. This was because at this time, the gang leader of the Luo Shui gang, Xue Yupeng, was sitting in the hall. Chapter 86. In the law enforcement hall, a white-robed man stood beside a pillar with his hands behind his back. He was staring at the decorative patterns on the pillar. His white robes were slightly wrinkled and stained with blood. However, these, along with his sharp eyebrows and straight nose, only made him look imposing and not dispirited at all. Oh Peng walked into the disciplinary hall and looked up to see this man dressed in white. That person also heard the sound and turned around. Their gazes met in an instant. Oh Peng stopped in his tracks and the man in white froze. The two looked at each other for a moment, their eyes narrowing at the same time. Only then did they withdraw their gazes. The man in white went back to looking at the boring decorative patterns. Oh Peng once again stepped into the disciplinary hall and walked towards the chair placed in the center of the hall. Oh Peng sat on the chair and silently looked at the tall man in white in front of him. He didn't speak and seemed to be thinking about something. The man in white also didn't look at Oh Peng. At this time, the air also froze. The 6 misty tigers also walked into the disciplinary hall. Only Hu Yuni sat below O Peng. Everyone else stood, including Lu Yuzhou. After waiting for a while, some people became impatient. Lu Qingyang, old 5th Lu, frowned and said, "You bastard, you've already been captured by my Misty School. Why are you still putting on airs? Do you want me, old 5th Lu, to give you a beating?" O Peng was a little angry. He glared at old 5th Lu and lightly scolded, "Fifth brother, don't talk too much." Old 5th Lu was unconvinced and said, "Third brother, this bastard." Before he could finish, the man in white said, "Since I've been captured, my life and death are in your hands. Why talk too much?" O Peng smiled and said, "Brother Xueqi, you don't need to lower yourself to his level. My 5th brother is a boor. You don't need to take those words to heart." The man in white, Xueqi Yupeng, snorted and didn't say anything else. At this time, old 4th Shangguan said, "Gang leader Xueqi, do you still think this is your Luo Xueqi gang? Since you know you've been captured by us and are now a prisoner of my Misty School, you should have the awareness of being a prisoner. You shouldn't act so righteous, as if it's a blessing that we captured you and insulted your martial arts for no reason." Xueqi Yupeng glanced at Shangguan Laosi without saying anything. Shangguan Laosi continued, "I know what clan leader Xueqi is thinking. Is it because my Misty School's sudden attack caught the Luo Xueqi clan off guard and caused them to suffer a great loss? If the Luo Xueqi gang had been even the slightest bit vigilant, we would have been the ones completely wiped out." Xueqi Yupeng snorted again and said loudly, "It's just a small trick. It's not worth mentioning." Shangguan Laosi snorted and said sternly, "What dirty tricks? What dirty tricks? What schemes? What schemes? What schemes? As long as you can win, it's a good scheme. Jiang Hu, Jiang Hu, Jiang Hu. We don't need a reason. We don't need to be honorable. Clan leader Xueqi seems to have been a clan leader for so long that you've forgotten the law of the jungle." Xueqi Yupeng said, "There's no need for Master Shangguan to worry about this. I naturally know." Shangguan Laosi said, "Since you know this principle, then you should know that there will be a time when a gang tries to annex another gang. Naturally, there will be a day when you will be annexed by another gang. Clan leader Xueqi can't have forgotten how the Luo Xueqi gang grew, right?" At this time, Xueqi Yupeng's expression was somewhat uncertain. The faith in her heart was slightly shaken. Seeing this, Hu Laoda opened his mouth and said, "Is clan leader Xueqi still regretting your plan to attack the Xian Rong gang? Because of our interference, you failed on the verge of success?" Xueqi Yupeng's expression became even more gloomy. "That's right. My Luo Xueqi gang has always relied on Luo Xueqi for a living. We have no foundation on land. For the sake of Luo Xueqi's development, I did my best to plan for several years to bring the Xian Rong gang under my command. But I didn't expect you to take advantage of my weakness. If not for the fact that my gang's attention was focused on Xian Rong gang, how could you have succeeded so easily?" Shangguan Laosi laughed. "The ancients say that those who scheme against others will always be the ones to scheme against. Clan leader Xueqi must have learned this before. Besides, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. This is not uncommon in Jianghu. To be ambushed by my Misty Mist gang, it can only be said that clan leader Xueqi was too careless. If you can plan to go ashore, how can the gangs on land not plan to enter the water?" Xueqi Yupeng looked up to the sky and sighed. "Man proposes, God disposes. What can I say if God disposes of me?" At this time, O Peng also smiled and said, "Clan leader Xueqi, you're wrong. It's not that God is heartless. This time, God has opened his eyes." Xueqi Yupeng was stunned and asked curiously, "Why does clan leader O say that? Could it be that your Misty School's annexation of my Luo Xueqi gang is actually doing me a great favor?" After he finished speaking, he laughed coldly. O Peng saw this and didn't argue with him. Instead he asked, "Then does clan leader Xueqi know the background of the Xian Rong gang's leader, Zhao Xian?" "Zhao Xian?" Xueqi Yupeng heard this name and said contemptuously, "Isn't he just a mountain bandit who has the support of a wealthy merchant in Yu City and is only able to survive in the cracks between the various sects? What kind of background could he have?" "Then what about Zhang Rong?" O Peng continued to ask. "Zhang Rong?" Xueqi Yupeng was puzzled. "Isn't he the second in command of the Xian Rong gang? Isn't he a scholar that Zhao Xian robbed when he was in the mountains?" It said that the two of them got to know each other through fighting. In the end, they became sworn brothers and Zhang Rong followed suit. Peng smiled and said, "Clan leader Xueqi is right." Later on, Zhang Rong felt that robbing in the mountains was not the way to survive. So, he acted as a middleman and led Zhao Xian to become acquainted with a wealthy merchant in Yu City. Then, he came down from the mountains and established the Xian Rong gang between Yu City and Pingyang City. Xueqi Yupeng listened and nodded involuntarily. Then, Peng asked, "Then why does clan leader Xueqi think that the wealthy merchant wants to cooperate with a mountain bandit with no background?" Xueqi Yupeng thought for a moment and said, "According to our understanding, the wealthy merchant wants to expand his influence and find a chance to make a name for himself. He doesn't want to limit himself to business." Peng asked again, "Then, why doesn't the wealthy merchant seek help from the large sects in Yu City or the Misty School in Pingyang City?" Xueqi Yupeng said, "Maybe he thinks that Zhao Xian is easier to control? If he cooperates with the large sects, he will be eaten up by you." Peng smiled and said, "That makes sense. Clan leader Xueqi, why do you think we haven't taken over the Xian Rong gang since it's so close to the Misty School? Why do you think we're taking over the Luo Xueqi clan instead?" Xueqi Yupeng smiled and said, "How would I know? Maybe he thinks that the Xian Rong gang is just a fly with too little meat." However, Peng said, "Clan leader Xueqi is wrong. The Xian Rong gang is located between Pingyang City and Yu City. If the Misty School can take over the Xian Rong gang, its influence will immediately expand to the vicinity of Yu City. The benefits to the Misty School will not be small." Xueqi Yupeng was also curious and asked, "Then why hasn't clan leader acted yet?" Peng smiled mysteriously and said, "That's because of Zhang Rong." "Zhang Rong?" Xueqi Yupeng was stunned. Peng continued, "Zhang Rong is an abandoned disciple of the Dalan Temple's law enforcement elder, Changgang." Hearing this, Xueqi Yupeng sucked in a breath of cold air. He was also a guild leader, so he didn't lack strategic insight. What he lacked was information, and this lack of information directly led to his and Peng's different judgments of the Xian Rong faction. No one was a fool. Xueqi Yupeng immediately understood what Peng meant. He was about to touch the tiger's butt. The word abandoned made many connections. First of all, as the saying goes, you have to look at the owner before beating the dog. Although Zhang Rong was an abandoned disciple, he was still a member of the Dalan Temple. Although he was abandoned, it did not mean that the Dalan Temple would not care. If you taught him a lesson, wouldn't you be disrespecting the Dalan Temple? Moreover, even if the Dalan Temple did not care, they could not stop the law enforcement elder from expressing his warmth from a personal perspective. How could the Luo Xueqi gang provoke the Dalan Temple's law enforcement elder? Not to mention the connections in Jianghu. Just Changgang's disciple alone was enough to destroy the Luo Xueqi gang. Secondly, if there was an abandoned, there would definitely be a return. Who knew when the Dalan Temple's abbot would impulsively accept this abandoned disciple back into the sect? No one could ignore this possibility. Moreover, this abandoned disciple of the Dalan Temple had not been announced to Jianghu. Even Peng only knew about this through extremely secretive channels. If one day the Dalan Temple announced that this abandoned disciple was just a slip of the pen and ink and could not be counted, then wouldn't anyone who acted against the Xian Rong gang become an enemy of the Dalan Temple? Alas, the Dalan Temple used the word abandoned very cleverly. When Xueqi Yupeng thought of this, he was somewhat disheartened and his expression could not help but become bleak. However, he still sneered and said, "Even if my Luo Xueqi gang could not take down the Xian Rong gang and was eaten up by them, or fell into the hands of the Dalan Temple, it would only be the end of the gang. What's the difference between this and today's situation? Grand Faction Leader this is just the pot calling the kettle black. Since you are the victor, you naturally have the right to laugh." Peng smiled and did not refute him. Instead, he looked at Li Jian. Li Jian nodded and walked out. He came to Xueqi Yupeng and without saying anything, he pulled out the sword at his waist and waved it. Xueqi Yupeng thought that his time was up and closed his eyes like a hero, ready to sacrifice himself. However, after waiting for a long time, he did not feel any pain. Then, he opened his eyes and looked at Peng. Peng looked at him with a smile. Just like before, he did not say a word. Xueqi Yupeng looked at Li Jian in confusion. However, he was immediately stunned by the scene in front of him. This is the sword ray? Xue Yupeng's face was ashen as he looked at the sword ray in Li Jian's hand. He cried out in surprise. Is there really such swordsmanship in this world? After a while, Xue Yupeng let out a long breath and said, Master Li's martial arts have advanced to such a level. I have nothing to say about my defeat. Then he said to Peng, I originally thought that I was unlucky to be ambushed by Grand Faction Leader O and fell into your trap. I felt indignant. When Grand Faction Leader O exchanged blows with me, I was absent-minded and thought that Grand Faction Leader O was only a... Now that I think about it, Grand Faction Leader O seems to have hidden his true strength. Please add it to your collection, thank you. Chapter 87. Peng said, Sect leader Xue must be joking. Swords have no eyes. Who would hold back in a life-and-death battle? This one will naturally give it his all. My second brother's martial arts are naturally higher than mine. This one has always been busy with the sect's affairs and has fallen behind in terms of martial arts. The path of martial arts is like rowing a boat against the current. If you don't advance, you'll fall behind. I'm sure Brother Xue understands this. Finished speaking, he waved his hand at Li Jian. Li Jian understood and withdrew his sword, returning to his original position. Xue Yupeng snorted and didn't reply, thinking, only a ghost would believe that. However, at this time, Xue Yupeng's face was no longer as arrogant as before. Thinking about it, although the Misty School took advantage of the Luo Xue gang by catching them off guard and wiping them out in one fell swoop, they did have the strength to do so. Just by looking at Li Jian's martial arts, the Luo Xue gang was invincible. If they were to fight face to face, the Luo Xue gang wouldn't be able to escape the fate of being wiped out. At this time, Xue Yupeng was out of luck. Peng looked at Xue Yupeng's face and said with a smile, Sect leader Xue, this one has a gift for you. I hope you'll accept it. Finished speaking, he nodded at Shangguan Fenglu, who immediately hurried out of the Hall of Justice. Xue Yupeng looked at Peng strangely, a trace of uneasiness in his heart. Sure enough, not long after, Shangguan Fenglu slowly walked into the Hall of Justice. Behind him was a woman in plain green clothes, holding a 3-year-old child in her arms. The woman's face was pale and her expression was somewhat agitated. The little boy's eyes were darting around as he held a tonghulu in his hand, eating it with relish. The two followed Shangguan Fenglu into the Hall of Justice. Xue Yupeng saw the two familiar figures and immediately couldn't help but tremble. He looked back at Peng with an angry expression and said sternly, Peng, you, without waiting for Xue Yupeng to finish, Peng laughed and cut him off, asking, Sect leader Xue, what did I do? Xue Yupeng lowered his voice, saying, Jianghu people have their own rules. My martial arts are not as good as yours. I can give my life to you. My wife and child don't know martial arts. Why did you take them? In the end, there was a hint of pleading in his voice. Peng was still all smiles as he waved his hand and said, Brother Xue, you're exaggerating. I'm not as bad as you think. While the two were talking, the woman and the child had already entered the law enforcement hall. The boy stared curiously at the group of strangers around him. When he saw a familiar face, he cheered and no longer focused on the candied hawthorn in his hand. He struggled to get out of the woman's arms. The woman hugged him and didn't dare to let go. She looked at Xue Yupeng pitifully. The child's face was also red and his small body was twisting hard. He was about to cry. His hand that was not holding anything also reached out to Xue Yupeng. In an instant, Xue Yupeng's mind was emptied of all thoughts. What Jianghu? What bloodshed? What imperial dynasty? What Jianghu? What Jianghu? What bloodshed? What imperial dynasty? What Jianghu? What Jianghu? What bloodshed? What imperial dynasty? What Jianghu? What Jianghu? What Jianghu? At this moment, Xue Yupeng no longer had his arrogance. He bent his back that had always been straight and reached out with his hands behind his back. He made a gesture of hugging the child. When the woman saw this, she let go of her hands and carefully put the boy on the ground. As soon as the boy's feet touched the ground, he immediately whistled and rushed over with a giggle. Xue Yupeng waited for the boy to come closer. He grabbed the child's armpits and raised him high above his head. His two hands alternated in front and back, causing the child's body to sway left and right, making the child giggle. He seemed to like this game that he often played. When the child was done laughing, Xue Yupeng held the child in his arms. He raised his head, squinted his eyes, and lovingly stroked his little head. He was enjoying this rare family happiness that he thought he would never have again. The boy seemed to be uncomfortable because his father hugged him harder than before. He struggled with all his strength and poked his little face out of Xue Yupeng's arms. He pushed the candied hawthorn in his hand to Xue Yupeng's mouth and said in a childish voice, "Daddy, this is for you. It's so sweet." Xue Yupeng gently said, "Good boy, Tunton. Daddy won't eat it. You can eat it yourself." The boy was unhappy. He twisted his body and said coquettishly, "Daddy, you must eat it. Tian Tian has always wanted to give Daddy some. If Daddy doesn't eat it, Tian Tian will finish it all. When that time comes, Tian Tian will be unhappy." Usually, Xue Yupeng would not eat the candied hawthorn. He would definitely think of a way to make the child eat it himself. At this moment, he suddenly felt his eyes moisten. He looked at the child's eager eyes and opened his mouth. The boy saw that his father had finally agreed and was very happy. He put the candied hawthorn into his father's mouth. When he saw Xue Yupeng take a bite, he smiled sweetly. He also carefully bit the candied hawthorn that was about the same size as his mouth and ate happily. As he ate, he muttered, "Big Sister Xue was right. She didn't lie to Tian Tian. I can really see Daddy here." Xue Yupeng was startled and asked, "Who is Big Sister Xue?" As Tian Tian ate, he looked up and said, "It's that pretty big sister with that thing on her face." Big Sister Xue picked up Tian Tian and Mother and said that she was looking for Daddy. She even gave Tian Tian this delicious thing. "I haven't seen Daddy for a few days." Tian Tian thought that Big Sister was lying. Xue Yupeng immediately understood the reason. Then he carried Tian Tian over to the woman and said, "Good boy, Tunton. Come and play with Mother. Daddy still has things to do. I'll play with you later." Hearing this, Tian Tian stretched out his arms and hugged Xue Yupeng's neck. He frowned and said unhappily, "Then Daddy should come quickly. Don't be like before and always go back on your words." Xue Yupeng smiled and kissed Tian Tian's little face, saying, "This time Daddy will definitely keep his word." Tian Tian cheered and kissed Xue Yupeng's face, saying, "Then Tian Tian will wait for Daddy outside." Then, he obediently let go of his arms and twisted his body to hug his mother. The woman hurriedly and carefully took Tian Tian into her arms. At this time, the woman's expression had returned to normal. Xue Yupeng looked at her and nodded deeply. Her eyes revealed a look of pleasant surprise. She did not say anything to Xue Yupeng and turned to leave the law enforcement hall. Tian Tian, who was in her arms, looked at Xue Yupeng with reluctance. When the two figures disappeared, Xue Yupeng turned around and said to Peng, "Clan leader O." Peng understood and said, "Clan leader Xue, don't worry. Your family of 14 is unharmed." Then, Peng said to the people below, "Bring a chair for clan leader Xue." The people below placed the chair beside Xue Yupeng. Peng said, "Clan leader Xue, please sit down and talk." Xue Yupeng looked at the chair and thought for a moment. Then she took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. She then calmly sat down. Seeing this, Peng smiled in satisfaction. He then said, "Since Brother Xue has sat down, then please listen to what this one has to say." From Brother Xue's point of view, the Luo Xue gang being taken down by my Misty School is the same as being taken down by the Dalan Temple. They are both the result of the gang being destroyed. Actually, Brother Xue, if you think about it carefully, you will find that there is a fundamental difference between the two. If the Luo Xue gang is taken down by the Dalan Temple or the Xian Rong sect, then it must be because Brother Xue's attack on the Xian Rong sect has failed, or the Dalan Temple has come to take revenge on Brother Xue for destroying the Xian Rong sect. However, looking at the strength of the Xian Rong sect and the Luo Xue gang, it should be the latter. At that time, the Dalan Temple will take revenge and will not hold back. Not to mention Brother Xue's family, the brothers in the gang will also suffer heavy casualties. Moreover, the Dalan Temple has the power to control the waterways and will not leave the Luo Xue gang behind. Brother Xue's Luo Xue gang will definitely be destroyed. There is no other choice. Xue Yupeng smiled bitterly and said, "I have overestimated myself. If it was really an egg striking a rock, this would probably be the result." Peng continued, "But now the situation has changed. Brother Xue has not even begun to attack the Xian Rong sect before it was taken down by my Misty School. Brother Xue's Luo Xue gang has yet to form a grudge with the Dalan Temple." Xue Yupeng sneered. Then wasn't the Luo Xue gang taken down by you guys? Didn't it also end up being destroyed? It's just that the casualties in the gang were not heavy. Don't tell me you want me to continue running the Luo Xue gang? Speaking up to this point, she could not help but be startled. She raised her head and looked at O Peng. Don't tell me gang leader O really has such intentions? She seemed to be surprised. Actually, since the Misty School attacked the Luo Xue gang, she arranged for her family to escape. Then, she led the elders and hall masters to fight against the Misty School. As a result, the entire gang was wiped out and captured. Xue Yupeng was already disheartened. She thought that there was no way she could escape the destruction of the Luo Xue gang. From then on, the Luo Xue gang's name would no longer exist in the Jianghu. She would also be killed. The reason they took her to the Misty School was nothing more than to encourage the morale of the gang. Killing the gang leader in front of everyone would have a much better effect than if no one saw it. Therefore, Xue Yupeng had always maintained her integrity. She wanted to leave a good reputation before she left this world. Actually, it was not that Xue Yupeng did not consider the possibility of the Misty School sparing her life and relying on herself to develop the Luo Xue gang for the Misty School. However, thinking about it, although the Misty School did not have any influence on the Luo Xue gang, the Luo Xue gang had so many elders and hall masters. Any one of them might not have the prestige she had in the gang, but there was never a shortage of capable people who could manage the affairs of the gang. With the help of the Misty School's martial strength, even without her, Xue Yupeng, the Luo Xue gang could still develop. Leaving her behind would definitely be a hidden danger to the Luo Xue gang. Therefore, Xue Yupeng had always thought that the Misty School would not spare her. However, until now, O Peng had first compared the strength of the two factions, then brought out the background of the Shinrong faction, and even brought out the martial strength of the Misty School. Finally, he had her family appear. Could it be that Xue Yupeng's heart was stirred up again? She really could not believe that O Peng had such great courage and was willing to spare her so that she could regain control of the Luo Xue gang. Please add it to your collection. Thank you. Chapter 88. When O Peng heard Xue Yupeng's words, he smiled proudly and said, "Why not?" With such a big step in front of him, how could Xue Yupeng not take it? He immediately knelt down and said, "Xue Yupeng greets Chief O." O Peng waited for him to kneel down before he stood up and helped Xue Yupeng up. He said loudly, "Brother Xue is too polite. Since you've entered the Misty School, you're my brother. Please rise." When the rest of the people saw this, they all laughed and went up to congratulate him. Thus, Xue Yupeng once again greeted everyone one by one. After everyone returned the greeting, O Peng asked the gang members to bring a few chairs over for everyone to sit down. O Peng smiled and said to Xue Yupeng, "Brother Xue, are you curious as to why I let you take over Luo Xue and not let someone else replace you?" Xue Yupeng cupped his hands and said, "Since Chief has made such an arrangement, there must be a reason for it. This subordinate will definitely listen to Chief's arrangements. However, this subordinate is indeed curious. From the elders to the hall masters, there are many people who can replace this subordinate. For Chief to use this subordinate is out of this subordinate's expectations. This subordinate is all ears. Please help me clear up my doubts." When O Peng heard Xue Yupeng call him subordinate, he smiled and said, "Brother Xue, you don't have to call me subordinate. My Misty School doesn't have that many rules and I don't see Brother Xue as a subordinate. If you're willing, Brother Xue can call me brother." Xue Yupeng readily accepted and said with a smile, "Since Chief has said so, how can this brother not obey?" O Peng continued, "Although the battle between the Luo Xue gang and Misty School was intense, the disciples of Misty School were all elites and knew how to hold back. Although the Luo Xue gang was taken down, they didn't suffer heavy casualties. It could even be said that they didn't hurt their bones, but their morale was broken. What the Misty School needs to do now is to regain the morale of Luo Xue, so that they can deal with the prying eyes of the other gangs. If it was someone else, not only would they have to reshuffle the cards, they would also have to face the doubts of the other gangs. Although Misty School can support them with force, there will still be internal friction and hidden dangers. This is something the Misty School cannot accept. Moreover, as Brother Xue knows, the Misty School doesn't have any brothers who are proficient in water matters. The Luo Xue gang will still have to be managed by the people of Luo Xue gang, the most suitable candidate for this position. Otherwise, I wouldn't have spent so much effort to invite brother Xueqi to join my Misty school. Xue Yupeng still didn't believe him and said, "Don't tell me Chief can rest assured that brother will go to Luo Xue?" Haha, Openg laughed and said, "Brother Xue, don't use people you don't trust. I can't help but feel at ease letting brother Xue go to Luo Xue. However, I must let brother Xue have some concerns. Brother Xue doesn't need to bring your family to Luo Xue. You can settle down in my Misty Mountain villa. Luo Xue isn't that far and brother Xue can return to the sect often. Moreover, I see that nephew Tian has a unique physique and is a martial arts talent. After this year, I'll let Cheng Yu or Ahai take him in and let him practice my Misty Mountain Villa's techniques. In the future, he will definitely be a pillar of the martial arts world who possesses the strengths of two sections." Xue Yupeng's expression changed slightly and quickly returned to normal. He cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, Chief, for the arrangement." Openg saw this and said with a smile, "Brother Xue doesn't seem to understand what I mean. However, it's no wonder. Since I'm letting brother Xue join my Misty school, I'll naturally give brother Xue some benefits. Otherwise, how could brother Xue be so willing?" Looking at Xue Yupeng's puzzled expression, Openg laughed heartily and said, "Brother Xue, in Jianghu, there are many sections. Gangs also spring up like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. New gangs are formed and old gangs are destroyed. A new generation replaces the old in Jianghu. For example, since the Luo Xue gang was established by the previous chief, it has only been 2 generations, close to 30 years. Xue Yupeng nodded and said yes. However, in the past 30 years, gangs like the Luo Xue gang are as numerous as carps crossing the river. There are countless of them. Openg continued, in Jianghu, sects rise one after another, each leading the way for hundreds of years. However, there are still some sects that remain standing. They are like the rocks in the river. No matter how the situation in Jianghu changes, they are the eternal protagonists. I'm sure brother Xue knows about these sections." Xue Yupeng smiled and said, "Of course. Think about the Dalan Temple and the cult of incense. These super sects have been in Jianghu for hundreds of years. How can I not know?" Openg nodded and continued, "These super large sects have their own fixed mountain ranges, occupying a radius of dozens of miles for their disciples to live and practice martial arts. The most important thing is that these super large sects have their own martial arts heritage, and their disciples practice the martial arts of their own sections. These martial arts are mostly of the highest quality in Jianghu, so they can practice twice as fast with half the effort compared to ordinary martial arts. Moreover, these sects have their own methods of selecting disciples, so they can ensure that they can pick out suitable disciples from the masses of ordinary people, ensuring the prosperity of their sections." Xue Yupeng smiled bitterly and said, "Faction leader is right. For example, I've only heard of the Dalan Temple's Buddha's Palm and Grasping Flower Heart Sutra. I've never seen them before. The Luohan Fist and Erlang Fist that are popular in Jianghu are probably low-level martial arts that the Dalan Temple disdains to practice. The Dalan Temple's Nigong Heart Sutra is rarely taught to outsiders. The Luo Xue faction doesn't even have their own Nigong Heart Sutra. I've only managed to obtain a Nigong Heart Sutra that was left behind by others. Otherwise, I don't know where in Jianghu I'd be holding swords and using blood to exchange for life." Openg said, "Yes, brother Xue's Sai is the voice of many people in Jianghu. It's easy to enter Jianghu, but difficult to practice martial arts. Without good luck and the heritage of a sect, it's extremely difficult to practice profound martial arts." Xue Yupeng was still puzzled. These were secrets that were not easily known to the lower levels of Jianghu, but to the faction leaders and leaders of various sects, it was extremely common knowledge. What did Openg mean by saying it today? He could not help but frown, but he still said, "Yes, back then, when I was in my teens, I ran away from home and wanted to make a living in Jianghu. But I was fooled and joined a small faction. After fighting and killing for several years, I finally understood the situation in Jianghu. Only then did I know that the Dalan Temple and the incense cult were the holy places to practice martial arts. When I found a chance to go there and learn martial arts, I was told that I was already past the age to practice martial arts. Although I did learn some martial arts in those years of life and death battles, they were nothing but trash in the eyes of others. They were not worth mentioning at all. Now that I think about it, I was too impulsive and my thoughts were extremely naive. I thought that I could practice profound martial arts in Jianghu, really." At this point, Xue Yupeng shook his head, looking as if he could not bear to look back on the past. Openg also agreed, Brother Xueqi is right. In Jianghu, it's always been the master who chooses the disciple. There's no such thing as the disciple looking for the master. Most of the disciples are selected at a young age to strengthen their muscles and bones and to forge their meridians. Occasionally, there are those who are not selected. Even if they have excellent aptitude, after their meridians are fixed, their achievements will be limited. Not to mention the Dalan Temple and the incense cult, even my Misty School will not accept most of them. Moreover, even if they have entered the sect, their aptitude still depends on their aptitude. Some practice external martial arts. Some practice internal martial arts. Different martial arts have different effects on different people. If the sect you enter doesn't have a suitable martial arts for you, your 10 years of practice will only be regarded as 1 year of practice for others. How can you stand out? Therefore, the martial arts inheritance of a sect and the foundation of the sect's cultivation methods are extremely important. Xue Yupeng's heart was filled with sorrow. Faction leader, you're right. Now I'm envious of those disciples who enter the Dalan Temple and the incense cult. They're really lucky to be able to practice profound and authentic martial arts. At this moment, Boss Hu was listening to their conversation, opened his mouth and said with a smile, Faction leader Xue, you don't have to be envious. Now there's a good opportunity in front of you. Xue Yupeng was stunned and asked Boss Hu, Brother Hu, what do you mean? O Peng said with a smile, Brother Xue, don't be anxious. When we talked about martial arts heritage, Brother Xue naturally thought of the famous sects that have been standing for hundreds of years. In fact, there are some sects that have martial arts heritage. Although they aren't super sects, they have survived the changes in Jianghu. Those that have been passed down for hundreds of years were just unlucky and couldn't become super sections. To be able to practice in such a sect is not much worse than the Dalan Temple. When Xue Yupeng heard this, his face froze and immediately became ecstatic. He stood up from his chair and said, Faction leader, could it be that this Misty School has been passed down for hundreds of years? After he finished speaking, he looked at O Peng's face in disbelief. O Peng smiled and nodded proudly. Xue Yupeng let out a long sigh and said, Compared to the Misty School, Luo Xue faction is just a newborn baby. To be able to enter the Misty School which has been passed down for hundreds of years is my fortune. Luo Xue's fortune. It's a pity that my meridians have already formed and I can't change to the Misty School's methods. What a pity. O Peng comforted him, Brother Xue, there's no need to sigh. Didn't I just assume the responsibility of letting nephew Tian enter the Misty School? Isn't it a happy thing to let your children and grandchildren realize your ambitions? Xue Yupeng was grateful and bowed again. Thank you, faction leader, for the arrangement. This time, he was sincerely bowing down. O Peng quickly stood up and helped Xue Yupeng up. Since we're brothers, there's no need to be so polite. After that, O Peng patted Xue Yupeng's shoulder. An extremely profound internal force swarmed into Xue Yupeng's shoulder from the acupoint on her shoulder. In an instant, it flowed through Xue Yupeng's meridians and unlocked all the acupoints that had been sealed earlier. It was only now that O Peng was truly at ease with Xue Yupeng. Xue Yupeng felt the depth of O Peng's internal energy and couldn't help but be shocked. In Jianghu, there were specific methods for unsealing meridians. If the method of unsealing the meridians was wrong, it would cause great harm to the human body. O Peng actually didn't use any specific methods. Of course, he knew how to seal the meridians, but more importantly, he had confidence in his own internal energy. Chapter 89. When O Peng used his profound internal energy to unseal all of Xue Yupeng's acupoints, Xue Yupeng realized that he was just a frog at the bottom of a well. The Luo Xue gang that he managed was not worth mentioning in front of these large sects with hundreds of years of history. At this time, O Peng said, Brother Xue, you don't have to regret it. My Misty School has countless ancient books for you to read. When you have time, you can go to the library and take a look. Although you can't practice internal energy cultivation methods, there are many martial arts you can refer to. Some of them don't require specific cultivation methods. When Brother Xue sees them, you can choose 1 or 2 to practice. Even if you can't practice them, you can refer to them to verify your own shortcomings. Xue Yupeng bowed and thanked him. Thank you for your help. O Peng patted Xue Yupeng's shoulder and said with a smile, We're already brothers. Brother Xue is too polite. Hurry up and take a bath. There are other brothers waiting for us in the assembly hall. They're all waiting for Brother Xueqi to join us. At this time, Lu Qingyang, Lu Laowu, who was sitting below, had been impatient for a long time. If it weren't for Peng's repeated warnings, he wouldn't have been able to sit still. When he heard this, he immediately jumped up and shouted, "Motherfucker, gang leader Xueqi, hurry up and take a bath. Now, my mouth is so thin that a bird is coming out." Peng smiled apologetically and said, "I'll go right away. Brothers, you can go first." Then, Peng followed old Fourth Shangguan to take a bath and change clothes. The others chatted and laughed as they returned to the assembly hall. The assembly hall was still filled with laughter, but everyone felt strange. Gang leader O had been out for a long time, so why hadn't he come back yet? When would the celebration begin? O Yen and big sister Qin were also whispering to each other. From time to time, they would look at the entrance of the assembly hall. When O Peng and the others came back, O Yen was relieved. Looking at her brother's obviously more high-spirited expression, O Yen knew that her brother must have done something big. But what was it? O Peng walked into the assembly hall and came to his seat. He didn't sit down, but turned around and said to everyone, "Brothers and sisters, I'm sure you've been waiting for a long time. I announce that the celebration feast will begin now. Let's all get drunk later." When everyone saw that the celebration banquet was held in the meeting room, they couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. It seemed like the gang leader was really happy. They couldn't help but shout, "All right, thank you gang leader. We'll definitely get drunk in a while." Soon after, the gang members and servants brought up a sumptuous amount of wine and water. The celebration banquet began in a lively manner. Not long after, the dishes were placed on the table. At this time, everyone was quiet, waiting for their leader to propose the first toast. However, when they saw that O Peng was sitting there steadily and didn't immediately get up, everyone was very surprised. Some people even began to whisper. Suddenly, two people came in from outside the door of the meeting room. The one in front was very familiar to everyone. It was Shangguan Fenglu of the 6 Ethereal Tigers. Following closely behind was a man in white. His face was tense and he looked a bit tired, but his eyes were filled with joy. He raised his head slightly, showing a completely different temperament. Although he didn't look the same as O Peng, the two looked surprisingly similar. Everyone couldn't help but compare this person with O Peng in their hearts. They felt that O Peng and this person were very similar, and it was difficult to tell who was better. But who was this person? When the man in white followed Shangguan Fenglu to stand in front of O Peng personally stood up and offered the seat next to him. Everyone's doubts grew. Who was this person? He actually had such an identity. Just as everyone was whispering, O Peng stood up and raised his wine cup, saying, "Brothers and sisters of the gang, the first toast of today's celebration banquet is a toast to everyone present. With everyone's hard work, the Misty School has become more prosperous with each passing day. With today's atmosphere, I hope that everyone will continue to work together in the future and make our family even better. Every day, there will be flourishing progress. Misty School is my home. Our development depends on everyone. Come, let me toast everyone." After he finished speaking, he was the first to drink the wine in his hand. When everyone heard this, they were all happy and said in unison, "Thank you, Misty School is my home. Our development depends on everyone. Cheers." After everyone finished drinking the wine in their cups, they sat down. O Peng raised his second cup, saying, "Before I propose the second toast, let me introduce everyone to a person. Perhaps no one has seen this person before, but I guarantee that once I say this, everyone will know." As he said this, he affectionately pulled up the man in white sitting next to him, saying, "This is the Luo Shui gang Xueqi Peng, the gang leader." The originally noisy meeting room instantly became silent. That's right, no one had seen this person before, but the Luo Shui gang's name was very big. The Misty School had been busy for so long, and today's celebration banquet was to celebrate settling the Luo Shui gang. Now that the big boss of the enemy was sitting here, how could no one not know? Seeing everyone looking at each other in dismay, O Peng was very satisfied with this effect and continued, "This second toast is to gang leader Xueqi and the brothers of the Luo Shui gang, to celebrate them joining our Misty School." These words were like a candle flame thrown into a fire, immediately igniting the enthusiasm of the Misty School's people. Everyone raised their cups and looked eagerly at O Peng and Xueqi Peng. That's right, although they had taken down the core of the Luo Shui gang, the Luo Shui gang's power was still not firmly in the hands of the Misty School. If Xue Yupeng did not represent the Luo Shui gang in joining the Misty School, then there would definitely be some fierce battles. Moreover, it would be on water which the Misty School was not good at. Needless to say, there would definitely be casualties. Now that the Luo Shui gang had joined the Misty School, naturally the two factions would become one. In the future, these fierce battles would not need to be fought, and there would be no bloodshed. This was naturally everyone's wish, so everyone was very happy and excitedly drank the second toast. Waiting for everyone to quiet down a bit, Peng raised the third toast and said to everyone with a smile, "This third toast needs everyone to toast our Misty School's vice gang leader." Hearing this, the hall was silent again. Vice gang leader? Strange. We've never heard of this before? Everyone's gaze turned towards the 6 Misty Tigers, but the 4 of them sat with their eyes down and nose down, not saying anything. Only Lu Qingyang and Old Fifth Lu sat together with Stone Cow, the 2 of them drinking without paying attention to anyone else. Peng felt that the atmosphere in the hall was in his control, and he liked this feeling very much. Looking at everyone's expectant gazes, he smiled and explained, "Although the Luo Shui gang has joined our Misty School does not have anyone who is proficient in water matters. Therefore, if our Misty School wants to develop and expand in the future, we will have to change our bad habit of only developing on land and walking on one leg. Instead, we will have to develop on both land and water. Both hands must be strong, and only when both sides are strong can we truly be strong, and only then can we walk on the road of harmonious development. In view of this, we plan to use the Luo Shui gang as a test subject, and give them special policies. We will make the Luo Shui gang a special gang, under the direct leadership of the Misty School's elders. The Luo Shui gang's development will be decided by the people of the Luo Shui gang, and we will give them a high degree of self-control. We will encourage the people of Luo Shui to control Luo Shui, and this policy will not change for the next 20 years. In the future, the gang leader of the Luo Shui gang will be called Chief Executive, which means special leader. Moreover, this Chief Executive will directly be our Misty School's Vice Gang Leader. Therefore, the first Chief Executive of the Luo Shui gang will be Vice Gang Leader Xue Yupeng. Come, everyone, let's toast Vice Gang Leader Xue. Xue Yupeng, who was standing to the side, was stunned on the spot. This day's experience could be said to be extremely thrilling, as exciting as jumping off a cliff. Just a moment ago, he was still in the upper echelons of the Luo Shui gang, but in an instant, he fell to the bottom of the valley, and became a captive of the Misty School. A long sword flashed in front of his eyes, and he thought that his life was coming to an end. Even Xue Yupeng's nerves of steel couldn't help but crack. However, after Peng's wave of combo punches, he was dazzled. For himself, for his family, for the pursuit of the peak of martial arts, and for his child, he was willing to enter the Misty School. He originally thought that he would just be a puppet gang leader, and at this moment, he had a calm heart, and very low-key participated in this so-called celebratory feast. But this Peng's words, once again, elevated him to the top of the slope. Now, standing on the high cliff, looking at the abyss that he had just jumped, he really didn't dare to believe that this was real. He couldn't help but hurriedly refuse, "Gang leader, this is too frightening. This brother has a heart condition, you can't play with him like this." Peng laughed heartily saying, "Vice Gang Leader Xue, do you think I'm joking with you? Our Misty School is most particular about using virtue to win people over. Brother Xue has been in the Luo Shui gang for many years, and everyone knows that you have a chivalrous heart. Even in the Misty School, everyone admires you. It is extremely suitable for you to lead the Luo Shui gang. If you don't have the title of Vice Gang Leader, won't the brothers of the Luo Shui gang be bitterly disappointed? You haven't even truly enjoyed the benefits of the Misty School, and you're already half a level lower than others. You'll have no reason to let the Jianghu people say that our Misty School's upper echelons do not conduct themselves well. The position of Vice Gang Leader will definitely be given to the Luo Shui gang. I've already said it out loud in front of everyone. Do you still want me to take it back?" Xue Yupeng was extremely excited, and held Peng's hand as he said, Organization, I've finally found an organization. I've been the gang leader of the Luo Shui gang for so many years, but I've never felt the warmth of the Misty School. In the Misty School, I've found the feeling of home. In the past, when I was in the Luo Shui gang, I had to cross the river by feeling my way around. Now that I've followed the Misty School, it's truly a broad path. Brother Oh, my parents gave birth to me, and they used me to support the Misty School. Oh Peng was also very happy, and held Shui Yupeng's hand, saying, Good, brother. With your words, it's enough. I believe that with the two of us working together, we'll definitely be able to catch up with the great Lin Chao legend, and do something that will allow us to conquer the heavens. Chapter 90. The celebration banquet reached its first climax with sect leader O's vision of the future. Everyone in the meeting hall was excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They raised their cups to each other, as if the entire Jianghu had become ethereal. Naturally, there were still sober people in the hall. For example, O Peng, who was surrounded by everyone, the 6 ethereal tigers who were competing with the other elders in drinking, and O Yen, who was laughing with the female disciples. There was no lack of intelligent people in Jianghu, but there was a lack of great people who could direct the thoughts and actions of fools. Perhaps they knew that some words could not be trusted, but looking at the bloody Jianghu, why couldn't they sing today and drink today? Outside the meeting hall, the twilight was like a song. A few days after the celebration banquet, Shui Yupeng rushed to Luo Shui to regain control of the Luo Shui gang. Under Shui Yupeng's repeated requests, O Peng reluctantly sent Shangguan Fenglu and a group of elites to accompany her and assist her in handling the affairs of the Luo Shui gang. The merger between the Misty School and the Luo Shui gang was indeed an inconspicuous small wave in the Jianghu where sects were fighting each other. It did not attract much attention, but in some places, there were different reactions. Wanjian Peak, Meeting Hall. Wan Chengjiu listened to the report with a gloomy face. He slapped the armrest of his chair and said, If the Misty School continues to develop, how will my Wanjian Peak deal with it? Everyone, do you have any good suggestions? If not, go to the grassroots and find a few representatives to come up with a proposal for us to discuss. In a flower pavilion of the aroma cult, the fragrance seeped into one's heart. A pair of jade-like hands were holding a piece of fragmented paper. A pleasant voice rang out. Leader O, you are truly extraordinary. This servant's vision is not bad, but I don't know how far you can develop. I'm looking forward to it. In a secluded hut in the Dalan temple, under the candlelight, a withered hand was holding a small piece of paper. After reading it, 2 fingers pinched it, and the paper was set ablaze. The ashes of the burnt paper floated to the ground. A hoarse voice sounded. What a fool. Such a delicious bait was placed in front of me, and I didn't even get to eat it. Instead, it was taken away by someone else. You made me waste my energy. It seems that I still have to think of a way out. In this Misty School, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. A mysterious place, a mysterious person, and a mysterious voice. This Jianghu sure is lively. Why hasn't the Misty School died out yet? However, O Peng didn't know about this. He and his Misty School were developing steadily. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know anything about the Jianghu. Even what happened in the Misty School wasn't something Zhang Xiaohua could know. He and his learning of fist techniques had reached a bottleneck. Saying it was a bottleneck was exaggerating Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation. However, after the 4 people from the Misty School roughly taught Zhang Xiaohua some basic fist techniques, a strange phenomenon occurred when they taught Zhang Xiaohua the Lu family fist, the Kai family fist, the Li family fist, the Mo family fist, the Wu family fist, and the Xue family fist based on their own knowledge. Zhang Xiaohua gradually forgot the fist techniques they taught her in the past, but after a night, she would always remember some of them, whether it was the 3rd or 4th style. It would always show that she had learned them. However, for the fist techniques that came after, no matter how much Zhang Xiaohua learned the day before, after a night, she would completely forget them the next day. Even if she continued to learn, after a day, it was still the same. He Tianshu was completely scratching his head. In He Tianshu's mind, Zhang Xiaohua could be considered a genius for being able to lift a 250-kilogram object with one arm without any training. Although this weight wasn't too shocking to the people of the Jianghu, just thinking about the effects of Zhang Xiaohua's training in martial arts was enough to move him. Although she was past her age and couldn't achieve great success in martial arts, she wouldn't be able to be as famous as the stone cow in the future. However, it was more than enough to change He Tianshu's current situation. But this Zhang Xiaohua's brain? There was really nothing much to say. This child didn't look stupid, so why couldn't she learn it? She couldn't even learn the most basic fist techniques, let alone the internal strength cultivation method that Zhang Xiaohua didn't even know existed. A few days ago, although Zhang Xiaohua couldn't remember all the fist techniques that he taught her, she could at least learn a little. He Tianshu thought that if he let Zhang Xiaohua learn, she might be enlightened. But now, He Tianshu was completely disheartened. Zhang Xiaohua, this rotten wood, was completely rotten and couldn't be carved. Therefore He Tianshu said, Zhang Xiaohua, your cultivation has now reached a bottleneck. Breaking through this bottleneck depends on luck. For the time being, I won't teach you other fist techniques. You should practice the previous fist techniques first. When you break through the bottleneck, I'll teach you. He sent Zhang Xiaohua away and left Zhang Xiaohua to practice the horse dance while thinking about those incomplete fist techniques. However, this Zhang Xiaohua was also very diligent and hard-working. Every day, he would wake up when the sun rose and never return to the house until late at night. He would always practice martial arts at that place. No matter if it was wind or rain, he wouldn't move even if lightning struck him. This kind of tenacity made He Tianshu very moved, but when he thought about his brain, He Tianshu gave up on other ideas. He Tianshu wasn't the only one who was moved. One-armed elder Yu also came to watch Zhang Xiaohua practice almost every day. He knew his situation like the back of his hand and nodded his head every time. However, this nod was to affirm Zhang Xiaohua's hard work. It had nothing to do with talent at all. On this day at night, the wind was clear and the stars were sparse. He Tianshu was in a very good mood. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua practicing the same few moves over and over again, his heart skipped a beat. He called for a pause and said, Zhang Xiaohua, you've been practicing for so long and at least know some fist techniques. Today, I'll let you spar with a real martial arts practitioner. How about it? Zhang Xiaohua looked at He Tianshu and said, Captain He, do you think I can do it? He Tianshu smiled and said, why not? Martial arts experts also start from the basics. You don't have to be afraid. I'll ask little heir to go easy on you and let him spar with you. After he finished speaking, he said to a misty school disciple who was practicing next to him, Little heir Nye, come over here and spar with Zhang Xiaohua. You can just practice with him. Don't take it seriously. Little heir Nye retracted his moves and said, Okay, Captain He, I understand. Then he closed his legs and put his palms forward. Zhang Xiaohua took a look. Oh, this is familiar. Isn't this the Arhat fist starting stance? Although this was his first time sparring with someone and his palms were already sweating, he still followed little heir Nye's example and went into a starting stance. Then little heir Nye shouted, Zhang Xiaohua, you go first. Zhang Xiaohua replied, Okay. Brother Nye, be careful. After he finished speaking, he raised his leg and moved forward. He pushed his right fist forward and punched Zhang Xiaohua. That little heir Nye saw that Zhang Xiaohua's fist was getting bigger and bigger. When it was right in front of him, he twisted his body and used his left hand to hold Zhang Xiaohua's wrist while his right hand punched Zhang Xiaohua's nose. But a mortal's nose was a weak spot. Although little heir Nye was going easy on him, Zhang Xiaohua's tears still flowed. He couldn't see anything and didn't care about practicing anymore. He turned around and used his shirt to wipe his tears. After Zhang Xiaohua finished wiping his tears, he looked at little heir Nye and said with a determined expression, Come, brother Nye, let's continue. After he finished speaking, the two went into a fighting stance again. This round of sparring was a copy of the first round, except that Zhang Xiaohua charged forward too quickly. Little heir Nye couldn't hold back his fist in time. That first punch landed solidly on Zhang Xiaohua's nose. Immediately, Zhang Xiaohua's nose bled. Zhang Xiaohua immediately jumped out of the circle. As he wiped the blood from his nose, he shouted, I'm not fighting anymore. I'm not fighting anymore. You're cheating. Why didn't you follow the routine? Everyone was stunned. If it wasn't for the time they spent with Zhang Xiaohua and trained their nerves, this sentence was enough to make them short-circuit. Poor Zhang Xiaohua. He thought they were going to follow the routine. Everyone sighed. Self-taught talent really can't do. It's better to be a full-time student with a master and a formal education. After Zhang Xiaohua finished cleaning up, He Tianshu told him the meaning of the sparring. Zhang Xiaohua finally understood. What he said was true. If it was just a competition of routines, everyone could just use their own fist techniques. Where would the blood come from and the life be used as a bet? For the third time, Zhang Xiaohua was very careful. He slowly followed Nye Xiao's steps and moves. He began to show a little of his moves. Although he was very unfamiliar with it, it was the first step. However, his hands, arms, and legs were all very stiff. He was like a virgin who had just entered a field of flowers, paying attention to his left and right, up and down. He was really like a clumsy bear. On the other hand, Nie Xiao actually had a fiddling attitude. His fists and legs were extremely beautiful, flying here and there like a butterfly. Zhang Xiaohua's fists and legs could not land on him at all, and his own body, face, and legs were all hit by Nie Xiao. In the end, Zhang Xiaohua was also extremely angry. When he saw Nie Xiao use a move, he felt that the move of Erlang Punch was suitable, so he used all the strength in his body and punched Nie Xiao. His fist arrived in front of Nie Xiao's eyes with a whoosh sound. The strength of his fist did not seem to be inferior to the punch he had thrown at He Tianshu that day. In Zhang Xiaohua's mind, he should at least send Nie Xiao flying. After all, this was a fist with a strength of 250 jin. However, the reality was far beyond Zhang Xiaohua's expectations. When Nie Xiao saw the fist coming, he didn't panic. His fist turned into a palm. One hand wrapped around a bowl with golden silk and caught Zhang Xiaohua's fist. His other hand reached forward and grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's collar. Then, he spun around and used the 4 tails to lift 1,000 jin technique. He pulled Zhang Xiaohua's body along the direction of his fist. In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua's small body flew off the ground like an arrow. Fortunately, there was a medicinal field in front. The soil was soft and the medicinal plants were also ordinary. When He Tianshu saw this, he didn't stop him. In fact, He Tianshu's loss of confidence in Zhang Xiaohua was also because of this. She had the strength, but she didn't know how to use it. It was like a 3-year-old child who could play with 1,000 jin meteor hammer. Although it was amazing, if he wasn't careful, the result would be his head being smashed. At that time, he would lose his life. And although Zhang Xiaohua had the strength of 1,000 jin, the path of fist techniques was like rotten wood. She couldn't use her strength. This Nie Xiao was just a low-level disciple of the Misty School. A simple 4 tails to lift 1,000 jin technique was enough to take Zhang Xiaohua's life, let alone others. Not long after, as expected, a dusty Zhang Xiaohua safely returned. Only her clothes were covered in dust and her hair was covered in mud. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua didn't have the regret and dejection that He Tianshu thought. Instead, she was unusually happy. She walked in front of Nie Xiao and hurriedly asked what fist technique it was. Why didn't she teach it to him a few days ago? Nie Xiao looked at her innocently and pitifully pointed at He Tianshu and said, "Brother, I'll have to let Captain He tell you." Zhang Xiaohua quickly walked over and begged He Tianshu to teach her this fist technique. He Tianshu didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, "Zhang Xiaohua, I'm very supportive of your desire to learn martial arts. But everything has to be done step by step. If you don't have a good foundation, you won't succeed in learning any high-level martial arts. The martial arts that Xiao is using isn't a fist technique. It's just an application of fist techniques. You haven't even learned the basics of fist techniques. How can I teach you? Moreover, this 4 tails to lift 1,000 jin technique doesn't just require posture. It also requires the application of strength. This is a technique unique to the Misty School. You're not a disciple of the Misty School now, so I don't dare to teach you. Even if you want to learn, I'll have to ask the manor head and wait for the relevant leader's approval before I can consider it." After that, He Tianshu smiled apologetically and said, "I'll reveal one more thing. This approval needs to be sought from the various leaders and then passed down layer by layer. By the time it reaches me, I don't know how long it'll take. The style of the higher-ups is debatable. You'd better practice your fist technique steadily and pass your bottleneck before you can make any plans." Zhang Xiaohua was rejected by He Tianshu and was slightly sad. But he also knew that he had only gained the manor head's favor. It was already good enough that he was fated to learn the fist techniques. And seeing that He Tianshu didn't hide anything from him, he knew that he had learned quite a lot. However, his fist techniques were indeed too weak. Before he learned everything and received He Tianshu's approval, he didn't have the right to complain. Zhang Xiaohua's first martial arts competition thus ended. To Nie Xiao it was just a game. But Zhang Xiaohua saw a whole new world. At least he knew that the competition didn't follow the rules. Then, it seemed that he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Even if he didn't learn the full set of moves, he could still compete? Then, why did team leader He keep asking him to learn the full set of fist techniques before talking about the next step? This question stayed in Zhang Xiaohua's mind for a long time and he didn't have an answer. However, this didn't affect his enthusiasm to practice martial arts. After team leader he and the others from the Misty School washed up and went to bed, Zhang Xiaohua still continued to practice his shabby fist techniques. Zhang Xiaohua had been in the Huanqi mountain villa for more than a month. On weekdays, he leveled the herbal field, uprooted the weeds, and watered the fields. What he did was the usual business in the Guozhuang house. He also practiced his fist techniques in the morning and at night. His life was very comfortable. Moreover, the meals were delicious and there was a constant supply of meat. In Zhang Xiaohua's eyes, this was the life of an immortal. He had long put aside his homesickness and even almost forgot that he had a biological second brother in the nearby Pingyang city. The manservants in the Huanqi mountain villa had a few days off every month. They could go out or rest in their own rooms. Naturally, it was very relaxing to rest in the villa. The steward didn't care much about it. If they went out, it would be very troublesome. Not only did they have to report to the steward for approval, they also had to go to the designated place in the villa to file a record and issue a waste token. They would only be allowed to go out after they agreed on a time to return to the villa. On this day, after Zhang Xiaohua finished practicing her fist techniques, she walked into the small house with a frown. However, she found that Ma Jing was actually using a copper basin to wash his feet. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. She quickly turned her head and thought strangely, the sun still rises from the east as usual. I don't know that this sloppy Ma Jing is actually washing his feet today? As she thought, she quickly walked forward and touched Ma Jing's forehead with concern. Then she touched her own forehead and said in puzzlement, "Brother Ma, you don't have a fever." Ma Jing said angrily, "Of course I'm not sick. Why would I have a fever? It's such a good day. I can go out and breathe in the fresh air. Why would I be sick?" Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand and asked, "Brother Ma, what do you mean? The air in this villa is very fresh every day. It's just that it's different from our house." Ma Jing pursed his lips and said, "You country bumpkin. What do you know? No matter how fresh the air in the villa is, it's not as fragrant as the pollen in Xueqi house." Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood. Although she had never been to those places, she couldn't help but hear Ma Jing talk about the wonders of those places every day. Naturally, she knew what kind of place it was. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat and said, "Brother Ma, I've always heard you mention Xueqi house. It seems like you're going there today." Ma Jing looked around carefully and said softly, "You're young but you know a lot. You're very smart. Your brother Ma is going there to take care of their business." "Why? You want to go too?" Zhang Xiaohua said carefully, "Brother Ma, you're mistaken. I just want to ask. I've been in the villa for a month and haven't left the villa. I heard that we can go out every month. I want to follow Brother Ma to Pingyang City. I won't be going to Xueqi house, but it's good to walk around." Ma Jing tilted his head and thought for a while. He guessed that Zhang Xiaohua wouldn't delay his important matters and nodded his head in agreement. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed and thanked him. Then, she quickly tidied up and sat by the Kong bed to wait for Ma Jing. She thought that Ma Jing would be done tidying up very quickly. But seeing Ma Jing tidying up this and fiddling with that, tidying himself from head to toe and changing his appearance completely, Zhang Xiaohua felt a sense of freshness. How was this the sloppy Ma Jing? He was simply a handsome and dashing fair-skinned young gentleman. Zhang Xiaohua was dumbfounded. He looked outside and saw that the sun was already high up in the sky. It was already late. This Ma Jing took longer to dress up than the ladies on the sedan. He couldn't help but urge him, "Brother Ma, can you hurry up? It's already late." Who knew that Ma Jing was still calm and unhurried? He looked at himself in the mirror again and said, "I'm not busy, I'm not busy. The ladies at Xueqi house are probably still dreaming. Why should I go so early?" Zhang Xiaohua was so angry that his nose was crooked and he almost fainted on the Kong bed. Fortunately, he had been hanging out with Ma Jing for a long time and was knowledgeable. He immediately took the horse stance and didn't fall. Chapter 91. Just as Zhang Xiaohua's patience was about to run out, Ma Jing finally finished his daily routine for going out. Only then did he slowly pack up his things for going out. He took out some silver from the small cabinet at the head of the Kong bed and weighed it in his hand. A wicked smile appeared on his face. Zhang Xiaohua watched from the side and shook his head, thinking, This smile really looks like a weasel going to pay his respects to the chickens. However, he immediately froze. Looking at the silver in Ma Jing's hand, he seemed to know that he had forgotten something. When he left the Guozhuang house, the silver he brought was kept by Zhang Xiaohu. Last time, when he parted ways with his second brother at the Lotus Escort Agency, he only brought a small bag with no silver in it. After staying in the villa for more than a month and not using any silver, he naturally couldn't remember. Now that he was going out, it would be difficult to go out without some silver. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua immediately remembered that when he came to the villa, elder sister Qiu Tong seemed to have said that if he worked in the villa, he would receive 3 coins of silver every month. However, he didn't know how to use the silver. He couldn't go find Qiu Tong now. After being in the villa for so long, Zhang Xiaohua also knew that Qiu Tong stayed in the inner courtyard of the villa. Most of the people who lived there were women. It wasn't good for the servants and other people to go there directly. Moreover, Qiu Tong's status in the villa wasn't low. If he went to find her for such a small matter, it would seem like he was too calculative. Why didn't he ask Ma Jing in front of him? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua went up to Ma Jing and asked with a smile, "Brother Ma, I want to ask you something." Ma Jing glanced at him and said, "Say it, brother. There's nothing in the villa that I don't know." Then, he felt that Zhang Xiaohua was looking at the silver in his hand. His expression changed and he immediately put the silver into his clothes. He smacked his lips and said, "Other than this, I want to borrow silver." Zhang Xiaohua said, "That, brother Ma, it's really about the silver." Ma Jing firmly waved his hand and said, "This, I really don't have it." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "This you can have it." Ma Jing was displeased and said, "Brother, if Big Brother says no, then no. Big Brother is a man of his word." Seeing that Ma Jing was unhappy, Zhang Xiaohua stopped teasing him and said, "Brother Ma, I'm not asking to borrow money from you. I just want to ask you about this month's salary." Ma Jing rolled his eyes and looked at Zhang Xiaohua's expression. After confirming that he didn't want to borrow money from him, he let out a big sigh of relief and said, "Good kid. You've only been in the villa for a few days and you already know how to joke with your brother. You've really grown up." Zhang Xiaohua quickly smiled and said, "Look at what you're saying, brother Ma. It's all because of your influence that I've improved. As long as you talk about my improvement, the first thing I say is to thank brother Ma. Only then can I thank others." Ma Jing walked forward and patted Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder. He didn't use a lot of strength, but Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder trembled. Zhang Xiaohua's heart also trembled. He thought to himself, "This in a while, should I go wash the clothes first?" Patting Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder, Ma Jing said with satisfaction, "Xiaohua, you're very good. Big Brother will teach you another good thing. As for this gratitude, you don't have to put me first. You can put me second." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She asked modestly, "Brother Ma, then should I be the first to thank my parents?" Ma Jing said earnestly, "Wrong, Xiaohua. It's not a problem to thank your parents. First of all, you still have to thank the villa. It's right to say filial piety to your parents. You also have to thank the villa in your heart. You have to put the villa first. Don't just talk about your parents. You have to mention it. Of course, if you thank me, I'll be very happy. It means that you don't need to strengthen your moral education and there's still room for improvement. By the way, you also have to thank the leaders of the villa. They gave you the right to thank not only the villa, but also me and your parents." Zhang Xiaohua looked as if she had been taught a lesson. She nodded like a chick pecking rice. After Ma Jing finished speaking, he turned his head and asked, "By the way, Xiaohua, what did you say just now? I didn't hear it clearly. Can you say it again?" Zhang Xiaohua looked as if she couldn't stand it anymore. She said, "Brother Ma, I just wanted to ask you. I've been in the villa for more than a month, and I haven't received my monthly salary. I want to ask you how to receive my monthly salary." Ma Jing stared at Zhang Xiaohua, looked up and down, and said thoughtfully, "Xiaohua, look at your body. You've grown up and you're almost developed. It's time to consider some things. However, I still want to advise you. The price of the young ladies of Xueqi house is not low, but with your monthly salary, it may not be enough. If you insist on having your own way, you'll probably have to borrow money from the accountant for a few more months. However, speaking of borrowing money, I've done it before. You're a newcomer, so they may not be able to do it." Zhang Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She explained, Brother Ma, look at what you're saying. I don't have such elegant hobbies like you. I'm just, before Zhang Xiaohua could finish, Ma Jing interrupted and said anxiously, Xiaohua, let me give you another piece of advice. Even if you don't go to the drunken fragrance brothel, you still can't go to those hidden brothels in the alleys. Back in the day, I made a mistake and regretted it for eternity. It was also because I didn't have enough money on hand that I occasionally went there and got infected with a disease. It was so painful that I didn't want to die. Let's not talk about it anymore. Now that I think about it, I feel terrible. All right, brother, I really can't do it. Brother Ma, don't hurt yourself. Brother Ma, don't hurt yourself. After saying that, he went to open the small cabinet on the Kong bed. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly stopped him and said emotionally, Brother Ma, can you listen to me? I just want to take out this month's salary to walk around Pingyang City and buy some things. You're thinking too much. Ma Jing asked tentatively, Xiaohua, are you sure? You don't need me to lend you money? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Brother Ma, I'm sure and sure. Although Ma Jing misunderstood, his intention to lend money to Zhang Xiaohua made Zhang Xiaohua extremely touched. This greatly reduced the influence of his smelly feet in Zhang Xiaohua's heart. After that, Ma Jing explained to Zhang Xiaohua, the monthly salary for this villa is not given out every month. It is stored in the villa's account room. If you need it, you can go to the account room to withdraw it. If you don't need it, it will be kept in the account room until the day you leave the villa. Of course, you can also go to the account room to withdraw it every month and store it in the cabinet like me. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and decided to withdraw the first month's allowance first. He would buy whatever he liked in Pingyang City and give the rest to his second brother, Zhang Xiaohu. He might not be able to use the money in the mountain villa, but his second brother might be able to use it. If his second brother did not need it, he would keep it first. However, he did not know if he could think of a way to bring it back to his family. At the thought of this, Zhang Xiaohua asked Ma Jing again, Brother Ma, do you know how I can bring the money back to my family in Lu Town? Ma Jing smiled and said, this is easy. If someone you know returns to Lu Town, you can ask him to bring the letter you wrote and the money back. If you don't have one, you can go to the carriage company and ask them to do it for you. However, the carriage company will charge a fee for such a thing. As for how much they charge, it depends on how far Lu Town is from here. They all have a price. You can go there and ask. However, I heard that the fee is not standard and is quite expensive. Why don't the government properly rectify it? Isn't this unreasonable fee disturbing the social order? Oh right, after Ma Jing finished speaking, she added, are you really not planning to save money to go to Xueqi restaurant? I am very familiar with that place and can introduce you to a few good friends. By the time Zhang Xiaohua stood still with the steak, Ma Jing had already packed up and walked out of the small house. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head that was dizzy from Ma Jing's words and hurriedly chased after him. Following that, Zhang Xiaohua followed Ma Jing to the accountant's office to collect the money. The accountant's office was in another place in the villa and it took a long time to walk there. The accountant was an old scholar. When he saw Ma Jing coming, he frowned and said, Flatterer, why are you here again? Didn't you collect this month's salary long ago? Don't tell me you are here to buy on credit again? Flatterer? When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she wanted to laugh. This name really suited Ma Jing. The pronunciation of Ma Jing's name was also very similar. Thinking about Ma Jing's usual behavior, he really did have the potential to be a flatterer. However, she had been here for so long, why hadn't she heard anyone call him that? Flatterer. This name was often called by people in the past. Later on, the manservant in the villa changed and fewer people knew about it. Naturally, not many people called him that. Usually, when Ma Jing came to the accountant's office, this accountant called him that and felt that it was very affectionate. Now that there was a new little brother following behind him, this Ma Jing's face turned a bit red. He hurriedly went forward and said, Listen to what Mr. Tong is saying. Although I, Ma Jing, am not talented, I won't always come to the accountant's office to buy on credit. Those who can come to buy on credit are those who have difficulties in life. Old Mr. Tong muttered, That's right. Not repeatedly, but at least 7 or 8 times a year. Then, he turned to look at Zhang Xiaohua and said, Young man, what is your name? This time you came to the accountant's office to withdraw all of your money, or a part of it? Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly went forward and said respectfully, Old Mr. Tong, my name is Zhang Xiaohua. I've only been here for a month, so I don't have much money. Please withdraw all of it. Old Mr. Tong looked at Zhang Xiaohua and said worriedly, It's okay to give all of it to you. It's your money anyway. However, you have to be careful. Don't spend money recklessly. After saying this, his eyes glanced at Ma Jing. Ma Jing seemed to have noticed old Mr. Tong's gaze. He immediately looked up at the roof of the accountant's office and studied the large peony flower painted on the roof. Zhang Xiaohua said submissively, Don't worry, old Mr. Tong. I want to give the money to my second brother first and see if he has any use for it. Then, second brother will think of a way to bring it back to my parents. When old Mr. Tong heard this, he was very happy and said, You're very good. You're a good child. You're not like some people who always take their hard-earned money and learn how to be romantic. In the end, they don't get any points for pretending to be cultured and elegant. Instead, they get a lot of problems. Ma Jing's face became redder and he studied it more attentively. The withdrawal procedure was actually very simple. They just had to compare it with the register and sign or leave a fingerprint. Because it was Zhang Xiaohua's first time here, they had to leave a fingerprint. Not long after, Zhang Xiaohua finished the procedure. She carefully put away the first money she had earned in her life. Then, Zhang Xiaohua said goodbye to old Mr. Tong. Old Mr. Tong liked Zhang Xiaohua very much. He talked to him a lot and treated him as if he was his own grandson. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua come out, Ma Jing's research project also came to an end. He pulled Zhang Xiaohua and left quickly. Old Mr. Tong opened his mouth and swallowed the words that he didn't say. However, when old Mr. Tong turned around, he suddenly stopped and said, That's not right. How can Zhang Xiaohua's monthly salary be more than that of a flatterer? Why didn't I notice it just now? Could it be that the manager wrote it wrong? Then, old Mr. Tong returned to normal and slowly walked into the house. He thought to himself, It's not my fault that the manager wrote it wrong. Anyway, I withdrew the money from Zhang Xiaohua according to what was written. This child seems to be good. It's fine that she took more. Who told you to write it wrong? Of course, Zhang Xiaohua and Ma Jing didn't know this. They were walking out of the manor. The last time Zhang Xiaohua entered the manor, he took a carriage and came in from a large side door. However, this accounting house was not on that road. He didn't know the road that Ma Jing took him. In fact, they went out from the original road. He guessed that Zhang Xiaohua didn't know either. The accounting house was not far from the side door. The two of them arrived at the door in a short time. This side door was still guarded by guards. Ma Jing guessed that the guards didn't make things difficult for him because Ma Jing had come here often. Although Ma Jing wanted to get close to him, he understood that it was better for him to stay away from him because he was unapproachable. Although it was the first time that Zhang Xiaohua left the manor, he was already recorded in the register of the manor. Therefore, there was another set of procedures and it was quickly completed. The two of them each received a waste token. There was a subtle difference between the two waste tokens. However, Ma Jing didn't notice it and neither did Zhang Xiaohua. The two of them put the waste tokens in their clothes and hid them properly before leaving through the side door. As soon as they went out, Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and asked, Brother Ma, that's not right. I remember that I didn't enter this door last time. Ma Jing said with a smile, There are 5 side doors and 1 main door in our Huanxi manor. Who knows which door you entered last time? By the way, brother, you must keep this waste token well. When you enter the manor later, you have to take it back. If you lose it, it will be very troublesome. You must be careful. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, Of course I know. However, Brother Ma, when will you come back at night? I have to enter the manor with you. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I won't be able to find you on such a long way. Ma Jing curled his lips and said, Look at how careful you are. Once we enter the manor, it's our world. You're still afraid of losing it. I don't know when I'll come back at night. If you want, you can wait at the gatehouse. Zhang Xiaohua said with a bitter face. Well, Brother Ma, remember to come back early. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua once again selectively forgot about Ma Jing's smelly feet and the way she avoided Ma Jing from afar every day. She was like a little wife waiting for her man to come home with a hidden bitterness. It was already June. At noon, the sun was scorching hot. Zhang Xiaohua looked up at the scorching sun and secretly complained about Ma Jing. It would be better to leave early. If they were to rush on the road at this time, they would be burned to death by the heat. After crossing the straight main road, Zhang Xiaohua thought that Ma Jing would walk to the shady place by the side of the road. Unexpectedly, Ma Jing did not walk on the main road. Instead, he walked to the side of a small alley and turned down. Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. She chased after him and said, "Brother Ma, you're going the wrong way. You should be walking on the main road." Looking at Ma Jing's surprised look when he turned back, Zhang Xiaohua thought that she had made a mistake. She hurriedly said, "Brother Ma can't be hungry again. Looking at the sky, it's only right to eat something." When Ma Jing heard this, he laughed out loud and said mockingly, "Brother, don't tell me you're going to walk to Pingyang City?" Zhang Xiaohua frowned and said, "Of course we're going to walk to Pingyang City. We don't have our own horse carriages and the farmstead didn't make any for us." Ma Jing smiled and said, "Brother, don't tell me you're going to walk from Lu Town to Pingyang City?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "No, we're going to take a horse carriage." "Oh, don't tell me there's a horse carriage from our farmstead to Pingyang City?" Ma Jing did not answer. He waved his hand and gestured for Zhang Xiaohua to follow him. Indeed, Zhang Xiaohua's guess was right. There was a huge courtyard at the end of the alley. There was a huge banner hanging on the courtyard that fluttered in the wind. It said, "When a carriage reaches a mountain, there will be a road. Where there is a road, there will be a speeding carriage." There was also a small flag below that said, "Speeding." It turned out that this was the horse carriage company that brought Zhang Xiaohua to Pingyang City. Zhang Xiaohua knew that she was ignorant and inexperienced. She did not say anything else and looked at Ma Jing. Not long after, a small horse carriage that could only fit 2 to 3 people drove out of the courtyard and stopped at the entrance, waiting for people to board. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's dazed expression, Ma Jing pulled Zhang Xiaohua up the horse carriage. He did not forget to say, "Brother, since this is your first time going out with me, you don't have to pay for the carriage fees. The next time we go out together, you can go out and take the carriage." Zhang Xiaohua was full of joy as he sat on the horse. He was too lazy to say anything to Ma Jing. He hadn't seen his second brother for such a long time, and he didn't know how he was doing at the Lotus Flower Escort Agency. On the day of his second brother's test, that person had said that his second brother was a good seedling for practicing martial arts. He reckoned that he must have learned a lot of fist techniques by now. Thinking about his own nondescript punches and kicks, Zhang Xiaohua was looking forward to seeing his second brother practice martial arts as soon as possible. However, this horse carriage was very comfortable. It was unbearably hot outside. Thinking about how tired she and second brother were when they walked from here to Pingyang City, she did not expect to be able to take a horse carriage after so long. She did not know if Lu Town had such a horse carriage. If it did, it would be very fast to go from Guozhuang House to Lu Town. She did not need to look for someone else's donkey cart. It would be great if there was such a horse carriage from Guozhuang House to 8 Mile Valley. She did not need to wake up early and arrive at noon. Thinking of 8 Mile Valley, she wondered how eldest brother and sister-in-law were doing. Was eldest brother's health better? Also, how was her parents' health? How was the farmland at home? What was she planting in the plot of land that she owned? All of these made Zhang Xiaohua very concerned. Unknowingly, she fell into deep thought. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua like this, Ma Jing thought that it was noon and that Xiaohua was resting. He did not say anything to her. If he knew that a simple ride in a horse carriage would make Zhang Xiaohua think so much, he would definitely laugh until his teeth fell out. Chapter 92. With a means of transportation, the afternoon sun naturally did not affect Zhang Xiaohua. Sitting in the horse carriage, he thought about the previous time when he and second brother traveled all the way to Pingyang City. Zhang Xiaohua thought to himself, "No wonder everyone is willing to live in a big city. The feeling is really different. The quality of life is really high. In the countryside, even if one wants to enjoy such a life, there is no way to do so. I wonder how much would it cost to take a carriage? It's better not to ask. Otherwise, Ma Jing will nag again." The sound of horse hooves could be heard. After about 10 minutes, the tall city gates of Pingyang City were in sight. Seeing Pingyang City again, Zhang Xiaohua was no longer as surprised as before. It was as if he had already taken it for granted and ignored it. People's habits were indeed scary. This was only the 3rd time he saw it, but he had already lost his novelty. If he were to see it every day, he would definitely ignore it no matter how precious it was. When the horse carriage entered the city, Zhang Xiaohua thought that it would head in the direction of the carriage company. Unexpectedly, it turned in another direction. Although Zhang Xiaohua did not remember the way, he still knew the general direction. He asked Ma Jing in confusion, "Brother Ma, the carriage company doesn't seem to be in this direction. Did I remember wrongly?" Ma Jing had long been tortured by Zhang Xiaohua's strange question. He looked at him and said unhappily, "The carriage company is not in this direction, but Xueqi brothel is in this direction." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he quickly stood up. Fortunately, he was still short and almost touched the roof of the horse carriage. Ma Jing was shocked when he stood up and asked, "What's wrong, brother?" Zhang Xiaohua said with a red face, "Brother Ma, I really don't want to go to Xueqi brothel. Let me alight." Ma Jing looked at Zhang Xiaohua's embarrassment and laughed out loud. He said to the front of the horse carriage, "Coachman, please stop for a while and let my brother alight." The horse carriage stopped. Zhang Xiaohua quickly jumped down from the horse carriage, afraid that the horse carriage would continue moving and bring him to Xueqi brothel. Ma Jing leaned half of his body out of the horse carriage and asked, "Brother, do you know the address of the carriage company? You can go to the carriage shop and look for a carriage. Don't forget, you still have to walk back. Also, where are you going? I can get a carriage to send you back later." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "I know, Brother Ma. You don't need a carriage. Just remember to go back early tonight." After saying that, he waved his hand and ran away. "Come back earlier? It's not easy for me to come out. It would be strange if I returned early," Ma Jing said to himself as a lewd smile appeared on his face. Zhang Xiaohua ran along the road for a while. When she felt that she was far away from the carriage, she stopped and asked a shop assistant for directions to the Ming Lianhua escort agency. Although it was already noon, the wide roads of Pingyang City were still crowded with people. Zhang Xiaohua squeezed through the crowd with great effort. As he squeezed through the crowd, he was also paying attention to whether anyone was thinking about the money in his arms. Although he did not have a money pouch on his waist, he was still worried even if he had it in his arms. It was really funny to think that he would encounter a thief on his first shopping trip with second brother. Just as he was thinking about it, he suddenly saw a familiar figure in front of him. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but be stunned. Speak of the devil and he would appear. He did not know anyone in Pingyang City. If this figure was not Zhang Xiaohu, then it must be the thief that he almost caught the last time. Looking at the thief walking in front of him, Zhang Xiaohua felt that it was funny. Thinking that he must be looking at other people now, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but quicken his steps. Sure enough, in front of the thief was a scholar, holding a folding fan. As he fanned himself, he looked around. Whenever there was a novelty stall on the side of the road, he would stop and look at the old books on sale. Sometimes he would buy some brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone. The money pouch on his waist swayed from time to time, causing the thief to shake his head from side to side. Seeing that the thief had been following the scholar for some time and did not have a good chance to catch him, at this moment, there were fewer people in front and it was a fork in the road. The thief quickened his steps and was about to get close to the unsuspecting scholar. Zhang Xiaohua, who was behind him, could not stand it and naturally wanted to stop him. However, at this moment, Zhang Xiaohua was more cautious. She remembered that when she caught the thief last time, a group of people surrounded her and she was still shielded and escaped. Zhang Xiaohua looked around and thought that these people were also around. If she rushed forward rashly, she might be able to catch the thief, but they were a group of people and she was no match for them. Last time, second brother was around and they did not make a move. This time, she was alone and she might be plotted against by them. She remembered that when she came out, Lu Kai and Mr. Lu repeatedly reminded her that it was good to be brave for a just cause, but she must consider her own safety first. What should she do? Seeing that the thief's hand had already reached out, the scholar was still looking up at the roadside signboard. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes lit up and she shouted, "Brother Zhang, why are you here?" Zhang Xiaohua's voice was very loud and clear. Several people around them turned to look at her, especially those surnamed Zhang. The scholar also turned his head in response. Seeing that the scholar turned his head, the thief quickly withdrew his hand and pretended to buy something, lowering his head to look at the small stall by the side. Seeing that the scholar turned his head, Zhang Xiaohua was also stunned. Zhang Xiaohua really knew this person. It turned out to be the scholar Li Jinfeng who had entered the city with her in the carriage a month ago. It was really a coincidence. She only knew a few people, including this thief. Today, she had only seen 2 of them. Zhang Xiaohua walked forward with a smile. Li Jinfeng was also very surprised. Although he did not have a deep impression of Zhang Xiaohua, after all, they had been in the same carriage for a long time and they had only parted for a month. Moreover, seeing that Zhang Xiaohua walked towards him and looked at the people around him, it seemed that no one was responding. He guessed that he was the one he was looking for. Zhang Xiaohua went forward and said, "Brother Li, hello?" Li Jinfeng asked in surprise. "You are Zhang Xiaohua, right? I haven't seen you for almost a month and I almost forgot your name. However, I am better than you. Why did you call me Brother Zhang just now?" At this time, the thief at the side saw that the 2 of them knew each other. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua was the one who had chased after him some time ago. He had already slipped away when they greeted each other. Zhang Xiaohua then told Li Jinfeng about seeing the thief just now. Li Jinfeng touched the money pouch at his waist. He guessed that Zhang Xiaohua was telling the truth. He could not help but say happily, "It's really thanks to you. If it weren't for you, my living expenses for this month would be gone. I have to thank you properly." Zhang Xiaohua naturally declined and said, "Big Brother Li, you're too polite. After all, we're familiar with each other. Even if we're strangers, we'll still help if we can. If I have to thank you for such a small matter, then it'll be a waste of our friendship." Li Jinfeng saw that Zhang Xiaohua's words were very reasonable and could not help but look at him in a new light. He felt that the young man in front of him was no longer the same as when he first met him. He was less immature and more mature. Li Jinfeng could not help but like him from the bottom of his heart, as if he was his own younger brother. Therefore, he affectionately patted him on the shoulder and said, "Well, since you said so, I won't be polite with you. We are all drifters. If there is anything I can help with in the future, feel free to look for me." Then, he told him his address and other things. Zhang Xiaohua memorized it carefully. Li Jinfeng looked at Zhang Xiaohua's green clothes and small hat and felt very strange. He asked, "Where are you going now? Why are you dressed like this? Did you become a servant of some rich family? And your brother?" Zhang Xiaohua roughly told Li Jinfeng about her recent situation, but did not mention anything about Huanxi Manor and Misty School. Although Li Jinfeng was in Pingyang City, he was after all a student and did not know about the matters of the Jianghu. Therefore, he did not know about Huanxi Manor, and thought that it was the manor of an ordinary rich family. However, when he heard that Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohu had been waiting for them in front of the carriage for a long time, he could not help but blush and feel ashamed. That day, he was dragged out to stay with Shangguan Yun. First they ate then drank. When he woke up, it was already late in the morning. The promise he had made to the Zhang brothers had long been forgotten. Now, if Zhang Xiaohua had not mentioned it, he would have almost forgotten that he had patted his chest in front of them. Li Jinfeng was after all a knowledgeable scholar. He immediately said, "Brother Xiaohua, I have indeed forgotten that day. I have made you wait for so long. I am very sorry. I apologize to you now." After saying that, he bowed to the ground. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly pulled him and said, "Brother Li, you don't have to be like this. Anyway, that Lotus Escort Agency is very easy to find. We just have to ask around and find it." Li Jinfeng continued to ask, "Brother Xiaohua, where are you going now? Is it the Lotus Escort Agency?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Brother Li is really clever. How did you guess? I am going to the escort agency." Li Jinfeng smiled and said, "I heard you say that this manor is outside the city. You haven't entered the city for a while. Now that you are here, you are naturally going to the escort agency to see your brother. This isn't hard to guess." Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head and said, "After listening to Brother Li's analysis, it really does make sense. Little brother sometimes doesn't like to use his brain, so I can't see very simple things clearly." Li Jinfeng patted his head and said, "You are still young. This is the time for you to use your brain. When you encounter something, don't ask others first. Think about it first. Perhaps you will have a plan. Other people's answers are other people's. They may be right, but they may not be suitable for you. Only the answer that you think of yourself belongs to you." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, it was as if a bolt of lightning flashed through his mind. He seemed to have thought of something, but when he thought about it carefully, he couldn't figure it out. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's stunned expression, Li Jinfeng said, I haven't been to the escort agency to see Shangguan Yun and Yu Luan for a long time. Now is a good time to go see them with you. Zhang Xiaohua said happily, is that so? Those two people are also in the escort agency? Are they also armed escorts? Li Jinfeng looked at Zhang Xiaohua's happy expression and shook his head, saying, I don't know what they are doing in the escort agency. They should be learning martial arts. However, they shouldn't be armed escorts. Their family background is not bad, especially Shangguan Yun. He seems to be very rich. They definitely wouldn't join the escort agency. Zhang Xiaohua's face turned red. Just now, Li Jinfeng had told him to use his brain more, but he had forgotten in a flash. He even rashly said that they were armed escorts. He reckoned that they weren't even bodyguards. They should be learning martial arts from Fourth Master Wen and the others. Sigh, he had to use his brain more in the future. He couldn't speak blindly. Silence was golden. Then, Zhang Xiaohua said, Brother Li, I know. There is a martial arts center in the Lotus Flower Escort Agency. You need to spend money to learn. I reckon that Big Brother Shangguan and Big Brother you are practicing martial arts there. Li Jinfeng smiled and said, that should be the case. What they don't lack the least is money. Come, let's go see them. I also have to apologize to your brother. All right, what's your brother's name? Zhang Xiaohua stuck out his tongue and said, my second brother's name is Zhang Xiaohu. Then, the two chatted as they walked towards the escort agency. The escort agency was near the city gates. Zhang Xiaohua had fled with Ma Jing's carriage not long after entering the city gates. If he hadn't met Li Jinfeng, he would have arrived at the escort agency long ago. Even though Li Jinfeng was a scholar and walked much slower than Zhang Xiaohua, the two still arrived at the entrance of the escort agency very quickly. There were many people coming and going in front of the escort agency today. It looked very lively and business was probably good. The stone lions on both sides were still mighty, but in Zhang Xiaohua's eyes, he didn't pay much attention to them. He only felt that they were ordinary. Li Jinfeng walked up the steps and raised his hand to salute the guard standing in front of the door. Everyone, I'm going to the escort agency to look for Shangguan Yun who is practicing martial arts here. Please make it easy for me. The leader of the guard smiled and said, oh, you're looking for young Master Shangguan. I wonder if this young master knows how to get inside? There are many things going on today and I'm afraid I don't have time to bring you there. Li Jinfeng quickly said that there was no need. I've been to your escort agency more than once. I know where young Master Shangguan is. I'll go there myself. After saying that, the guard made an inviting gesture and said, then please, young master. Li Jinfeng nodded and turned around to greet Zhang Xiaohua. He then led him through the door of the escort agency. Zhang Xiaohua was dressed as a manservant, so the guards only thought that he was following Li Jinfeng. Naturally, they didn't stop him to ask questions and let him pass after a glance. There were some people walking around in the square in front of the door. It seemed that they were all here on business and didn't practice martial arts. Zhang Xiaohua dismissed the idea of asking questions and followed Li Jinfeng. He wanted to wait until he saw Zhang Xiaohu before asking for more information. Although Zhang Xiaohua didn't specialize in martial arts like them, they were all living under the same roof. Perhaps he would be familiar with him. The last time Zhang Xiaohua came, she only saw a row of small houses on the right side of the square. Looking at them now, she saw that they were all closed. They were probably resting. Li Jinfeng didn't stop in front of these small houses. He walked along the corridor in front of the house and walked into a spacious courtyard. There was a row of houses in front of him. It was also quiet. Many large trees were planted in the courtyard, making it very shady. After passing through the courtyard, there was a screen wall. There were two doors on the left and right. Li Jinfeng didn't hesitate and turned left. After entering through the door, there was another long corridor. At the end of the corridor was a row of exquisite houses. Li Jinfeng brought Zhang Xiaohua to the doors of several fine houses. After carefully identifying them, he walked to the one in the middle and quietly knocked on the door. After a while, a lazy and slightly hoarse voice said, "Who is it? What's the matter?" When Zhang Xiaohua heard this voice, her heart skipped a beat. Wasn't this Yu Luan's voice? She actually remembered that he didn't seem to have spoken much to her. Sure enough, Li Jinfeng said, "Brother Yu, it's Li Jinfeng. I'm here to see my two brothers." Before he finished speaking, another voice sounded, "Oh, it's Brother Jinfeng. Come in quickly. You haven't been here for many days. Are you busy with your homework? This voice had a slight arrogance. It was Shangguan Yun. Li Jinfeng pushed open the door and entered. He smiled and said, I'm not busy with my homework. I'm just preparing for some exams. I don't have much free time. When I have time, I come to see the two heroes. Inside the room, Shangguan Yun and Yu Luan were sitting on two chairs. They were still a little sleepy. It was obvious that they had just woken up from their afternoon nap. When they saw Li Jinfeng come in, they both stood up and nodded in greeting. Then they sat down. They were probably familiar with each other and didn't have to be so polite. Haha, Brother Li, you're too polite. When it comes to heroes, Brother Shangguan is naturally worthy of the title. I'm just a mediocre martial artist. I really don't deserve that title. Yu Luan said very modestly. Shangguan Yun said, Yu Luan has also improved recently. If you practice harder, you will have a bright future. There's no need to belittle yourself. When the two finished speaking, Li Jinfeng said again, I brought an acquaintance today. Guess who it is? An acquaintance? An acquaintance? The two looked at each other blankly. Li Jinfeng smiled and said to the outside, Zhang Xiaohua, come in. Zhang Xiaohua then walked in with a smile. She bowed to the two of them and said, Greetings to the two brothers. We haven't seen each other for more than a month. The two of them looked at the greeting and were puzzled. Why would this follower of Li Jinfeng say such things to them? After taking a closer look, they realized that this was the young man from the countryside who sat in the same carriage as them when they came to Pingyang City. He had just changed into a servant's clothes. Shangguan Yun saw Zhang Xiaohua bowing and did not get up. He nodded as a return of the greeting. Yu Luan did not return the greeting. He just walked forward and said, Zhang Xiaohua, you were in the same carriage as us. Haha, how did you become a servant under Brother Li? Li Jinfeng heard and quickly explained, No, I can't even take care of myself. How can I find a servant? This Xiaohua brother is working at Xuanxi Manor. Xuanxi Manor? Shangguan Yun heard and raised her eyebrows, saying, That's a good place. The treatment should be good. Zhang Xiaohua, you're lucky to find a good place as soon as you arrived in Pingyang City. Yu Luan asked, Is Xuanxi Manor very famous? Shangguan Yun looked at him and said, Xuanxi Manor is the property of the Misty School. Like the Lotus Escort Agency, it is under the management of the Misty School. Yu Luan then understood and continued to ask Zhang Xiaohua, Oh yes, Zhang Xiaohua, didn't you want to come to the Lotus Escort Agency with us the last time you came to Pingyang City? Why did you go to Xuanxi Manor? Zhang Xiaohua blushed and said, We originally wanted to come to the escort agency to practice martial arts. However, the people there said that we have to pay to practice martial arts. We didn't have any money, so we could only, without waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to finish, Yu Luan laughed and said, I knew it. When you asked about the Lotus Escort Agency that day, I was puzzled as to why you came to the agency. I didn't expect you to have the intention to practice martial arts. If I had asked you more at that time, I would have dispelled your delusion. The poor study but the rich practice martial arts. How can you learn martial arts without money? The cultivation of martial arts is not something a person like you can imagine. It's better for you to work hard as a servant. Once you've earned some money, you can go home and buy a piece of land. When it's bigger, you can marry a wife and take care of your wife and children. Please add it to your collection. Thank you. Chapter 93. Yu Luan's words were very rude, but they were also unreasonable. When Li Jinfeng heard it, he looked at Zhang Xiaohua's red face and felt quite distressed. Although he was a child from the countryside and was somewhat inexperienced, he had just helped him drive away the thief. Moreover, along the way, his words and actions were full of generosity, which left a very good impression on Li Jinfeng. Therefore he continued to say, Brother Yu, what you said is wrong. Brother Xiaohua wholeheartedly pursuing martial arts is a good thing. A warm-hearted person like him who can practice martial arts will certainly help a lot of people. Yu Luan saw that Li Jinfeng was helping Zhang Xiaohua, but did not stop. He continued to say, Brother Shangguan, you are a scholar, so you don't know how difficult it is to practice martial arts. On the road of martial arts, without money and aptitude, you will never succeed. It is better not to learn martial arts. If there is any trouble, if you try to help yourself, you will lose your life in vain. Don't you think so, Brother Shangguan? Shangguan Yun did not say much, nor did he look at Zhang Xiaohua. He just nodded. At this time, Li Jinfeng felt strange. He did not care about Zhang Xiaohua's matter and asked Shangguan Yun with interest. Brother Shangguan, what is the reason for this? This little brother is very curious. Can you explain it to this little brother? Shangguan Yun frowned and said, Brother Li, to put it simply, as long as you have a few copper coins, you can buy books and you can study. At worst, you can spend a small amount of money to find a teacher to teach you how to read and write. Teachers can be said to be everywhere, right? But practicing martial arts is different. Let's not talk about other things. Just take me as an example. I've liked practicing martial arts since I was a child, and my family's financial situation is not bad. My father hired a martial master from a young age to teach me martial arts, and even spent a large amount of money to buy precious medicinal herbs for me to bathe in and treat my injuries. Martial masters are already few in number, and those with great ability are even fewer. I don't know how many times I've changed masters, but I finally found one with real ability, and only then was I able to learn some things. That's not it. That master is old and wants to retire to his hometown. My father doesn't want me to continue practicing martial arts, saying that it's fine as long as I have a strong physique to protect myself. That's why I secretly ran out and went to the Lotus Escort Agency to learn martial arts. With my foundation of practicing martial arts since I was a child, and even spent a considerable amount of money to let me in to learn, how could someone like Zhang Xiaohua possibly learn martial arts? Finished speaking, Shangguan Yun shook his head and smiled gently. It was not a contemptuous smile, but a gentle smile, as if he was talking about the ambition of a manservant in his manner. It was a kind of comment from top to bottom, a kind of disdain that came from the heart. Yes, it was the kind of disdain that came with a wave of the hand. Yu Luan was not the only one who felt it. He smiled knowingly and looked down at Zhang Xiaohua. Li Jinfeng also felt it, but he knew that Shangguan Yun came from a rich family, and this Zhang Xiaohua's identity was equivalent to his family's servant. It was already good enough that he said so much. If it were other rich playboys, they would have already spoken ill of him. His actions showed that he did not have any ill intentions towards Zhang Xiaohua. It was just a habit. However, he immediately thought of himself and realized the gap between himself and Shangguan Yun. He was originally a poor scholar who came to Pingyang City to study. He met Shangguan Yun by chance and felt that he was a good person, and wanted to befriend him. Now, looking at Shangguan Yun's attitude, was his intention of befriending him? Naturally, Zhang Xiaohua was embarrassed when she heard this. However, it was not the first time that she was criticized. Moreover, she thought that she had already taken the first step on the road of martial arts. As long as she persevered, she would be able to achieve something. Instantly, she felt relieved and the whole world became bigger. She said with a smile, Young Master Shangguan is right. Every word is from the bottom of my heart. However, there are many ways to practice martial arts, and it is not necessarily the same way. Shangguan Yun, who originally did not care about Zhang Xiaohua, saw that she was not ashamed or embarrassed by his words, and even said such words. It was as if Zhang Xiaohua had suddenly grown up. He could not help but look at the servant standing at the side of the room, who was neither arrogant nor humble, and said, Oh, there are other ways? Then tell me. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Isn't my second brother, Zhang Xiaohu, a bodyguard in the Lotus Escort Agency? Isn't he practicing martial arts? Yu Luan and Li Jinfeng, who had just heard Zhang Xiaohua speak very well, were also listening attentively. When they heard the words bodyguard, Yu Luan could not help but laugh and said, Bodyguard. Haha, bodyguard, a little bodyguard dares to compare himself with us, the martial arts students of the martial arts hall. This really makes me laugh until my belly hurts. Shangguan Yun also wanted to laugh, but he suddenly frowned and said, Zhang Xiaohu, why does it sound so familiar? When Yu Luan heard this, he stopped laughing and said, A bodyguard named Zhang Xiaohu, what's there to be familiar with? Ha ha ha, Zhang Xiaohu, it's quite familiar. I think I've heard someone mention it before. Suddenly, Shangguan Yun slapped the chair and said, I remember. A while ago I heard from the martial arts hall's fourth master that this Zhang Xiaohu is a martial arts genius and a newly recruited bodyguard. He even said that he wanted him to come to our martial arts hall to practice martial arts. At this time, a loud and clear voice came from outside the door. What genius, he's just a bumpkin. After practicing martial arts for a few days, he dares to call himself a genius. If there's a chance, teach him a lesson and let him know what a true genius is. These words were very arrogant. Zhang Xiaohua turned her head to look at the door, looking forward to seeing what this person looked like. Li Jinfeng also had the same feeling. To be able to say such words, a person must have something to rely on. Most of the scholars were handsome and elegant, but what about those who practiced martial arts? Were they big and thick, with hair growing out of their temples? Li Jinfeng was very much looking forward to it. When Yu Luan heard this, he immediately rushed to the door with a smile on his face. Shang Guanyun frowned and immediately stood up. However, he did not take a step forward. The door was not closed. When Yu Luan rushed to the door, the person had already stepped in. A handsome man walked into the abode, holding the same folding fan as Li Jinfeng. He did not open it, but played with it from time to time. This person was also dressed in white and was very well dressed. There were many small things on his body, but Zhang Xiaohua could not tell what they were. She just felt that they were very long-winded. How could someone dressed like this work in the fields? That person was quite handsome, but his 2 eyebrows were too high, making people feel that he was a bit flamboyant. However, with that face of his, it could be said that he was in the prime of his life, full of vigor and vitality. It was also very appropriate. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but turn to look at Li Jinfeng, thinking, is this also a martial arts practitioner? Why does he look more like a scholar than Brother Li? Yu Luan quickly bowed and said, Young Master Yu is here. What a rare guest. I haven't seen you in a while. Young Master Yu did not return the greeting. He waved his folding fan and said, I also went back to visit the elders in my family. I just came back today and came here to pay a visit to young Master Shangguan. This is? He obviously saw Li Jinfeng in the room. Yu Luan smiled and introduced. This is young Master Li Jinfeng from Quicksand Academy. He is a scholar that young Master Shangguan and I met when we entered Pingyang City a month ago. When young Master Yu heard that Li Jinfeng was a scholar, he cupped his fists and said, I am Yu Dai. I am very happy to meet young Master Li. When Li Jinfeng saw Yu Dai bowing, he quickly returned the greeting and said, Nice to meet you, nice to meet you. Yu Luan seized the opportunity and said, Young Master Yu is here to learn martial arts in Yu City. The Yu family is an influential family in Yu City. Yu Dai put his index finger to his lips and said, Xueqi, keep a low profile, keep a low profile. Then, he directly ignored Zhang Xiaohua and walked to Shang Guanyun. He bowed and said, Brother Shangguan, I haven't seen you for a few days. You still look energetic. Shang Guanyun also smiled and returned the greeting. Brother Yu looks better than before. We can't compare to you. Brother Yu, please take a seat. Yu Dai did not stand on ceremony and sat on the chair that Yu Luan had just sat on. Shang Guanyun also sat down. Shang Guanyun and Yu Luan's abode was divided into 2 rooms. The inner room was naturally for them to rest. The outer room was used for receiving guests. There were only 2 chairs and a square table. When Li Jinfeng came in, he only cared about talking and did not find a chair to sit on. Now, Shang Guanyun and Yu Dai sat on the only 2 chairs. The other 3 people in the room did not have chairs. Yu Luan patted his head and quickly walked into the inner room. He took 2 chairs and placed them at the bottom. He sat on one and gestured for Li Jinfeng to sit down as well. Li Jinfeng looked at the only chair, but he was too embarrassed to sit on it. It was okay if others ignored Zhang Xiaohua, but he had brought Zhang Xiaohua here. Although she was a servant, she was not his follower. Yu Dai must have misunderstood. He could not explain clearly, otherwise, it would make things worse and make Zhang Xiaohua feel embarrassed. However, he also knew that there were only 4 chairs in Shang Guanyun's abode. It was not that he wanted to make things difficult for Zhang Xiaohua, but what should he do? While he was in a dilemma, Zhang Xiaohua walked behind Li Jinfeng and patted his shoulder. She pointed at the chair with her chin and walked over first. She stood behind the chair with her hands behind her back. Li Jinfeng understood and nodded with a smile. He also sat down. Their actions were seen by the other 3 people. Shang Guanyun knew that there were only 4 chairs in the room. It was normal that there was no seat for Zhang Xiaohua, so he did not care. However, Yu Dai was a little confused. What did this servant's actions mean? However, since it was someone else's business, he did not ask. Instead, he coughed and asked, Just now at the door, I heard people talking about the famous armed escort. What was his name again? Can you tell me more about it? I remember that when I left, I had not heard of this name. How did it become so popular in the martial arts center in just a few days? Yu Luan glanced at Zhang Xiaohua and said, Young Master Yu, his name is Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu came to Pingyang City with us and even took the same horse carriage that day. However, we didn't arrive at the escort agency on the same day. Like young Master Yu, we entered the martial arts dojo. That Zhang Xiaohu first signed up for the martial arts dojo, but because he didn't have enough money, he signed up as an armed escort. It was said that during the test, 6th young Master Li was watching. I heard from the armed escorts and the people from the martial arts dojo outside that day that Zhang Xiaohu didn't practice martial arts for even a day. However, when someone demonstrated a set of Liuhe boxing in front of him, Zhang Xiaohu actually had a photographic memory and could repeat it completely. 6th young Master Li was very surprised and praised him endlessly, calling him a genius. Upon hearing this, Yu Dei shook his head and said with a look of disdain, Although the Liuhe boxing is very complicated and it is indeed difficult to demonstrate it in one go, when I first started learning martial arts when I was young, which fist technique didn't pass in one go? I remember that I have a distant cousin who also learned the Liuhe boxing for the first time. Although he did not learn it in one go, he was able to learn most of it. With Zhang Xiaohu's talent, it is considered rare. If he were to say that he is a genius, it would be too sensationalist. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she was unhappy. Although Yu Luan was exaggerating, he was still her brother. Of course, she was willing to hear others praise him. Now that Yu Dei had rebutted her, she knew that what he said made sense. However, she still felt that he was a little jealous, so she did not think much of it. Shangguan Yun continued Yu Luan's words and said, Brother Yu, what you said makes sense. I did not participate in the incident that day. However, when I heard it, I also felt that it was strange. This incident was just normal. It was just a bodyguard. There is nothing special about him. However, there is something that Brother Yu does not know. Yu Dei was stunned and said, Please enlighten me, Brother Shangguan. Shangguan Yun continued, When Zhang Xiaohu joined the escort agency as a bodyguard, I had not yet come to the martial arts hall. However, Brother Yu was in the martial arts hall at that time. Why didn't you hear this news? Moreover, before Brother Yu returned to Yu City, didn't you also stay in the escort agency with Zhang Xiaohu? Why didn't you hear this news? Yu Dei said disapprovingly, He was just a lowly bodyguard. How would I know? We don't practice martial arts together. Don't tell me you want me to go to the place where the servants practice to take a look? Shangguan Yun also laughed and said, Brother Yu's words make sense. Actually, Zhang Xiaohu did not become famous during Brother Yu's time in the escort agency. It was recently. At this time, Shangguan Yun also glanced at Zhang Xiaohua and said, According to some of the brothers in the martial arts hall, ever since Zhang Xiaohu became a bodyguard, other than the usual training, he only practiced fist techniques. However, he was also strange. No matter how 6th Master Li advised him, he only practiced the Liuhe fist. 6th Master Li saw that he was already very good at it and was prepared to teach him other fist techniques. However, he refused to learn. He said that he was not proficient in the Liuhe fist and that he would improve every time he practiced it. He even told 6th Master Li that he would only learn other martial arts when he felt that he could no longer improve. At first, 6th Master Li thought that Zhang Xiaohu was joking. However, after waiting for more than 10 days, Zhang Xiaohu was still practicing the Liuhe fist. He could not help but get angry and gave Zhang Xiaohu a final warning. He would give him a few more days to think about it. Otherwise, he would not let him practice other martial arts. However, after waiting for more than 10 days, Zhang Xiaohu still did not beg for mercy. He only minded his own business and practiced the Liuhe fist. 6th Master Li originally wanted to ignore him. However, he thought that Zhang Xiaohu was a good seedling. Although he started practicing martial arts late, he could be a backup for the escort agency in the future. Thus, he pulled a bodyguard to look for Zhang Xiaohu. He told Zhang Xiaohu that if he beat this bodyguard, 6th Master Li would not say anything and Zhang Xiaohu could practice however he wanted. However, if Zhang Xiaohu lost, he would have to listen to him. Brother Yu, what do you think the result will be? Yu Dei slapped his forehead and said, Brother Shangguan, aren't you bullying my intelligence? If even Zhang Xiaohu lost, what are we still talking about here? Shangguan Yun laughed and said, Haha, that's right. I reckon that day, 6th Master Li did not even think that Zhang Xiaohu would win. Anyone who thinks about it, although the bodyguards of the Lotus Escort Agency are not veterans, they are still skilled martial artists. Which one of them hasn't practiced for a few years? 5 to 6 years is the minimum. Most of them have practiced for around 10 years. This Zhang Xiaohu has only been practicing martial arts for a month. How could he be their opponent? Yuluan saw that Zhang Xiaohu was a bit tired and hurriedly said, I don't know too much about the situation that day. I only heard it from others. At the beginning, Zhang Xiaohu was indeed not the bodyguard's opponent. However, he kept using the Lyoha fist to fight. Later on, the more he fought, the more proficient he became. He was actually tied with the bodyguard. That bodyguard tried a few different fist techniques but to no avail. He became impatient and in the end, he was punched in the chest by Zhang Xiaohu and had no choice but to admit defeat. At this, Zhang Xiaohu is really interesting. Could it be that he really is a genius? Yu Dei also became interested and said, however, for someone who has only practiced fist techniques for a month to be able to win against someone who has practiced fist techniques for many years, it's too inconceivable. What is the reason for this? At this time, a voice sounded and said, there is no other reason. It's just practice. Everyone looked over and saw that it was Zhang Xiaohua who answered in high spirits. When Zhang Xiaohua heard that his second brother, Zhang Xiaohu, had only practiced the Lyoha fist technique ever since he entered the escort agency, he felt his heart skip a beat. It was as if a string in his heart had been plucked. It was just like when he met Li Jinfeng in the morning. Li Jinfeng's words made his heart skip a beat. Other people's things were other people's things. They might not necessarily be suitable for him. Only those that were suitable for him were his. Now that he combined it with his second brother's training method, he suddenly thought of a way out for himself. In an instant, he felt his eyes brighten as a great path appeared in front of him. When he heard Yu Dei ask for the reason, he couldn't help but feel an itch in his heart and blurted out a sentence that Mr. Liu had said. Yu Dei frowned and snorted, saying, Young Master Li, why is your servant so impolite? Didn't you teach him some etiquette at home? Li Jinfeng blushed a little. Wasn't this obviously saying that he had no manners? He hurriedly stood up and explained, Brother Yu, you've misunderstood. This is not my servant. He works at Huanxi Mountain Villa. Speaking of which, he's a friend that Brother Shangguan, Brother Yuluan, and I have made together. Friend. Yu Dei looked at Zhang Xiaohua's green robe and small hat and couldn't help but feel a little unhappy. He turned to look at Shangguan Yun. Shangguan Yun also frowned and secretly blamed Li Jinfeng for not knowing how to speak. It was naturally embarrassing to be friends with a servant. Moreover, he had never treated Zhang Xiaohua as a friend. Yu Luan saw this and hurriedly said, Young Master Yu, we also came to Pingyang City in the same carriage. That's how we got to know each other. Yu Dei then nodded arrogantly and retracted his gaze. However, as if he suddenly thought of something, he asked, How many people were in the same carriage as you? Then didn't he also come with Zhang Xiaohu? Yu Luan smiled and said, There were 5 people in the same carriage as us. He's one of them. Moreover, he's the younger brother of Zhang Xiaohu that we were talking about just now. His name is Zhang Xiaohua. Please collect it, thank you. Chapter 94. Zhang Xiaohua, Zhang Xiaohu? Haha, interesting. Yu Dei laughed. Zhang Xiaohua laughed as well. His laugh was not as arrogant as Yu Dei's, nor was it as arrogant as Shangguan Yun's, nor was it as flattering as Li Jinfeng's. It was a laugh that came from the bottom of his heart. Perhaps it was a laugh of pride for his second brother, or perhaps it was a laugh of happiness for his future. Yu Dei stopped laughing and asked, Then why don't you tell me the reason? Zhang Xiaohua calmly said, This sentence means that there is no special reason, it's just that I'm familiar with it. I've also practiced fist techniques for a few days, but I haven't made any progress. Today, after hearing about my second brother, I suddenly realized that as long as one is truly proficient in one fist technique, it will be as effective as practicing many other fist techniques. There's another saying that it's better to be proficient in a single fist technique than to be proficient in 100 different fist techniques. Isn't this the same principle? Before anyone else could speak, Li Jinfeng couldn't help but tap his fan and applaud. Brother Xiaohua, what you said is very clear. The teachers in school always teach us not to bite off more than we can chew. It's also the same principle. A person's energy is limited. Reading 10,000 books doesn't mean that you understand everything. Instead, it's better to focus on one book and completely understand it. In the past, I didn't pay much attention to this saying, but now that I've heard about Brother Xiaohu's achievements, it seems that I'll have to pay more attention to it when I study in the future. Yu Dei still curled her lips and said disapprovingly, "You guys don't practice martial arts, so you won't understand. Practicing martial arts and studying are two different things. A person who has just started practicing martial arts for a month definitely can't beat someone who has practiced for many years. Maybe that bodyguard just made a mistake." Shangguan Yun said, "Yes, that sixth Master Li also thought so." Although he agreed with Zhang Xiaohu's decision, he still wanted to test Zhang Xiaohu's bottom line. The next day, he found 2 more bodyguards to compete with Zhang Xiaohu, but the results were still shocking. Although Zhang Xiaohu didn't win against the 2 bodyguards, the 2 bodyguards didn't gain any advantage either. Both matches ended in a draw. Yu Dei couldn't sit still any longer and stood up from her chair. "Impossible, I know the bodyguards of the Lotus Escort Agency. Many of them have extraordinary skills that aren't inferior to those from the martial arts hall. How can they not take down this Zhang Xiaohu? Impossible. Impossible?" Shangguan Yun waited for Yu Dei to finish speaking. Seeing that Yu Dei was pacing around in circles, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Young Master Yu, you're at a dead end. You didn't listen carefully. Fist techniques, let's compete in fist techniques." "Oh, fist techniques, hee, I know." Yu Dei patted his head and quietly sat down. He said self-deprecatingly, "I still can't hold it in. Master has already told me so many times. How could I forget that they were competing in fist techniques? If that's the case, then the bodyguards really could have been forced to a draw by Zhang Xiaohu if they didn't use internal strength. But even if I don't use internal strength, I believe that I can still beat Zhang Xiaohu. Isn't he just a bumpkin who just started out?" Yu Dei started off well, but as he spoke, his playboy nature was revealed. When he said the 2 words internal strength, Zhang Xiaohua and Li Jinfeng had faces full of confusion. Yu Luan's face revealed an envious expression, and his chubby fingers couldn't help but rub together. Li Jinfeng didn't say anything and silently looked at them. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't let go of the opportunity to know everything about martial arts, so he impatiently asked, "That, internal strength, what is that?" "What's internal strength?" Ha ha ha. When Yu Dei heard this, he couldn't help but laugh loudly. He shook his head and raised his head to look out the door, not saying anything else. Shangguan Yun also seemed to have heard something very interesting, and his face was full of smiles. However, he still said, "Zhang Xiaohua, I can't tell you what internal strength is right now. When you have the opportunity to practice martial arts, you can ask your master." When Zhang Xiaohua saw that they didn't answer, he couldn't help but look at Yu Luan. However, Yu Luan only smiled flatteringly at Yu Dei, and his slightly greedy eyes followed Zhang Xiaohua. In his eyes, Zhang Xiaohua was just transparent, so how could he answer his question? Sigh, Zhang Xiaohua sighed in his heart, but immediately became excited. "If you don't tell me, I can ask Captain He. After all, he's a regular disciple of the Misty School, so he'll definitely know something like this." Just as he was thinking, Yu Dei suddenly retracted his gaze and stared at Zhang Xiaohua. "Zhang Xiaohua, right? What kind of internal strength do you want to know?" "I can tell you, but there's a condition." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and couldn't help but ask, "Condition? What condition?" Yu Dei smiled and said, "It's very simple. Let your second brother Zhang Xiaohu compete with me in fist techniques, and I'll agree to tell you." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she laughed and shook her head. "No, I can't agree to your request in place of my second brother. I haven't seen him in a long time." Yu Dei laughed. "I knew it. You won't dare to agree. You're just a coward from the countryside, humph." Zhang Xiaohua shook her head again and said, "This has nothing to do with guts. Maybe I'm a coward and don't have the courage, but I'll go forward even if there are thousands of people. This has to do with my heart's beliefs. Sigh, illiteracy is so scary. I need to hurry up and let Zhang Xiaohua study." When Xiaohua says something like this, I get goosebumps. I won't let someone else do this kind of boring thing with my second brother for no reason. I might not know what internal strength is right now, but there are probably many people who know. Since it's not your secret, then I'll naturally find out sooner or later. Young Master Yu, what do you say? Yu Dai originally looked at Zhang Xiaohua with ridicule, but when he finished speaking, the contempt on his face froze. With a pop sound, he closed his fan and said, Zhang Xiaohua? You really are an interesting person. At such a young age you actually have this kind of thinking. Did you really just come from the countryside? Zhang Xiaohua still had a smile on her face. It doesn't matter if I'm from the countryside or not. I only know that I only do what I think I should do. Yu Dai nodded seriously and said, Zhang Xiaohua, I take back what I just said. Since you said that you'll find out what internal strength is sooner or later, then I won't hide it anymore. I'll tell you right now and let you know that people from the countryside and people from the city are really different. After he finished speaking, he stared at Zhang Xiaohua to see how he would respond. However, Zhang Xiaohua's pure eyes weren't timid at all. She met his gaze and her face was calm as if she was saying, If you want to say it, then say it. I'm not forcing you. If you don't want to say it, then I don't care. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua didn't say anything, Yu Dai could only slowly say, Actually, internal strength is very complicated to explain. You've never practiced martial arts before, so it's not easy for me to explain it to you. To put it simply, when you practice martial arts, if you practice internal strength, then your body will produce a kind of power. We call it internal strength. Internal strength is different from your body's strength. It can be increased through cultivation. Moreover, when you don't use it, it will circulate in your body. When you use it, it will have an effect. Different fist techniques have different internal strength paths, so when you use it, it will have a very powerful effect. For example, internal strength is like a weapon, like a sword. When your second brother competes with someone else in fist techniques, then he'll throw away the weapon and only use his body's strength. If you add an internal strength, then that means your second brother is empty-handed while the other person has a sword, then your second brother will definitely lose. Do you understand? Yu Dai's words made Zhang Xiaohua dumbstruck. It really gave Zhang Xiaohua a lesson on the basics of martial arts. He never thought that martial arts would be so complicated. He thought that it was as simple as practicing his fists and legs, but after seeing it, he still had to learn internal strength. After hearing Yu Dai's words, Zhang Xiaohua asked, Does the Arhat fist have an internal strength that can be used with it? Where can I find the cultivation method for this internal strength? Bang! Yu Dai fell from the chair he was sitting on, causing Yu Luan to quickly help him up. He carefully patted the dust off his body and said with a charming smile, Young Master Yu, you should be careful. There's no need to make such a big fuss when talking to this servant. Yu Dai carefully sat down on the chair and used his hands to grip the chair tightly. He threw his folding fan onto the table and solemnly said, This Zhang Xiaohua is a strange person. The questions he asks are too shocking and his thinking is too far ahead. I have no choice but to be careful when dealing with him. Then he turned his face towards Zhang Xiaohua and solemnly said, This little brother, for you to be able to ask this kind of question, it shows that you are an idiot who has never practiced martial arts. As everyone knows, the Arhat fist was passed down from the Dalan temple and is now widely practiced in the Jianghu. Its status in the Jianghu is similar to Zhang San's status in the Jianghu. It is so famous. How can this kind of cabbage-like martial arts fist technique be paired with a profound internal strength? As for internal strength, what is internal strength? It is something that only the upper echelons of the Jianghu can have a glimpse of. It is the jewel on the crown of martial arts and is rarely circulated in the Jianghu. All kinds of internal strength cultivation methods are treasured by various sects and are only passed down to their core disciples. If you want to find an internal strength cultivation method to practice, you are simply dreaming. Moreover, even if you obtain an internal strength cultivation method, you may not be able to practice it. Zhang Xiaohua was once again dumbstruck as he muttered, Why? Yu Dai was immensely proud of himself as he fiddled with it and said, There are millions of people in the world and everyone's aptitude is different. Although this internal strength cultivation method can be seen by everyone, there are very few people who can successfully practice it and obtain internal strength. Think about it, if internal strength was easy to cultivate, then the internal strength cultivation method wouldn't be in such high demand. Li Jinfeng was listening from the side and was also flabbergasted. He interrupted and said, If young master you didn't say it, I really wouldn't have known that martial arts were so profound. Everyone's aptitude is different and their opportunities are different. There are thousands of weak waters and I can only take one ladle. That's enough, that's enough. Studying literature is still better. With one scroll in hand, I have everything in the world. Zhang Xiaohua had originally been a bit dispirited by Yu Dei's words, but this "I can only take one ladle out of thousands of weak waters" woke him up. He hadn't even learned his fist technique yet. If he could completely understand his fist technique, then he could consider the matter of internal strength. Beside him, Yuluan also said, "Young Master Yu's words are very clever. This one has never had the chance to see the true appearance of this pearl, so I entered the Lotus Flower Escort Agency to see if there are any opportunities here. If there's time in the future, I hope that young Master Yu can lend me a helping hand." Yu Dei looked at Yuluan but didn't reply. What a joke. The internal strength cultivation method was a secret within the sect and also within the family. How could he let others casually look at it? However, it was said that this Lotus Flower Escort Agency's martial arts training hall also had a few simple cultivation methods for outstanding students to choose from. This was still something that could be considered. Looking at Yu Luan's bewitching smile, Yu Dei slowly nodded his head. Seeing Yu Dei's gesture, Yu Luan was overjoyed. He hurriedly picked up the folding fan from the table, carefully opened it, and began fanning Yu Dei with all his might. Seeing this, Shangguan Yun secretly despised him in his heart. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua opened his mouth again. "Young Master Yu, since you've already brought up the matter of internal strength, then I'll represent my second brother and accept your challenge. We'll have a match of fist techniques. How about it?" Yu Dei stared blankly and said in astonishment, "Zhang Xiaohua, what do you mean by this? You didn't agree when I discussed it with you earlier. Now that I've stopped mentioning it, you actually want to agree. Why is this?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled mysteriously and said, "Since my second brother can practice a fist technique to this day, then he must have his own understanding of this fist technique. Moreover, to be able to fight against other escorts and not lose, he must be able to lift something heavy as if it were light. With such a good sparring partner like you guiding him in his fist technique, I reckon that he can't ask for anything more. Why should I stop him?" "Ha ha." Yu Dei laughed and said, "You're right. I'm sure that when that Zhang Xiaohu hears that I've challenged him, he'll be eager to give it a try. Let's go, we'll go find him. You lead the way." After waiting for a while, Zhang Xiaohua didn't move. He couldn't help but frown and say, "What's wrong? You don't dare to?" Zhang Xiaohua embarrassedly said, "This is my second time coming to the Lotus Flower Escort Agency. How would I know where second brother is?" She had an innocent look on her face. Yuluan hurriedly said, "I know. I'll lead everyone over." After he finished speaking, he returned the folding fan to Yu Dei and made a hand gesture, inviting Yu Dei to move forward. Yu Dei didn't stand on ceremony and took the folding fan. With a schwab sound, he opened it and fanned himself out. Looking at his confident and unrestrained figure, Zhang Xiaohua secretly said, "If we're comparing elegance, second brother probably isn't your opponent." The escorts didn't live in this courtyard. Zhang Xiaohua followed them out and after 2 courtyards, they arrived at the courtyard where the escorts lived. The houses in this courtyard were clearly more simple and crude. It wasn't as exquisite as the ones in the martial arts hall. It seemed that there was a fundamental difference between paying and being free. Zhang Xiaohu was now a famous person. When everyone said that they were looking for Zhang Xiaohu, the people in the courtyard all knew where he was. Someone had already led them to the front of a small house. The door was closed. Zhang Xiaohua went up and lightly knocked on the door. A familiar voice sounded from inside. "Who is it?" Zhang Xiaohua couldn't wait to open the door and called out, "Second brother." Zhang Xiaohu ran into the house. The house was quite spacious. He was sitting in a horse stance with his arms crossed. It seemed that he was trying to figure out a move. When he heard Zhang Xiaohua's voice and saw him running into the house, he immediately stopped and happily shouted, "Xiaohua, haha, it's you. Come here quickly. I missed you so much." After he finished speaking, he hugged Zhang Xiaohua who was rushing over. The 2 brothers hadn't seen each other since they broke up a month ago. Zhang Xiaohua's unexpected visit really gave Zhang Xiaohu a big surprise. After hugging his younger brother for a while, he let go of his arms. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's slightly chubby face, Zhang Xiaohu felt a little relieved. If he really lost weight, then Zhang Xiaohu would feel guilty. Seeing that the 2 brothers had chatted for a while, Li Jinfeng went forward to greet them. "Zhang Xiaohu, nice to meet you. Do you still remember me?" Zhang Xiaohu then noticed the group of people who had walked in from outside. He smiled and said, "Of course I know you. You came to Pingyang City in the same carriage as us brothers. How can you not know? But who is this? Yu Dei walked forward and said, I am Yu Dei from the martial arts dojo. I have heard of Brother Zhang's great name for a long time. Martial arts dojo? Zhang Xiaohu was a little puzzled. Why was this person with Xiao Hua? Beside him, Yu Luan hurriedly explained. Zhang Xiaohu, this is young Master Yu. Young Master Shangguan and I are now practicing martial arts at the martial arts dojo. We have been in the escort agency for so long and only just found out that you are here. That's why we came to visit you now. My apologies, my apologies. Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, So you are all brothers from the escort agency. Don't stand on ceremony. I also didn't know that you were at the martial arts dojo. Otherwise, I would have gone to look for you long ago. Come, come, take a seat, take a seat. However, he immediately felt awkward. Although the room was spacious, there was only one chair in the corner. Where was everyone supposed to sit? They couldn't all sit on the Kong bed. Zhang Xiaohu scratched his head. Yu Dei said, I won't sit. I am not here to reminisce today. I want to spar with Brother Zhang. I will wait outside. With that, he turned and walked out. Shangguan Yun and Yu Luan also cupped their hands and followed. Only Li Jinfeng, Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohu were left behind. Zhang Xiaohua apologetically told Zhang Xiaohu what had happened. She then said, Second brother, was it inappropriate for me to do this? I have made things difficult for you. Xiaohu patted Xiaohua's shoulder and said, Xiaohua, you've grown up. You've done well. If I were you, I would do the same. Practicing martial arts is all about aura. Even if I lose, I can't lose my aura. I would definitely accept this kind of provocation. Moreover, I've been studying this fist technique for the past few days and have gained some insights. I was just about to find someone to test it on. Yu Dei came at the right time. Hee hee. Haha, let's go and see the fist technique of the martial arts dojo. With that, he took Zhang Xiaohua's hand and walked out of the room together. There was no sign of Yu Dei and the others outside the room. They must have gone to the martial arts arena. When the three of them arrived at the arena, there were already many people gathered there. It seemed that the news of Zhang Xiaohu and Yu Dei's match had spread. There were even more people coming here. Zhang Xiaohu and the others squeezed into the crowd and said, Make way, make way. If I don't go in, you will all be sunbathing here. When Zhang Xiaohu squeezed into the middle of the crowd, he was already sweating profusely. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but sigh. This martial art was at the end of the line. No matter how much you practiced, you could only fight against 100 people. Only by winning the hearts of people could you be considered a profound martial art. If you used the human wave tactic, even if you fought against 100 people or 1,000 people, you would still be defeated. Just look at second brother's sorry state after squeezing through the crowd. Chapter 95. In the middle of the crowd, there was a wide open space. These people had seen many challenges and competitions, so the space was really suitable. If it was too big, they would not be able to see clearly, but if it was too small, they would easily get hurt. The current space was probably the best result after a lot of blood and tears. In the open space, Yu Dei had already packed up. She was proudly greeting people she knew and waiting for Zhang Xiaohu to arrive. When she saw Zhang Xiaohu squeeze in, she immediately stopped smiling and became serious. Zhang Xiaohu looked around and said to Zhang Xiaohua, Xiaohua, stand a little further away. Compared to fist techniques, they might not be able to take care of you. They might even accidentally hurt you. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Okay, second brother, I will stand with them. After she finished speaking, she pointed to Shangguan Yun and Yu Luan who were standing at the side. She pulled Li Jinfeng and stood with them. Yu Dei and Zhang Xiaohu looked at each other and cupped their fists at the same time, saying, Please. Then the two of them made the same starting pose at the same time. Zhang Xiaohua had also practiced the Liu Quan, but unfortunately, he only remembered a few of the moves. He recognized the familiar starting pose. His heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Yu Dei wanted to use the Liu Quan to fight against Zhang Xiaohu's Liu Quan? When the two of them started fighting, Zhang Xiaohua knew that his guess was right. The proud and arrogant Yu Dei could not stand people saying that Zhang Xiaohu was a genius, so she deliberately used the Liu Hequan to fight against Zhang Xiaohu's Liu Hequan. Therefore, they punched and kicked each other, exchanging a few rounds. The two of them were extremely skilled and remembered all the moves. When they fought, it was very beautiful. It was as if they were brothers performing, coordinating very well. The onlookers were dazzled and cheered. Someone even said, "These two are really good. It's like they've practiced together for many years." What seemed like praise turned into sarcasm in Yu Dei's ears. Zhang Xiaohu had been training for more than a month, so of course it was a compliment. Yu Dei, on the other hand, had been immersed in martial arts for many years. He didn't want to end up like this when he competed with such an opponent. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but stop looking down on Zhang Xiaohu. He tightened his fist and sped up his attack. His fists and legs rained down on Zhang Xiaohu like raindrops. The sudden increase in attack rhythm made Zhang Xiaohu feel very uncomfortable. From time to time, he would show flaws. Fortunately, he was very familiar with this set of Liu Hequan. Before Yu Dei could attack his flaws, he would make up for them. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohu was like a lotus leaf in the rain. No matter how the rain pitter-pattered and swayed, he just wouldn't fall. Seeing that Yu Dei's Liu Hequan was almost finished, Zhang Xiaohu was still fighting with ease. Yu Dei's eyes narrowed. He raised his left hand and lowered his right hand, hugging the air in front of his chest. His footsteps swayed. He actually gave up on the Liu Hequan and changed to the 8 trigrams palm, which used softness to conquer hardness. He circled around Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu was also very good. Seeing that Yu Dei had changed his Liu Hequan, he wasn't nervous at all. He maintained the horse stance and guarded his position. He continued to use the Liu Hequan, probing as he attacked, waiting for Yu Dei's flaws. Zhang Xiaohua hadn't learned the 8 trigrams palm before. Therefore, at the beginning, she was quite worried for her second brother. However, when she saw that Zhang Xiaohu was coping with the changes by sticking to his position and guarding his position, she was half relieved. After a while, Zhang Xiaohu actually recovered. According to the situation, Zhang Xiaohua could both defend and attack. Zhang Xiaohua understood that her second brother probably couldn't do anything about this set of Liu Hequan. Therefore, she focused her attention on the 8 trigrams palm, wanting to take a closer look at the moves inside. Unfortunately, after looking at it for a long time, when Yu Dei was about to change his Liu Hequan, Zhang Xiaohua still couldn't remember any of the moves. He couldn't help but feel disheartened. It seemed that his aptitude wasn't ordinary. Fortunately, Yu Luan, who was beside him, didn't know what he was thinking. Otherwise, he would definitely mock him for being a country bumpkin. How could a Liu Hequan be so easy to learn? Otherwise, who would dare to hold a fist competition in the Jianghu? After the competition, the other side had secretly learned all of his unique skills. How could he survive in the Jianghu? Before Zhang Xiaohua's bad mood dissipated, Yu Dei had already changed his Liu Hequan several times, but they didn't pose any real threat to Zhang Xiaohu. Therefore, he rolled his eyes and came up with a plan. As he changed his moves, he revealed a flaw. Zhang Xiaohu didn't seem to realize that it was a trap. He continued to use the Liu Hequan and punched towards Yu Dei's left ribs with his right fist. When Yu Dei saw that the fist was close to him, he was delighted. His left hand used the silk hand to catch Zhang Xiaohu's wrist, while his right hand seized the opportunity to grab Zhang Xiaohu's lapel. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua almost cried out. Wasn't this the 4 tails against 1,000 caddies that Nie Xiao Er had thrown at him that day? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but clench his fists. He was worried for his second brother. When Zhang Xiaohu saw that his wrist was caught, Yu Dei's right hand was going to grab his lapel. Of course, he couldn't let him succeed. Therefore, he changed his left hand into a palm and pushed Yu Dei's right hand. When Yu Dei saw that Zhang Xiaohu's left hand was about to reach him, he changed his grip into a fist and blocked Zhang Xiaohu's palm. His left hand continued to follow the momentum and didn't change the direction of Zhang Xiaohu's fist. Instead, he even increased the strength of his fist and used his right fist as a fulcrum to throw Zhang Xiaohu away from his side. When Zhang Xiaohua saw that his second brother seemed to be following in his footsteps, he couldn't help but cry out. However, before his voice could land, the situation on the stage changed. Zhang Xiaohu's body was in the air as he dodged Yu Dei's attack. He flipped a few times in a row to reduce the strength of Yu Dei's attack. He even borrowed a bit of strength to kick out from the air towards Yu Dei's shoulder. Yu Dai hurriedly used his hands to block the attack. However, he lost the initiative and was kicked back a few steps. When the crowd saw this exciting scene, they couldn't help but cheer loudly. However, when Yu Dai heard their cheers, they were like needles pricking his ears. He couldn't help but get angry. He gathered strength in his right foot and used his qinggong to rush to Zhang Xiaohu's side. He took a deep breath and gathered strength from his dantian to his palm. His white palm instantly turned a faint purple. With a strange arc, his palm slapped towards Zhang Xiaohu. When Shangguan Yun saw the faint purple palm, his expression changed and he shouted, "Purple sand palm?" It turned out that Yu Dai had used his internal strength in a moment of desperation. When Zhang Xiaohua heard the words "purple sand palm," she knew that things weren't going well. She quickly ran towards the arena, but she didn't have time to think about what she could do there. Zhang Xiaohu had just stabilized himself when he saw Yu Dai's figure floating towards him like the wind. He was already stunned. When he saw the purple palm right in front of his eyes, he didn't dare to use his fists to block it. He only used strength in his legs to change his body to the side. He dodged the purple palm, but Zhang Xiaohu's arm collided with Yu Dai's. In front of Yu Dai's internal strength, Zhang Xiaohu couldn't maintain his balance. He staggered and fell in the direction of Zhang Xiaohua. Before Zhang Xiaohu could regain his balance, Yu Dai's palm followed him like a shadow. At this moment, Shangguan Yun shouted loudly, "Yu Dai, purple sand palm, stop." He quickly ran towards the arena. When Shangguan Yun's shout reached Yu Dai's ears, Yu Dai immediately woke up. This was a competition of fist techniques. Her opponent was Zhang Xiaohu, who didn't know any internal strength and only knew one type of fist technique. If her purple sand palm landed on his body, it would break his arms and legs at the very least, take his life. She was already filled with regret. She wanted to withdraw her internal strength, but the force had already been released and it couldn't be withdrawn. What should she do? Yu Dai's expression changed from complacency to anxiety. Zhang Xiaohu saw that the purple palm was about to land on his chest, but his fists were still in the process of being raised. No matter what, he wouldn't be able to block it in time. At this moment, his mind was exceptionally calm. He stared at the palm that was getting bigger and bigger, waiting for the moment of pain. However, suddenly, a small fist appeared in his field of vision. Yes, a small white fist pierced through the space below his right rib. In a flash, before the purple palm could land on his chest, the fist met it head-on. The purple palm and the white fist collided in an instant. Yu Dai originally thought that he was going to create a disaster. However, he didn't expect that at the last moment, there was a fist in front of him. He was overjoyed. When his palm hit the fist, he borrowed the force to withdraw 70% of his internal strength. Although such a large amount of reverse flow of internal strength could easily cause damage to the meridians, he couldn't care less at this moment. When the internal strength in his hand returned to his meridians, Yu Dai's heart was at ease. Just as he was about to slowly withdraw his internal strength, something strange happened. When the 30% of Yu Dai's internal strength hit the small fist, he heard a series of kacha-kacha sounds. Then there was a pitiful cry of "Aya." The sound was loud and clear. It must have been extremely painful. Yu Dai thought that the voice was familiar. In a flash, he couldn't remember who it was. He could only thank the person in his heart. Just when Yu Dai thought that the situation was in his hands, suddenly, from the fist that came into contact with his palm, there was a sharp force that hit his palm. That force wasn't internal strength, but pure physical strength. Under the impact of this physical strength, Yu Dai couldn't hold the pole steadily and fell backwards. The 70% of internal strength that he had withdrawn also broke free from Yu Dai's control and flowed back like a tide. Yu Dai was so frightened that his face instantly lost all color. His body flipped a few times in the air, trying to dissipate the force that was pushing him backwards. At the same time, Yu Dai quickly calmed his mind and secretly used his internal strength, trying his best to bring the uncontrollable internal strength back into his meridians. Luckily, that force was only physical strength and not internal strength, so it didn't invade Yu Dai's meridians. It only interfered with his internal strength and didn't cause any substantial damage. After he flipped a few times, his body landed on the ground and he was already able to hold the pole. However, the uncontrollable internal strength had already caused damage to his meridians. Before Yu Dai could stabilize himself, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His internal organs were actually injured. The owner of the fist was even more unbearable. After a blood-curdling scream, there was no more sound. His body flew backwards under the force of Yu Dai's internal strength. He drew a beautiful arc in the air and fell to the ground far away, never to get up again. Zhang Xiaohu saw the fist and palm collide with each other and heard the sound of bones breaking. There was also a familiar blood-curdling scream. He was shocked. Could it be Zhang Xiaohua? However, his body had already lost balance. When he staggered to the ground and got up again, that thin body had already fallen far away and there was no movement. Zhang Xiaohu hurriedly got up and shouted, "Xiaohua." He then rushed over. By the time he reached Zhang Xiaohua's side, Shangguan Yun had already run over. Shangguan Yun didn't dare to hesitate. He quickly carried Zhang Xiaohua's thin body and put his finger under Zhang Xiaohua's nose. Then he let out a long breath and said to Zhang Xiaohu who was in front of him, "Zhang Xiaohua, don't worry." Zhang Xiaohua just fainted. Zhang Xiaohu was still worried. He carefully took Zhang Xiaohua from Shangguan Yun's hands and stretched out his ear to listen to Zhang Xiaohua's face. He was slightly relieved when he heard Zhang Xiaohua's subtle breathing. After all, as long as her life wasn't in danger, everything else was fine. However, when Zhang Xiaohu's eyes fell on Zhang Xiaohua's broken hand, he couldn't help but feel extremely distressed. Not only was her hand bloody, but it was also swollen. Her entire hand was like a steamed bun. Zhang Xiaohu was filled with hatred. He raised his head and stared at the initiator of all this. However, Zhang Xiaohu couldn't hate him right away. Yu Dai, who was walking towards them, was staggering. His face was pale gold and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. His clothes were also stained with blood. Presumably, his internal injuries were more serious than Zhang Xiaohua's. In an instant, Zhang Xiaohu couldn't hate him. Perhaps this was the cruelty of the Jianghu. This was only a friendly match, a simple exchange of pointers. Just a moment of carelessness had caused such injuries. What if it was a real life-and-death battle? Zhang Xiaohu felt a chill in his heart. Yu Dai walked in front of Zhang Xiaohu. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's appearance, he felt very guilty. He cupped his hands and said to Zhang Xiaohu, "Brother Zhang, I lost this match. I'm really sorry." In a moment of excitement, I forgot that this was only a match of fist techniques. I recklessly used my internal strength. All the losses caused by this will be borne by me. I will also be responsible for treating Xiaohua's injuries. You can rest assured. Zhang Xiaohu looked at this playboy who sincerely wanted to admit his mistake and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "Young master Yu, let's not talk about winning or losing. Quickly find a doctor to treat Xiaohua's injuries. It seems that your injuries aren't light either. You should also hurry and treat them." On the side, Shangguan Yun said, "Two brothers, don't worry. Brother Xiaohua is injured and shouldn't move. Young master, you should also sit down first and don't move. I've already sent Yu Luan to the Shiwu dojo to find a doctor. He'll be here in a moment." At this time, the onlookers had seen what had happened and had already dispersed. There were still a few enthusiastic people on the side who wanted to see if there was anything they could do to help. The doctor hadn't arrived yet, but he heard a scolding, "Yu Dai, how did you get into trouble again? Did you injure Zhang Xiaohu this time?" When Yu Dai heard this, he was like a mouse that had seen a cat. He obediently stood up and honestly replied, "Grandpa Chu, you've come." His honest appearance was like a child that had just entered school and met a teacher. He didn't have his usual arrogance. Anyone who saw him would praise him for being a sensible child. Everyone looked over and saw that it was the third Master Chu of the Lotus Flower Escort Agency. Seeing his hurried and angry appearance, someone must have seen what had happened and hurried to report it. When the third Master Chu rushed over and saw Yu Dai's appearance, he couldn't help but frown, saying, "How did you get internal injuries? Didn't you say that you were going to compete with Zhang Xiaohu in fist techniques?" Then he looked at Zhang Xiaohu who was behind Yu Dai and said strangely, "Zhang Xiaohu isn't injured? What's going on?" Yu Dai hurriedly moved to the side and made way for Zhang Xiaohua who was blocking behind him. He said embarrassedly, "Grandpa Chu, why don't you take a look at Zhang Xiaohua first?" When the third Master Chu saw Zhang Xiaohua's appearance, he couldn't help but fly into a rage. "Yu Dai, you actually dared to use the purple sand palm." Then, he walked over and pushed Yu Dai to the side. He reached out his hand to check Zhang Xiaohua's pulse and sent a wave of internal energy into Zhang Xiaohua's body, saying, "Moreover, you even hit such a small child. How can you be so vicious? How come I didn't see it before? Aren't you trying to take this child's life? Yu Dai lowered his head deeply. After being scolded by the third Master Chu, his face regained some color. However, the third Master Chu's internal energy circulated around Zhang Xiaohua's body. Only then did his expression change slightly and he said to Zhang Xiaohu in a gentle voice, "This child is fine. She just fainted and will wake up in a while." Then, the third Master Chu took Zhang Xiaohua's injured hand and carefully pinched it. He looked at it and even sniffed it with his nose. Then he couldn't help but sigh and ask, "Zhang Xiaohu, who is this child?" Zhang Xiaohu said respectfully, "Third Master Chu, this is my younger brother, Zhang Xiaohua. He came with me when I joined the escort agency as a bodyguard a month ago. Didn't you see him during the test?" When the third Master Chu heard this, he couldn't help but look at Zhang Xiaohua again. He sighed again and said, "I remember now. Isn't he the little fellow who lifted the 500 gene stone weights that day? Didn't he follow Qiu Tong to Huanxi Manor? Why did he run back to the escort agency?" Zhang Xiaohu said, "Xiaohua is working at Huanxi Manor. Didn't he just leave the manor today and come to the escort agency to see me? This is his first time here and something like this happened." "Oh right, third Master Chu. How is my younger brother's injury?" The third Master Chu said, "Zhang Xiaohua's injury. Let's wait for the doctor to come and take a good look. However, Zhang Xiaohu, you have to be mentally prepared. I took a rough look just now. How should I put it? Zhang Xiaohua's hand is completely crippled. The bones in his right hand were completely shattered by Yu Dai's internal energy. Even with heaven-defying elixirs, it would be difficult to regrow it perfectly. However, it's a good thing that Zhang Xiaohua doesn't practice martial arts. If his right hand is treated well, he may be able to move it and it won't affect his daily life. However, he can't do farm work. Yes, he can't do other heavy work either. Yu Dai, come here." Yu Dai lowered his head and walked over. The third Master Chu said, "Yu Dai, you know about Zhang Xiaohua's injury. There will be problems for the rest of his life. You have to compensate Zhang Xiaohua well. At least let him not have to work in the future so that he won't have to worry about food and clothing." Yu Dai didn't dare to say no. He said repeatedly, "Grandpa Chu, please don't worry. I promise to do this and let Zhang Xiaohua have nothing to worry about for the rest of his life." Chapter 96. Zhang Xiaohu could only smile bitterly. Never have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of his life? That was easy for him to say. It was nothing more than giving him a sum of money. Even if he gave Zhang Xiaohua enough money to last him for the rest of his life, who could guarantee that Zhang Xiaohua would be able to rely on this sum of money for the rest of his life? If something happened to the money, would Zhang Xiaohua, who had lost his hand, be able to live a life of luxury? Disregarding the amount of money he had, the beautiful life of a young man in the prime of his youth had been destroyed by a single palm strike. He could only rely on money to survive. Was a life without goals something Zhang Xiaohua wished for? Everything, all the possibilities, all the dreams, could they be replaced by a lifetime of not having to worry about food and clothing? Others might not know about Zhang Xiaohua's aspirations, but Zhang Xiaohu knew. Putting aside Zhang Xiaohua's potential, his desire to practice martial arts was something that even he could not compare to. If he knew that he could not continue practicing martial arts, would it be possible for him to continue living his life in the future? Zhang Xiaohua was still a child. Would he be able to take such a blow? Zhang Xiaohu was now extremely remorseful and regretful. If he had not agreed to the competition, if he had not come to the escort agency, if he had not suggested coming to Pingyang City, would everything have changed? Seeing Zhang Xiaohu's uncertain expression, the third Master Chu hurriedly said, "Zhang Xiaohu, your potential is very good. Some time ago, we were already considering sending you to the martial arts center to learn. This time, you have won against Yu Dai. I believe that everyone in the martial arts center knows that you have the same potential as them. In a few days' time, you can go there to learn. You will still be treated as a bodyguard and you will still have to carry out missions. The martial arts center will not charge you any money." Zhang Xiaohu forced a smile and said, "Third Master Chu, thank you for your kindness, but my brother." The third Master Chu glanced at Yu Dai and said, "Zhang Xiaohu, don't worry about your brother's life. After Yu Dai settles your brother down, I will go to the owner of Huanxi Mountain Villa to plead for him. As long as Huanxi Mountain Villa doesn't fall, Zhang Xiaohua will work in Huanxi Mountain Villa every day. I still have some faith. I believe I can still plead for Zhang Xiaohua. At this point, Zhang Xiaohu could only nod his head to express his thanks. The third Master Chu and Yu Dei both secretly heaved a sigh of relief. At this time, the doctor from the martial arts center arrived. Just like the officials from the yamen, they always arrived late after everything had been dealt with. Although the doctor's mouth was full of the smell of alcohol, he was still stunned by Zhang Xiaohua's injury. The first sentence he said was, "This hand is crippled." The second sentence was, "She is dizzy and can't be treated carefully. Please find someone else." The third Master Chu was so angry that he grabbed the doctor's neck and asked, "The doctors of the martial arts center are not allowed to drink alcohol during their shift. Why didn't you follow the rules?" The doctor said confidently, "I was testing the efficacy of the medicinal wine. In the past, Hua Tuo tasted hundreds of herbs. We should follow his example. If I don't personally taste it, how can I guarantee the specific effect when it is used to treat people?" The third Master Chu threw him to the ground and said to Zhang Xiaohu, "Let's go. Take Zhang Xiaohua to the doctor." Fortunately, the doctor's clinic was also in a corner of the martial arts center. Fortunately, there were doctors who hadn't personally tasted the medicinal wine. A rather old doctor attentively aligned Zhang Xiaohua's fractured arm. He then very patiently put the shattered finger bones back together. Poor Zhang Xiaohua woke up when he was aligning her arm. When he put the finger bones back together, she fainted again from the pain. Large beads of sweat dripped down her face. The saying that the fingers are connected to the heart was not a joke. After the doctor applied the best medicine for Zhang Xiaohua and put on a splint, Zhang Xiaohua slowly woke up again. Enduring the piercing pain in her arm, Zhang Xiaohua helplessly looked at her splinted arm. She asked the doctor tentatively, "When will my injury heal?" The doctor looked at her with pity and said, "Child, take good care of yourself. It will take at least a year or so. Poor thing." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she said loudly, "This is bad. I have an appointment with Captain He to teach me boxing tonight. What should I do?" The doctor said, "You still want to practice boxing?" Your injury." Before the doctor could finish speaking, Zhang Xiaohu interrupted him and said, "Xiaohua, your injury isn't too serious. Don't think about practicing boxing for now. Wait until your injury heals. Then let Captain He teach you. If it really doesn't work, don't we have the third Master Chu? He is a great expert in our martial arts center. Let him teach you." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she was overjoyed. She looked at the amiable old man next to her and said, "Can you teach me boxing?" "Third Master Chu." Of course, the third Master Chu readily agreed and said, "No problem. Zhang Xiaohua, wait until your injury heals. I will definitely teach you well and let you learn better than your brother." Zhang Xiaohua thanked him and then remembered, "Second brother, now that I am injured, I can't work in the villa anymore. You should hurry and tell them not to kick me out. Also, second brother, this is my salary from last month. You see, I need money to heal my injury. I was thinking of giving this money to you or to give it to father and mother." As she said this, she struggled to use her left hand to take out the money from her bosom and handed it to Zhang Xiaohu. When the third Master Chu saw this, he glared fiercely at Yu Dei and said, "Zhang Xiaohua, your injury was caused by Yu Dei. Naturally, he will be responsible for paying for the medicine. You don't have to worry about this. In addition, I will immediately send someone to Huanxi Villa to tell them about your situation and help you apply for leave. You can rest assured and recuperate in the escort agency. Your brother is here and can take good care of you. What do you think?" Zhang Xiaohua's grateful gaze and words of thanks made the third Master Chu's heart ache. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand and left, muttering in his heart, "This pitiful and adorable child." Seeing that the third Master Chu had left, Yu Dei finally dared to speak. "Zhang Xiaohua, I am really sorry. I was momentarily muddle-headed and shouldn't have used my internal energy. Don't worry, I will definitely compensate you until you are satisfied." Zhang Xiaohua looked at this hedonistic son and didn't know what to say. She had used her fist to catch his palm and ended up in this state. If his palm had hit her second brother's chest, what would have happened? Even if she didn't think with her feet, she knew that if that had happened, would he still want to use the money to compensate? Sigh, definitely, he would still want to use the money. Zhang Xiaohua could almost guarantee it for him. Zhang Xiaohua looked at him helplessly and nodded with a smile. Yu Dai then left embarrassedly. Before he left, he said, Zhang Xiaohua, don't worry and recuperate. I will ask the doctor to give you the best medicine. I guarantee that you will be able to walk as soon as possible. Shangguan Yun and Yu Luan comforted Zhang Xiaohua with a few words before following Yu Dai's back and leaving. Only Li Jinfeng was left in the room. The scholar looked at Zhang Xiaohua but didn't know how to comfort him. He only said, Xiaohua, you are a good child. Good people will be rewarded. You will get better soon. I will come to see you again tomorrow. After he finished speaking, he patted Zhang Xiaohua's head and left. When he reached the door, he seemed to have remembered something and turned back to Zhang Xiaohu, saying, Zhang Xiaohu, I came to the escort agency to apologize to you. Last time, I promised you and Xiaohua at the carriage company that I would bring you to the escort agency. I actually forgot about it. I am very sorry. You must forgive me. Sigh, if I had taken Xiaohua to another place today, perhaps this wouldn't have happened. After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Zhang Xiaohu to reply and directly left the room. When Zhang Xiaohu heard this, he finally remembered this grudge that he had long forgotten. He shook his head inwardly. If you could have taken Xiaohua to another place, then you would have really apologized to me. Zhang Xiaohua said at the side. Second brother, I was the one who pulled young Master Li here. He also wanted to come and apologize to you because he saw me. This person is really strange. The moment I mentioned waiting for him at the carriage company, he wanted to apologize to me. He even wanted to apologize to you in person. Now he can sleep at night. When Zhang Xiaohu heard this, he felt a different kind of feeling. Why was there such a huge difference between people? Thinking about Li Jinfeng, and then thinking about Yu Dai, Shangguan Yun, and Yu Luan, they were all really different. The two of them were unfamiliar with Pingyang City. Although it wasn't difficult for them to move around, the current situation made them very hesitant. Should he tell his father and mother in the faraway Guozhuang house about Xiaohua's injury, or should he send Xiaohua home to recuperate? However, he quickly made a decision. Since he had already left the house, he should decide his own fate. If he told his family about Xiaohua's injury, not to mention whether he could continue to stay in Pingyang City, even if they knew, what help could they give him? It would only make them sad and worried. When eldest brother was injured last year, he was treated by the village's veterinarian, Lao Gua. Thinking about Lao Gua's title as a veterinarian, Zhang Xiaohu was sweating in his heart. He was determined not to send Xiaohua home. After making up his mind, Zhang Xiaohu also wanted to hear Zhang Xiaohua's opinion, so he told him. Zhang Xiaohua's opinion was unusually consistent with Zhang Xiaohu's. She shook her little head like a rattle and refused to go home. At this moment, the old doctor entered the house. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua's appearance and took his pulse. He said to Zhang Xiaohu, your brother's injury is very serious. Although there is no bleeding, the heart-wrenching pain is not something an ordinary person can endure. He has already fainted twice just now. Look at his pale face, he should be tired. Bring him back to rest first. Be careful not to touch his arm and fingers. I have already done my best. Also, the third Master Chu has already said that you don't have to worry about the medical fees. I will use the best herbs for your brother. Sigh, actually, there is no need to use any good herbs. Broken bones are just a matter of nourishment. I have already used tiger bone in the ointment I applied just now. This is the best herb for bone injuries in our escort agency. Later, I will prescribe some calming and nourishing herbs for you and get the servants to send them to you. Then, he stroked Zhang Xiaohua's head, sighed softly, and turned to leave. Zhang Xiaohu looked at his brother. Sure enough, his face was covered in sweat and his face was pale. His eyes were also filled with fatigue. His heart ached for his brother and he secretly blamed himself for being careless. At this moment, his parents were not around and he was the elder brother is like a father. How could he not have noticed his brother's condition? Hence, Zhang Xiaohu hurriedly and carefully carried Zhang Xiaohua from the Kong bed, preparing to move him into his small house. Although Zhang Xiaohu was already very careful, he was a man after all and had no experience in serving others. He touched Zhang Xiaohua's injury twice in a row. The first time, Zhang Xiaohua didn't notice it and cried out in pain. The second time, he was aroused, but he gritted his teeth and endured it. His sweat still fell like raindrops. Zhang Xiaohu's heart ached for him and he became even more careful. Fortunately, He walked slowly and didn't touch Zhang Xiaohua's injury again. Only then did Zhang Xiaohu feel slightly relieved. Zhang Xiaohu's small house was very spacious. It was originally meant for 2 people to live in. However, after Zhang Xiaohu won the boxing competition with the armed escort, 6th Master Li transferred the other person to another house. He let Zhang Xiaohu live alone so that he could carefully study his boxing skills. Now it was just right. The extra Kong bed could be used for Zhang Xiaohua to recuperate. Zhang Xiaohu carefully placed Zhang Xiaohua on the Kong bed and found his own quilt to cover him. Although it was already hot, he was afraid that his brother's injury would worsen, so he still found a slightly thicker quilt for Zhang Xiaohua to use. Not long after, the medical hall servants brought the decocted medicine over. Zhang Xiaohu fed his brother the medicine. Seeing that his brother's face was covered in sweat, he wanted to wash it. However, the servant who tidied up the bowl said that the doctor had forgotten to tell him that the patient's bones had just been reconnected, so he shouldn't move too much during this period of time. He should also endure the sweat on his body for the time being. He shouldn't wipe it off in order to avoid damaging the injury. When Zhang Xiaohu heard this, he could only give up on the idea. At this time, the sky was gradually turning dark. After sending away the servant who delivered the medicine, Zhang Xiaohu turned back to look at Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes were already blurred and he gradually fell asleep. That's right. This poor child had suffered so much. He should enjoy his own peace as soon as possible. Zhang Xiaohu looked at his beloved little brother's peaceful sleeping face and the expression that often frowned because of the pain. Sometimes he felt regret and sometimes he felt distressed. Even when the curtain of night fell, his figure did not move at all. Late at night, Zhang Xiaohu leaned on the side of Zhang Xiaohua's Kong bed. With complicated feelings, he fell into a deep sleep. He knew that he was a deep sleeper and was afraid that his brother would wake him up if something happened. In the past, his brother used to sleep until dawn. Now that he was injured, he didn't know. It was better to be careful, so he deliberately didn't sleep on his Kong bed. Zhang Xiaohua was also a child who made people worry less. From the time he fell asleep at dusk until midnight, he was still frowning. After midnight, he had a calm expression and fell asleep peacefully. At this time, Zhang Xiaohu finally relaxed. Sleepiness surged up and he leaned on the side of the Kong bed and fell asleep. The night was hazy. The flickering in Zhang Xiaohua's dream was different from usual. The rhythm of the flickering seemed to be a bit rushed. From his left wrist, there was a strange fluctuation that spread throughout his body without anyone noticing. Most of it flowed to the injured area. Many unknown secrets were happening in this darkness that people couldn't see. Some were bad and some were good. When the morning sun rose, the fluctuation also stopped. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes immediately opened and he habitually sniffed. He wanted to get up, but the intense pain in his right hand made him cry out, "Aya!" This startled Zhang Xiaohu. He abruptly straightened up and yelled, "Xiaohua, what's wrong?" Seeing his second brother's face and looking at his surroundings, as well as the heart-wrenching pain from his right hand, Zhang Xiaohua finally remembered that this was the Lotus Flower Escort Agency and not the Huanxi Mountain Villa where he worked. Next to him was his second brother, not Ma Jing with smelly feet. Zhang Xiaohua grinned and said, "It's nothing, second brother. I just woke up and accidentally moved my right hand." Zhang Xiaohu said with heartache, "Oh, be careful in the future. Although you've already used a splint, if you use too much strength, the bones can still be dislocated. If they grow crooked, it'll take a lot of effort to reconnect them. I heard that you'll have to break them again and start over. You must not move." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he stuck out his tongue and said, "That's so cruel. Break them and start over? You're not lying, right?" Zhang Xiaohu said with a smile, "Dr. Chung wouldn't lie. He's the best doctor in the Lotus Flower Escort Agency." Only then did Zhang Xiaohua know that the old doctor from yesterday was actually the best doctor in the escort agency. He really was a master who didn't show his face and couldn't tell. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua's stomach suddenly rumbled loudly. When Zhang Xiaohu heard this, he said with a smile, "Xiaohua, your stomach is rumbling. You must be hungry. I'll go get you something to eat." Zhang Xiaohua blushed a little and said, Hurry and go. Second brother, I didn't eat yesterday afternoon and evening. How can I not be hungry now?" Poor Xiaohua, she didn't eat yesterday afternoon. She originally wanted to freeload some food from her second brother, but when she arrived at the escort agency, She ran into Yu and fought with her. After that she was injured. Naturally, she didn't eat at night and only drank a bellyful of bitter medicine. Recuperating from injuries naturally required nutrition. It was no wonder that her internal organs complained. Before Zhang Xiaohu could get up and leave, someone knocked on the door. When he opened the door, he saw that it was Yu Luan who had brought the food over. After asking, he found out that it was Yu Dai who had entrusted it to him. That Yu Dai had also suffered internal injuries yesterday and was currently lying on the Kong bed. She couldn't come over to express her apologies, so she had entrusted the food to Yu Luan. Zhang Xiaohu knew the purpose of Yu Luan's visit and didn't stand on ceremony. He took the lunchbox and placed it on the table, preparing to feed Xiaohua. Yu Luan didn't enter the house. He said that he would be back to deliver lunch at noon and then took his leave. Yu Luan had put in a lot of effort to prepare this breakfast. There were many nourishing ingredients that were easy to digest. Zhang Xiaohua ate it with great relish and the taste was top-notch. It was even better than the breakfast at Huanqi Villa. Zhang Xiaohua ate it all and couldn't help but wonder if she would continue to be injured like this. Zhang Xiaohu finished feeding Zhang Xiaohua and saw that his younger brother was enjoying the food. He thought that his weak body needed nourishment. Being able to eat meant that his body was showing signs of recovery. He was secretly happy. After clearing the bowls and chopsticks, he put them aside and said to Zhang Xiaohua, "Xiaohua, you should rest in the house. I'm going out to eat too." After the meal, there are still other matters to attend to at the escort agency. I'll deal with them first. When I'm free, I'll come back. I'll explain everything to 6th Master Li. I'm sure he'll let me come back earlier. Zhang Xiaohua said, "It's okay, second brother. You do what you need to do. I'll just stay here and slowly recuperate. Please add it to your collection, thank you." Chapter 97. Zhang Xiaohu gave some instructions and left. After all, he was still an escort in the escort agency and had to do roll call every day. Although he was a newbie and didn't have any missions for the time being and didn't have to travel far like the bodyguards, there were still many things to be done in the escort agency. He had to pay more attention and there was still a lot to learn. Moreover, he was paid monthly, so how could he not show up? After Zhang Xiaohu left, the room became quiet. Zhang Xiaohua was still a teenager and it had been a long time since he had slept so quietly. Unfortunately, the pain in his right hand was a constant reminder. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to sleep a little longer, but unfortunately, he would close his eyes and open them again. After opening his eyes and wanting to close them again, he simply didn't want to sleep anymore. Staring straight at the ceiling, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but think of his own fist techniques. During the battle between Zhang Xiaohu and Yu Dai yesterday, although Zhang Xiaohu couldn't fight back against Yu Dai's inner force, if it was purely based on fist techniques, Yu Dai didn't have much of an advantage over Zhang Xiaohu. Thinking of Yu Dai's ferocious inner force, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel envious. Zhang Xiaohu only saw the incomparably fast speed of the purple palm and didn't come into contact with the inner force. However, Zhang Xiaohua clearly felt it and felt the invincible force from the palm when the fist came into contact with the palm. It was like a surging wave that surged into his fist. Then, everything that blocked it was destroyed and he was sent flying by the impact of the inner force. Zhang Xiaohua could still remember the feeling of the inner force entering his body before he fainted. Although Zhang Xiaohua didn't practice martial arts much, he knew that this wasn't an effect that could be achieved by pure strength. Moreover, after Yu Dai used her inner force, the lightness skill that she displayed caught Zhang Xiaohu off guard. All of this was based on inner force. Thinking further, when Hero Wen and Heroine Xue left, they must have used lightness skill. If they didn't have inner force, they wouldn't have been able to use it. Thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but have a burst of longing. When would he be able to practice the true mental cultivation method of inner force? However, according to Yu Dai and Shangguan Yun yesterday, it was impossible for a martial arts practitioner without a background like himself to have the opportunity to come into contact with this kind of secret manual. Sigh. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. It was better to think about how he could learn the fist technique first. If he couldn't even learn the basic fist technique, even if Yu Dai were to teach him, he would still have to disappoint her. In fact, if Zhang Xiaohua knew that Yu Dai had already retracted a portion of her inner force and didn't go all out during the fight with him, he didn't know if he would still have the confidence to continue practicing the fist technique. In fact, When he met Li Jinfeng and heard that Zhang Xiaohu only practiced one set of liuhe boxing, Zhang Xiaohua already had a vague idea. However, he kept delaying and didn't think about it carefully. Now that he was injured, it was a good opportunity to think about how he could learn the fist technique. His aptitude was not as good as his second brother, Zhang Xiaohu. According to team leader his aptitude was not ordinary. Under such circumstances, he had to use 100 times more time and effort to practice than others. However, he didn't know what was wrong with his brain. When he was tested in school when he was young, the teacher said that he wasn't very stupid. Why did he forget everything when he practiced the fist technique? However, fortunately, he could remember some moves. Moreover, it seemed that he was born with these moves and didn't forget them. Otherwise, if he practiced one set and then forgot the other, he wouldn't be able to play the game of drawing water with a bamboo basket every day. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua naturally thought of the fist technique taught by team leader Nye Xiao and the other two. Those moves that he had memorized flowed through his mind like water. Any move was as clear as a pebble in clear water. As for the moves that he forgot. He didn't have the slightest impression of them. It was really strange. Zhang Xiaohua practiced martial arts with the people in Huanqi Villa and learned many sets of fist techniques. However, he could only remember about 30 moves. These moves came from different fist techniques and were not related to each other. Even several moves in a set of fist techniques were not connected. Usually, when Zhang Xiaohua practiced several moves in a set of fist techniques, he just randomly and rigidly connected them. Even team leader he curled his lips and shook his head when he saw this. Now, these 30 moves were flowing in his mind. Slowly, Zhang Xiaohua felt a little dizzy and sleepy. Involuntarily, the order of these moves was a little chaotic. Suddenly, in the chaotic moves, 2 moves were connected very tightly. This unintentional moment made Zhang Xiaohua feel refreshed and awake. When he paid attention again, the 2 moves had disappeared. This little accident suddenly set off a storm in his mind. What was going on? It was obviously not a set of fist techniques. How could the moves in a set of fist techniques be connected perfectly? Was it his illusion, or was there another reason? The more Zhang Xiaohua thought about it, the more excited he became. He couldn't help but want to practice the moves, but he forgot that he was still lying on the Kong and his right hand was still in a splint. For a moment, he touched his injury and the piercing pain came as expected. It was so painful that he cried out. At this time, an anxious voice sounded outside the door. Xiaohua, what's wrong? Is it starting to hurt again? When he looked up, Zhang Xiaohu had already run into the hut. Zhang Xiaohua looked at his second brother and said with a grin, "It's nothing, second brother. I accidentally touched my injury just now." Alas, why are you so careless? Zhang Xiaohu complained to Zhang Xiaohua. He carefully wiped the sweat from his forehead with a towel and said, "When we left this morning, I told you to be careful. How could you forget? Don't let your bones grow crooked." Hee. I'll be careful in the future. Seeing his second brother nagging like a mother, Zhang Xiaohua felt very warm and hurriedly comforted Zhang Xiaohu. However, Zhang Xiaohua then asked Zhang Xiaohu in puzzlement, "Second brother, you just went out for a while. Why are you back so soon? Is the escort agency all right?" Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "I've only been at the agency for a month or so. I'm still a newbie, so there's nothing much to do. I'm mainly familiarizing myself with the agency. Because I'm good at fist techniques, 6th Master Li told me to focus on practicing and rarely looks for me for other matters. Now that he knows that you're injured, he's very reasonable and told me to take care of you. Moreover, 3rd Master Chu even agreed to let me study at the Martial Arts Center last night. Perhaps 6th Master Li also knew about it, so he didn't give me much work today. So I came back to see you." Zhang Xiaohua said, "That's good. You can practice in the hut. When I came in yesterday, you seem to have been thinking in the hut. All right, second brother, what kind of work do you escorts usually do?" Zhang Xiaohu smiled wryly and said, "We're just escorts, not bodyguards. Our status in the agency is just a little higher than the servants. We have to do all kinds of work, and there's no way we can be picky. Oh, what about you? I wanted to ask you yesterday, but I didn't have time. What were you doing at Huanxi Manor?" "Why don't you guess?" Zhang Xiaohua asked Zhang Xiaohu mischievously. "What's there to guess? I remember when Miss Qiu Tong took you away last time. She said that you were planting medicinal herbs?" Zhang Xiaohua said in annoyance. Why are you still asking when you already know? I just wanted to ask if it was really planting medicinal herbs. Are you tired of working there? Zhang Xiaohu said innocently. Not tired, not tired. Second brother, it's about the same as the crops at home, and it's very relaxing. Oh right, how's the food at the agency? Our manor. Zhang Xiaohua talked non-stop about her life after they parted. She told her second brother everything about her life at the manor. Zhang Xiaohu was filled with joy when he heard this. He was originally worried that his younger brother would be bullied in an unfamiliar place. However, it seemed that he had worried too much. Ma Jing and the others' little tricks were just fertilizers for his younger brother's growth. That feces was extremely smelly, but it was precious fertilizer for the growth of the crops. Without other people's little schemes, how could his younger brother grow so quickly? Thinking back, Zhang Xiaohua's arms had nearly 500 kilograms of strength. It would be a miracle if he didn't go and bully others. Why should he worry about him? Perhaps this was another explanation for his mother's worries when her son traveled 1,000 miles. However, when he heard that Tian Shu from the Misty School was teaching Zhang Xiaohua fist techniques, he was stunned and said, Xiaohua, there's such a good thing? Someone called you out for free, and you don't even need to work for them? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Yes, that's why I said Sister Qiu Tong is so good. Oh right, that Sister Manor Head is even better. I've never seen her before, and she even had someone teach me fist techniques. If there's a chance in the future, I must properly thank her. Oh right, after I finish learning the fist techniques, I'll go and see Sister Manor Head and thank her in person. I also want to learn from Li Jinfeng. I must thank her for her kindness. When he thought that Zhang Xiaohua would never be able to practice fist techniques in this lifetime, Zhang Xiaohu felt a wave of bitterness in his heart. However, he couldn't bear to disturb his younger brother's mood, so he held back his tears and said, All right, Xiaohua. If there's a grudge, there's an eye for an eye, and a debt for a debt of gratitude. Second brother will wait for the day when you finish learning the fist techniques. After he finished speaking, he patted Zhang Xiaohua's head and got up to get something to hide his tears. Zhang Xiaohua spoke happily, and naturally didn't notice his second brother's abnormality. He said, Perhaps, I might not be able to finish learning the fist techniques. Zhang Xiaohu was stunned and quickly turned around to say, Xiaohua, don't worry about your injury. The doctor said that you'll be fine after resting for a while. When the time comes, you'll be able to practice the fist techniques again. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, That's not it, second brother. I also heard what the doctor said yesterday. This injury will only take a few more days to rest. But, Zhang Xiaohu anxiously said, But what? At this time, Zhang Xiaohua's pale face flushed red and said, Second brother, my aptitude isn't as good as yours. After learning the fist techniques for a month, I can defeat an armed escort who has been learning for several years. The fist techniques that I'm learning are incomplete, and I can only learn a few moves in one set. When Zhang Xiaohu heard this, his heart settled and he said, That's nothing. I'm only good at fist techniques. They didn't use internal energy to fight me. If it was a real fight, how could I be their opponent? AI, this internal energy cultivation method. Also, if your aptitude is poor, it's fine. Just practice more. If others practice once, then practice 10 times. If it's not enough, then practice 20 times. 100 times. I don't believe that you can't master it. Hearing her second brother's high-spirited words, Zhang Xiaohua still said embarrassedly, Second brother, you don't understand. Even if I practice 100 times, when I wake up the next day, I'll still forget everything. Is there such a thing? You really practiced 100 times? Zhang Xiaohu was really puzzled. Not 100 times. I've practiced 40 to 50 times, but I just can't remember. Zhang Xiaohua said gloomily. That's really a strange thing. I heard that for these ordinary fist techniques, even if a normal person practiced 10 times, they would still be able to roughly remember them. But second brother, there's also a strange thing. What's strange? That's right. No matter what fist technique it is, as long as I practice it once, when I wake up the next day, I'll remember as much as I can. I won't forget it again. But even if I practice it 50 times, I won't be able to remember a single move. Zhang Xiaohu's heart moved and he said, So it's like this. Xiaohua, maybe you're really not suitable for practicing martial arts. How about this? When you're better, don't practice martial arts anymore. How about you do something else? How about you take care of flowers and plant grass? In any case, Xuanxi Mountain Villa needs such technical talents. No, second brother. The treatment of technical talents depends on the villa master's vision. If she doesn't like you, your treatment will be lower. Moreover, I heard that after retirement, the standard of monthly salary is not as high as that of strength type. I think I'd better practice more. If the monthly salary given by Xuanxi Mountain Villa is good, then I'll stay there until I retire. Otherwise, I'll find a place to jump ship. Zhang Xiaohua was full of confidence. It's just a joke. Please don't mind it. Zhang Xiaohu saw that Zhang Xiaohua was determined, so he didn't dare to persuade him. He was afraid that he would know that his injury was very serious. He said, then it's up to you. However, it's always good to learn more. The current medical insurance and pension system is not complete. It's better to consider more for yourself. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, I know, second brother. By the way, I just found out. Forget it. Let's talk about it after I figure it out. Zhang Xiaohu saw that he wanted to say something but stopped, so he didn't ask. However, Zhang Xiaohua asked again, second brother, yesterday I heard that you only practiced Liuhe boxing. I thought you were concentrating on a set of fist techniques. I don't know if my understanding is correct? Or do you have another reason? Can you tell me? Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's calm face, Zhang Xiaohu found it funny. Not to mention that this wasn't a big secret. Even if it was a big secret, how could he not tell his little brother who could no longer practice martial arts? He said with a smile, Xiaohua, you're right. It's better to have nothing than to have something substandard. Actually, I've also practiced other fist techniques, such as Luohan boxing. However, after practicing it, I found something strange. Every set of fist techniques has both defense and offense. It's just that the ratio of offense and defense is different. Moreover, the two sets of fist techniques attack position, and defense method are similar. The only difference is the posture. So I thought, is every set of fist techniques like this? A person's body is only so big. The attacking and defending parts are also only so big. Does every set of fist techniques attack and defend these parts? It's just that the moves are different. Following this train of thought, I learned a few other fist techniques from others. For example, Lang family fist, Buddha's palm, etc., which confirmed my guess. So, in the end, I didn't learn any other fist techniques and only focused on this Liuhe boxing. First, this Liuhe boxing was the first fist technique I practiced. Second, this fist technique's moves are very complicated. It covers almost all the positions that can be used for defense and offense. After learning it, other fist techniques were included as well. Think about it. In a month, I only focused on learning this set of fist techniques. I know the moves of this Liuhe boxing like the back of my hand. It's better than other people learning this set and that set. The only difference is that some of the moves are different, but the effects of attack and defense don't improve at all. A lot of time is wasted on useless moves. Actually, a real competition also proves this point. If we only compare the exquisiteness of the fist techniques, without using internal energy, just practicing this set of Liuhe boxing is enough to compete with people who have practiced many sets of fist techniques without being at a disadvantage. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she was overwhelmed with shock. This second brother was truly a genius. Actually, this wasn't only Zhang Xiaohua's point of view. If there was any martial arts master who heard Zhang Xiaohu's words, they would treat him as a close friend. This fist technique was nothing more than that. The various schools in the Jianghu only had different moves. When it came to the essence, it was nothing more than attack and defense. This Zhang Xiaohu, who had only entered the sect for a month, had such an understanding. He could only be described as a genius. However, this Lotus Flower Escort Agency was only a small corner of the world. How could there be a master here? It could only let this bright pearl, Zhang Xiaohu, be covered in dust. Thinking about Zhang Xiaohu's words, they were truly insightful. However, this was Zhang Xiaohu's cultivation experience. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't use it at all. Based on his aptitude of only remembering a few moves of each set of fist techniques, how could he achieve both offense and defense? AI, how depressing. Why was the gap between people so big? However, just practicing this fist technique isn't enough. Zhang Xiaohu continued, on one hand, without the coordination of internal energy, This fist technique is a useless paper tiger. You also saw it yesterday. As long as Yu Dai used her internal energy, this fist technique would immediately fall into a disadvantage. In front of absolute power, any gorgeous moves would be reduced to ashes. On the other hand, the 6 he fists that I'm practicing is only a fist technique that is very widely spread in the Jianghu. I heard that there are many schools in the Jianghu, and the fist techniques they practice are completely different from this one. The positions of attack and defense are even more mysterious and profound. If this ordinary 6 he fists were to meet their secret fist technique, I wonder what the result would be? I'm looking forward to it. I wonder what kind of fist technique is taught in the Misty School that's close by. Zhang Xiaohu looked out of the window and was at a loss. Seeing Zhang Xiaohu's depression, Zhang Xiaohua comforted him. Second brother, don't be discouraged. With your aptitude, if the Misty School finds out, they will definitely take you in. Zhang Xiaohu said, I know. Xiaohua, I don't need you to comfort me. I'm already very satisfied to be able to learn this fist technique today. I don't have any more extravagant hopes. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.